Chapter 241. After regrouping and sharing their findings, Ardis, Rihanna and Sharu left the capital on the same day. Depending on the situation, staying in the capital for a few days could have been a choice, but, judging that the war might start soon, Ardis decided to return to the village first. With the sun just a little past overhead while they headed north from the capital, and seeing that there's no one else nearby, Ardis started flying again after carrying Rihanna and Sharu. They will probably arrive in the village by twilight. There's something there. While flying across the sky with no obstacles towards the Kenobi's mountain, after they crossed about half of the journey, Sharu seemed to notice something small running across the grasslands. Could it be a group of beasts? Rihanna raised a very plausible interpretation, but it's not like Ardis high in the sky could sense mana so far down. What they could confirm at that distance were just a few dots in a group moving in the same direction. However, considering a group of beasts, there were too many. What was strange too is their direction is the same as where they're currently heading to. It looked like the group at the front was getting pursued. Since Ardis is moving faster, their distance is closing. Eventually, Ardis could make out that the dots from before are people riding on horses. At the same time, he noticed there were several familiar faces in the group that was being pursued. Ted and Norris. Then the one with the robe is Ophelia. It seems like the group that was being chased included the members of Bright Stars of White Knight, which recently became Michelle's designated escorts. Including them, there were about 8 people riding on horses, and the one chasing them are also a group of horse riders. However, the pursuers had more than one fold of the pursued. Contrary to the ones getting pursued wearing all kinds of get-up, the pursuers all had the same appearance. Seeing their outfit, Ardis unintentionally cringed. Thoria's soldiers, huh? Although he didn't know what was going on, it seems like horses of both sides didn't seem very energetic. They must have ran for a long distance already. Even if Ardis's speed in the air is fast, he couldn't match a horse's full sprinting speed. However, seeing how he's gaining on them, it seems like the horses are already near their limits. Occasionally, Norris would skillfully twist his upper body around and shoot a few arrows, but it isn't like the arrows that was shot from a bow that wasn't made specially for riding on horse could have power. The speed of the chase didn't change, probably because the Thoria soldiers knew about their horses as well. It's a bit unclear, but one side were the familiar faces that delivered supplies to the village periodically, and another is the Thoria army that Ardis has bad experience with. There's no need to think who to help. While carrying Rihanna and Sharu, Ardis flew directly above the soldiers pursuing, and casted darts to stop them. Using a perfect timing that wouldn't hit Ted and the others that are on the run, Ardis created ice on the ground, scaring the horses, then immediately raised an earth wall directly ahead of them. The soldiers immediately stopped their horses seeing the earthen wall, and then was assaulted by intense sandstorm, blinding them. After leaving them at a confused state, Ardis caught up with Ted and the others. As expected, it seems like their horses are near their limits, as their running speed is quite slow. Ardis easily caught up with them. Scouting out the situation for a while, and verifying that the pursuers stopped, Ardis landed on the ground, and approached Ted and the others that rested their horses hiding behind trees. "Isn't it Ardis?" Ted, who was on the lookout at the surroundings, immediately found Ardis. "It seems like they're pursuing you, but what's up with that? They're from Thoria, right?" "Yeah, so it was you that stopped them, huh?" Realizing that it was thanks to Ardis that they gotten out, Ted thanked him. "Well, ask for the details from Michelle." "It's not like I know about it either." "Even though you were running away?" "I mean, they were chasing with that hostility. It's normal to feel danger though." "It seems like it was quite a tense situation." "We sure met at a strange place. You even have the little miss with you." As they followed Ted into their resting spot, Ophelia along with Michelle came out to greet. Ardis. I will be looking out for any pursuers." Seeing Ophelia, Rihanna quickly climbed up a tree. Sharu too. "Okay." Sharu, who received Ardis's request, put down the baggage on her back and followed after Rihanna, disappearing in the trees. "I never seen that child before." "Is she from the village?" "Yeah, she normally doesn't show herself, but since her eyes is good, being a lookout is just nice for her." It seems like Michelle didn't recognize her. It's not like she doesn't ever set foot outside her house, but it seems like Sharu still had her habit of moving around stealthily, so there weren't many people in the village that knew about Sharu. "Well, there's Norris up there as well. They would surely notice if there's still any pursuers." After Ophelia's words, Ted revealed the information he just learnt. It was Ardis that stopped them just now. Just when I wondered who, it was Ardis, huh? Hearing the explanation, Orphelia was convinced. It seems like she understood that a third party assisted them in shaking off their pursuers. Anyways, why were the Thoria soldiers chasing you? Hearing Ardis's question, Michelle sighed deeply. That, you see, according to Michelle, who started explaining in a heavy tone, it seems like it started from when they encountered the Thoria army when they were moving down the highway. I mean, I knew that there are various territorial armies heading to the border in preparation for the war. So it's not like meeting them on the highway is anything strange. Even having armies buying supplies from peddlers to restock isn't unheard of. For us, it wasn't ideal to have our supplies intended for the village reduced, but we will be going against them if we aren't willing. They won't take everything, and they will pay it above market price anyways. Well, I thought it isn't the worst thing to happen, so I provided half of our supplies to them. Until there wasn't any problem. However, Michelle's story naturally hasn't ended. Then the problem happened after that. It was just about when the twilight sky was about to turn into night. We and the Thoria army set up camps there. The exact time isn't clear, but there was a young soldier that came to us in the night. What do you think his business was? A demonic being attacking? Or something? That would have been better. That soldier. He asked us to deliver a message to his family with a sad expression. A message? Doesn't sound strange to me though. It's not rare to hear people asking a peddler to deliver a message by paying money. After all, a soldier serving far away from his home only have few ways to contact his family. However, Michelle and the others are heading towards north of the capital. It was the opposite of the direction towards the capital, where the soldier's supposed family is at. Regarding that, the soldier might have not known about where Michelle and the others were heading, so it can't be helped. But coming all the way out in the night to a peddler to request that is a little strange. What if the content of the message was run from the capital immediately? Run? That's certainly strange. Ardis frowned hearing the message that the soldier had from Michelle. The capital is in an abnormal state currently. Although the Empire army hasn't crossed the border yet, if the war started, the capital can't be guaranteed a safe place. However, it's not like the kingdom would allow the Empire to march into the capital with no resistance. In fact, the Thoria army is now marching there for the sake of protecting the capital. According to Chez's information, it will be about 2,500 soldiers in the capital if including Thorias. Although it's not considered enough at all, it's also not a small amount of people defending. Either way, even if there's fear of getting involved in the flames of war, it's probably still not a situation that grave that a moment can't be spared. Well, in the end, we refused the soldiers' request, but after that, the escorts noticed the disturbing atmosphere. It was Norris that noticed first. The Thoria army seemed like a little tense. Anyways, it didn't felt fitting for soldiers marching within their own country. Ted continued Michelle's words. The members of Bright Stars of White Knight would know the atmosphere of a battlefield, having survived the war 4 years ago. Naturally, they would be sensitive to the hostility directed towards them. And then seeing that the soldiers surrounded our carriage and tent from a distance, everyone at that point agreed that it's no longer a situation we can listen to them. And so we jumped on a horse and charged through. If we stayed like that, there's no doubt we would be captured, or even killed in the worst case, as Michelle concluded as such. Hearing that much, Ardis finally vaguely grasped the situation that had fallen on Michelle and the others. So that's why the carriage isn't here, huh? But why so suddenly? They weren't like that during the day, right? That's right. If they were like that from the start, no way we would have let them near our camp. Ted said for a fact at Ardis's question. The situation isn't yet clear, but it might be better for you to stay in the village until some time passes. That might be the case. Since we don't know why we were chased, it's better not to stand out. Sorry for the troubles. Michelle's supplies would be cut. However, the village is self-sufficient from the start. Only limited expendable goods such as salt and medicine are relied on outside source. What they had already carried to the village thus far would probably last them half a year. If push comes to shove, Ardis and Rona had the hidden card of using gate to transport the cargo. After that, while waiting the horses to regain their breath, the party looked out for pursuers. While heading north, with no pursuers from before showing up, Ardis and the others entered the Canobas mountain range from the forest uneventfully. Chapter 242. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 242. Normally it will take 5 days to reach the village. It's not because they are far from the village. Rather, it was because instead of a proper road, there was only a bumpy forest path. Above all, the forest path is the natural habitat of dangerous demonic beings that would easily rob lives even if they're experienced mercenaries. Needless to say, there's no carriage path, and even if they brought horses or donkeys, they would only be bait for demonic beings. In the end, only people could carry the baggage. Naturally, that will slow down their speed by a lot. It can't be helped that a one-way trip takes 5 days. Even more so when Michelle and the others are now void of their baggage after escaping from the soldiers. Leaving aside water, they don't even have any food. And it was then that Ardis suggested taking the horses, riding on them and hastening the journey. No, I mean, it's right that we're a little short on food. But as expected, riding on horses would be too risky, right? The demonic beings will be attracted. Ted's worry was natural. Sarah's special charm wouldn't work on horses. Even if Michelle and the others were wearing the charm, the demonic beings will still be attracted to the horses. I will deal with them if they come. The time is precious now. Ardis can create water with arts. As for food, he can just take them out across the gate pretending to take them out of the bag on Sharu's back. Even if it took 5 days, there's probably no worry about food and water. However, the time they had was limited. Ardis is very much interested in the Thoria army. He wanted to send Michelle and the others quickly to the village, and head over to investigate if possible. The numbers of horses is enough. Of course, since it's not a flat path, it's impossible to get through quickly, but if Rihanna and Sharu share a horse with anyone, it would still be quite quick compared to walking. Meaning, you're going to fight off all the demonic beings while keeping up with the horses? Ardis, are you conscious that you're saying something really ridiculous? His words were met with questions, but on the other hand, Norris looked into Ardis's eyes pleased, seemingly expecting something interesting to happen. As long as you stay close in a group, you can leave the rest to me. Announcing so confidently, leaving aside Norris, all the other people seemed troubled at Ardis's declaration. Having said so, the members of Bright Stars of White Knight certainly didn't complain. In the end, Michelle respected Ted and the others' judgment, and accepted Ardis's suggestion. It was 2 days later that Ardis and the others arrived near the village. Since they've entered the radius of the village's barrier, there would be no dangerous demonic beings appearing, so it would be safe even if they are on their own. I knew it was ridiculous, but I have to really renew my opinions on Ardis's ridiculousness. Norris laughed heartily while riding on a horse with a bow on his back. As for the others, they could only laugh dryly. You really went and dealt with all of them? With an expression of seemingly gave up in something, Ted agreed with Norris. Just like Ardis's declaration, including all the other mercenaries, Rihanna and Sharu, Ardis had protected 10 people just on his own. On top of that, there were 10 people riding on horses that are delicious baits for the demonic beings. Just as Ted feared, they encountered several demonic beings on the path of the forest of the Kenobis mountain range, but, without sparing any time, Ardis had already called out flying swords over the gate and finished them off. There wasn't even time for Ted and the others to get off their horses and participate in the fight. It was truly an instant kill. In the end, even though the road was bad, they rode on horses, and the trip that would have normally taken 5 days was shortened to just 2 days. It will only take half a day more before they reach the village. While thinking so, Ardis noticed large mana signatures closing. There were 2 of them. Eventually, when the 2 came to show themselves before the party, it was a question that started their conversation. Why are you all together? The owner of the signature is Ardis's partner, Rona, and following behind him is Rupus, one of the claws that became a member of the village 2 years ago. Since their signatures were even larger than the demonic's beings, and they're also within the barrier, also they approached from the direction of the village. With all those hints, Ardis were able to infer it's them. Yeah, nice timing. Rupus, can you bring Michelle and the others to the village? Yes. Ardis pushed on the responsibility to Rupus, who agreed without even asking the reason. You're not going to the village? I'm interested in what the Thoria army is doing. Rona and I will go investigate for a bit. Ardis answered Michelle's question like that, and Orphelia from the side interrupted. But Ardis, you haven't gotten sleep for 2 days, right? Isn't it better to take a night of rest in the village first? It's not like I didn't sleep at all. I'm fine. When they were camping in the night, Ardis had slept for short periods while keeping an eye out on the surroundings. The body that was younger than Ardis's original was reliable enough that a little lack of sleep won't cause his performance to drop. Being young sure is good, as Ardis smiled bitterly inwardly. Of course, there's still a bit of sleepiness assaulting, but since he's used to it, it wasn't particularly distracting. Rather than that, he prioritized to find out the situation now. Ardis, who came to such a conclusion, left the escorting job to Rupus, and went on his way back. Rihanna complained to follow along, but, as expected, Ardis didn't allow this particular time. If a fight broke out, the opponents are likely humans. Rihanna, who is lacking experience in fighting against people, in a meaning is more dangerous than facing demonic beings. Let's go, Rona. It is only his partner that he can leave his back to that he brought along. You will explain properly, right? Of course. Let's talk on the way. As Rona followed a little hesitantly, Ardis started walking towards the grasslands. After taking enough distance from Michelle and the others, Ardis and Rona flew up in the sky and started moving quickly. Thoria army? I don't know much, but aren't them the bunch that Alan the twins had troubles with? It's not that big of a deal to call it trouble though. Well, it's the truth that they aren't opponents that we want to be involved with. Then why not just leave them alone? They chased after Michelle and the others. I can't exactly leave it like that without knowing anything, right? At the very least, I want to know the reason. After explaining what he'd heard from Michelle and the others along the way, just as they exchanged a few words, there were shadows wriggling in the distance. What's that? Beginning to see the outlines of the shadows are humans. Ardis soon came to understand what is happening there. They're a gathering of armed people, and they were split in two groups. Each fought and killed each other. This is Thoria army, and the one fighting are also from the kingdom, though I'm not sure which territory they're from. Ardis and Rona are now currently above the wide grasslands that connected the capital to Thoria. It can be said that they're about in the middle of the country territory, far from the border. Even if there are fights between human and demonic beings, it's too unusual to see people crossing swords here. However, what they saw was that exact unusual sight. The kingdom armies split into two factions and slashed at each other. It was exactly a representation of a war. A Thoria cavalry rode across the grass, and with their momentum scattered the opposing infantries. A lucky arrow landed on the horse of that cavalry, making it go wild from the pain, shaking off the soldier, as he was surrounded by other infantries and about to be cut. Spears from behind stabbed through the infantries, killing them. In the chaos of victims and perpetrators changing wildly in instants, only the ominous color of red was increasing. Roars to expel fear were mixed along with the painful death cries. The sounds that were too cruel to be called a ruckus reverberated in the surroundings. The capital. Ardis, who looked south at Rona's words, unintentionally cringed his face. Is it burning? The capital that was still far in the horizon can only be seen hazily from this distance. However, from the shadows, there were thick smoke that could never be seen normally were rising up in the sky. If they can see that from this distance, then it's not just a normal occurrence. What the heck's going on? What now? Although grumbling at the unexpected development, Ardis had already decided what to do. The battlefield unfolding below them are between people that didn't have anything to do with them. However, there are people that he is familiar with in the capital. Although he had only met with the information broker, Cesare, for the past 2 years, there are still people that he hasn't forgotten about. Few faces floating up in his mind, Ardis said without hesitating. Let's go to the capital. Thought so. Along with Rona, who expected the answer, Ardis headed south. The blue sky that stretched outwards without bounds above. On the day that was sunny without clouds, Ardis and Rona's destination was the capital, ground covered with a dull color. While feeling unsettling anxiousness in his chest, Ardis hurried over to the capital. Chapter 243. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 243. 2 days before Ardis and Rona started heading towards the capital. When Ardis is still escorting Michelle and the others towards the village, there was already chaos in the capital of Gran about the news of Lord Thoria had raised the flag of rebellion. Why did Lord Thoria? A young man that wore extravagant clothing in front of Moore cringed his face. But his expression only changed a little. His noble appearance, which was trained to impose dignity, was not impaired at all. And the report came last night, yet the news is already spread everywhere now. Can't they even properly guard the information? Unlike the young man that seemed irritated, Moore replied in a refreshing tone. There was a gag order in place though. Well, even if it's something that we don't want people to know, it might not be the same for them. So you mean Lord Thoria's underlings is playing with the kingdom now? It can't be helped, young master. After all, they were still our ally till yesterday, so even the kingdom's intelligence agents hasn't marked them. I know. Although he said so, the bitterness on his expression was not fully hidden. While feeling the inexperience of the young master, Moore still somehow held himself back from smiling warmly. Moore was now facing the Duke Nyrestia's son, in other words, Minerva's brother. As the Duke is now traveling to the border as the commanding general, he's now the person in charge of the Duke's residency. After a few seconds of silence, the young man asked Moore, Lord Thoria's betrayal, is it possible that it's because of the Empire's invasion? 9 out of 10 it is. Even if Lord Thoria rebelled when it was peaceful, I don't think he can succeed against the entire kingdom. And in the first place, the timing is too good. Thought so. They must have been looking for a chance for a while already. While nodding at the young man's words, Moore recalled the war 4 years ago. Come to think of it, the Thoria army's movement at that time was peculiar. They retreated at the worsening situation with the excuse of helping the headquarters. Because of that, the kingdom's left wing was left completely dysfunctional, but the Thoria army itself that did that bore no consequences. Even though it might have been a losing battle, deserting the fight is an unforgivable act. However, since they retreated on the pretense of sending help to the prince, they avoided getting blamed openly. Because of that, it was only the Thoria army that had kept its strength after the previous war. Strangely, even though other territorial army were assaulted by ambushing Empire soldiers, only the Thoria army had retreated without suffering a single loss. Thinking about it now, it must be that the Thoria army was led through. If the Empire army did not retreat then, but continued to advance to the capital, then there's no doubt that the Thoria army would have rebelled then. In any case, I cannot stand by and do nothing. I shall pay a visit to the castle. If so, take Jake and Indri with you. Taking 2 of the veterans guards of the Duke's residency, the successor of the Duke's house headed towards the castle. It was almost midnight that he returned to the Duke's residency. A sortie is decided. When the young nobleman returned and called Moore and head butler to the office, he said so as the first thing. It is not a defense battle. Even if it was unexpected, exposing the capital to danger will damage the king's prestige. It will probably affect the front line at the border too. Moore's question was answered by the young nobleman. Certainly, he's right. Although the news probably hasn't arrived now, it will probably arrive tomorrow or the day after. If that happens, the generals at the front line would be concerned. Depending on the situation, some of them might do something unexpected just because of the report of Thoria's rebellion. No, if there's a connection between the Empire and Lord Thoria in secret, there's no doubt they will move then. Moreover, the kingdom army will surely fall when the capital is surrounded on all sides. To have the least effect on the front line, it's not a bad idea to handle the Thoria army situation before they arrive at the capital. Even if it is tactically bad, it is a strategically or politically unavoidable choice. Fortunately, there are 1,500 soldiers altogether in the capital now. We have more numbers than the Thoria army. Is the capital going to be empty then? The head butler's eyes became round. It can't be helped. Of course, we will leave some soldiers behind, but it's not a situation to consider reserving power. If we can't defend against the Thoria army, it will be the Empire's victory anyways. Moore had no choice but to be convinced either. However, the following words made the head butler lose his voice. I as well will depart for the front as the second in command. Wow! At the time when the family head is already out in the battlefield, it's not normal to even have the successor go. If the worst happened, their bloodline will be severed. Now that master is already on the front line, why would young master go too? No other house could do it, you see. Well, it's not like I can't understand. Then there's no need for the Duke house to. Our Nyrestia house is connected to the royal family. The young nobleman overwhelmed the head butler's words. We have the right to succeed the throne. That's why, unlike the other houses, we cannot escape. As if saying that to himself, the young nobleman insisted that it is the obligation coming from someone who has the royal blood. If by that, then the royal family should. He wasn't convinced. as the head butler was then once again overwhelmed by the young nobleman. "Don't say it. It's unforgivable for a vassal to tell what the royal family to do." He glared at the head butler and warned. As expected, the head butler as well reflected his disrespectful attitude and bowed down. "I apologize for my overextension. Please forgive me." "Yeah, take note in the future." Ending the topic like that, Moore spoke again. "When are you going?" "Tomorrow noon." "That's quite a rushed schedule. The preparation for war is already done a long time ago. Though it was unexpected for anyone that we will be facing an army coming from the north." "Shall I take it as I will be accompanying as well?" "No, the guard captain will stay here." "Stop my little sister from her recklessness." "Escort, in that meaning?" Moore confirmed daringly. But the young nobleman instead replied with a bitter smile. "It's also an escort at the same time. Your main role is to stop the tomboy from running outside with a sword." "Isn't it the guard captain the only one around here that can stop her?" "It's hard to say that. I can't deny it." Although Minerva's actual brother seemed to say so harshly, it was sad that Moore had nothing to rebuke with. Not just Moore. Even the head butler seemed to smile bitterly. About 2 years had passed since Ardis had left the capital. Even with no guidance, Minerva had not stopped on her training. Thanks to that, her sword skills are becoming more sophisticated. As expected, she's still not to the level of Moore, but she could fight evenly against normal mercenaries and soldiers. Although it was already rare to see female sword user among mercenaries and explorers, Minerva was even a noble lady. On top of that, a high-rank peerage, the lady of a duke house. It seems like the person herself had already given up on marriage, as she had been openly training her sword skills, not even trying to hide it from others by now. And the result was she had been titled the sword maniac noble lady by the gossipers. Right now, it's probably the #1 problem that the Duke Nyrestia faces. The next day, the young nobleman headed out with an army of 1,300. Although they are still leading in numbers by a little, it's a number easily toppled depending on the development of the battle. Half of Moore's subordinates also followed as the nobleman's escort. Only the minimum required guards are left at the residency in order to protect Minerva and also the residency's security. Good grace. I can't say I like the battlefield, but I wonder if getting dragged around by Oju-sama or rampaging on the battlefield without thinking anything is easier. Because of her improvements, Minerva is now more proactive than before. The fact that she has given up on her path as an aristocratic daughter may be working in the wrong direction. Nowadays, she had transformed into such a hyperactive girl that it's a trouble to Moore. Seeing off the young master and finishing his daily work, after sighing and heading to sleep, it just about before dawn that Moore woke up. It was not the natural waking. It was the kind of danger-sensing capabilities after his long experience that forcefully dragged him out of his sleep. While his mind woke up rapidly, Moore had a sense of anxiety as he stood up. Almost unconsciously getting his equipment, he left the bedroom with a sword. The appearance of the mansion didn't look anything out of place. While occasionally passing by the night watches, Moore sharpened his senses. It's an unsettling feeling. It was the kind of unsettling feeling and displeasure of sensing his soon-to-be defeat, like getting thrown into a demonic being den. However, the mansion still remained peaceful. Eventually, Moore's feet headed outside the mansion to an observatory tower some distance away. Not by his reasoning, but his instincts unfolded, telling him to look further out. Entering the observatory tower, the strange feeling continued to swell and pushed his back while he climbed the long stairs. "Huh? Isn't it, Captain?" As he climbed the tower, the subordinates that is responsible for surveillance seemed surprised at his arrival. "Hey, just taking a look for a bit." With a vague answer, Moore looked over the surroundings. It was still quiet. The capital, when the morning market is still not yet open, it was a peaceful appearance that didn't suit his senses telling him otherwise. The city that would eventually come alive as the night passes and the day comes was still asleep. "It's nothing, huh?" Not finding any abnormalities, just as Moore was about to get down from the tower, something moved at the edge of his vision. "See?" In that direction, the endless sea unfolds. Just as Moore was about to dismiss it as a fishing boat, an unimaginable scene unfolded as it floated upwards. A gigantic ship appeared from the other side of the morning mist. It was an enormous ship hull that fooled his depth perception that Moore never seen before. On top of that, it wasn't just one or two. Just glancing and estimating, More could see more than 50 of those ships heading towards them. Oi! More saw the flags on those ships and panicked. The Empire's flag. The subordinate that saw the same fleet of ships said what it was. Just as what he said. The enormous ships were carrying the flag of Elmania Empire. Although the two were stunned, Moore immediately hit the back of the subordinate and yelled, "Don't space out, wake everyone up." The servants too. Why yes. Seeing the subordinate quickly run down the observatory tower, Moore looked over at the sea again. The fleet was heading straight here. The meaning behind that, it's not like Moore didn't understand. It's like that huh? It was just a short moment when his face turned ugly as he bit on his lips. Moore as well descended the tower behind his subordinate. Chapter 244. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 244. The thick black smoke rose in clouds. Anguished cries and angry yelling from all directions. A soldier was lying down in the fountain square, which was a place of relaxation for the people. Citizens of the capital ran around in panic with nothing in their hands. The morning that should have been the start of another normal day changed into a scene of carnage unimaginable from yesterday. With one hand carrying a baby, another pulling along a young child, a young mother was running in order to escape from something. The next moment, the young child tripped and fell on the ground. "Stand up quickly." The child was teary in his eyes, as the mother was pulling him back up with a desperate look. Even the mother who would gently embrace her own child and console him did not have the room to do so when in a situation of life and death. There here too, a man chased after the mother with a strangely excited tone. With leather armor and small shield on him, it was a soldier that had a short spear in his hand. However, it was not the appearance of a kingdom soldier that normally protects the safety of the capital. It was the insignia of the kingdom's nemesis, Elmania Empire, carved on his shield. "Quickly, run." The mother started running while pulling her child along forcefully, but it is already too late. The imperial soldier was already few steps within reach. As the approaching spear was about to stab into the back of the young child, another sword prevented that from the side swiftly. The spear was flung up along with a ringing sound. Because of the sudden interruption, the soldier stumbled few steps with his stance broken. "Run away now." The owner of the sword protected the back of the mother. Thank you very much." As the mother thanked her, she pulled her child by the hand and quickly ran away. "Now then, it looks like you are being awfully unrestrained." Without turning back once, the sword owner was facing against the soldier. "Female knight?" The imperial soldier scoffed. The owner of the sword that deflected the soldier's spear, it was a young girl, looked so young that she can be said on his daughter's level. An age of late teens, a glimpse of feminine gracefulness can be seen along with the youthful liveliness. The well-proportioned body is wrapped in expensive equipment, and the sword in her hand also shines differently from the mass-produced goods given to ordinary soldiers. It's natural why the soldier thought she was a knight. A little miss of some noble Do you think you're strong because you won against some commoner in a training ground? Let me show you what a real fight is. He probably misjudged his opponent. The imperial soldier thrusted his spear, convinced on his victory. "You are half correct." While replying with composure, the young girl's sword entwined with the tip of the approaching spear, with the sword in her hand as the center. As the sword turned half a circle from underhand to above, and the soldier's spear followed along the path. Not giving any room to the soldier that was surprised at the sudden happening, the young girl's sword ran along the spear, heading for the handle. Like that, the sword hit the hand holding the spear, and the soldier lost few of his fingers. My fingers." Seeing the soldier that could no longer hold a spear losing his fingers, the young girl lowered his sword, judging that he's no longer a threat. "Minerva-sama, are you alright?" And at that moment, several armed men came running. Their equipment was not uniform. At the very least, they're not soldiers of the kingdom army or any noble's army. Few of them remained around the young girl to protect her, while the others spread out, looking out for the surroundings. "Jumping out like that just when I took my eyes off for a second. When did Oju-sama become a kite with a broken string, I wonder?" The man that arrived late while walking sighed and grumbled. "Sorry for the trouble, Captain Greystar." However, it was barely in time. Minerva replied apologetically while closing her eyes, hiding her pupils. "I mean, from what it seems, only Oju-sama could have made it in time, but if something happened to Oju-sama, our head would literally and physically be detached. Though, it was also my fault for looking away just a moment thinking that it would be fine." "No, Captain Greystar is not in fault. If only His Excellency or young master would say so. Please be more aware of your position of getting protected. Yes, of course. Minerva hasn't apologized. However, considering the status, it's inevitable. Did he read the reflection on her expression? Moore did not pursue any more than that. Just as the two's conversation ended, one of the guards that was on the lookout interjected. Captain, what should we do about that Imperial soldier? Just tie him up and leave him around there. Is that fine? Not like there's any choice, right? Receiving the instructions, 3 men restrained the Imperial soldier with a rope. Seeing so, Minerva muttered, seemingly a little regretful. To think that an Imperial soldier is lurking alone. That just shows how bad the situation is. Looking away from Minerva, who seemed gloomy because of the graveness of the situation, Moore gave out orders to his subordinates in a loud voice. Oi, we're retreating. Following Moore's instructions, the group formed a circle around Minerva and moved. And naturally, beside Minerva was Moore. Will the kingdom lose? While looking around, Minerva asked Moore, who knows, at the very least, the capital's collapse is inevitable. The main force of the army is out at the border, and the Thoria army that's supposed to protect the capital rebelled, and after sending out soldiers to deal with that, now the surprise attack from the sea with the ships. It's totally done for. It's unknown how many soldiers the Empire brought with the ships, but you've seen the size. There's probably at least 500 or 1,000. Were we not on guard against a possible attack from the sea? The kingdom didn't, but the Empire shouldn't have the technology to sail along the outer seas. They can probably prepare enough ships to carry a few hundred, but that's considering sailing near shore. And it's common sense that it won't be a surprise attack if they sail near shore. Was it not just naive thinking? It shouldn't have been a mistake in the sense of fighting against the Empire. Just that. The problem is that it doesn't seem like the enemy is just the Empire. The greatest mistake this time is not taking the reason why the kingdom lost gravely 4 years ago into consideration. Sanra dual monarchy, was it? Yes, it's the army from the southern continent across the ocean. Naturally, their people would have advanced sailing technology that lets them transport people in the outer oceans, making the surprise attack this time possible. If the kingdom had taken into account of the presence of the Sanra dual monarchy, then, no, either way, we still have too few soldiers to put up a proper fight. His last few words were not directed to Minerva but his own monologue. In any case, there's no point thinking about what ifs now. In the first place, I'm not a soldier either. The moment when the Imperial soldiers manage to enter the capital, it's already a lost. The only thing the kingdom can do now is to give up on this place and try to recover from it. However, that doesn't mean that nobles like us can selfishly escape first. At the very least, we will try to delay the Imperial soldiers to allow as many citizens to escape. Minerva was saying it as a matter of fact, but Moore explained the reality while scratching his head. Well, that's a really upstanding thought, but even the commoners don't expect much from the nobles now. They never expected anything from the start. It was a total silence as Minerva walked 5 steps forward. Looking straight forward, Minerva spoke while her eyes blinked slowly. But being on top of people signifies bearing their responsibility as well. It is exactly that we are bearing the responsibility that they will follow the one above and respect them. Isn't it the nobles that made it that way? That's why nobles must take responsibility for the lives of the people. Even if not expected of, it doesn't mean the obligation disappears. On top of that, we are of the Nyrestia, originally an extension of the royal family. And that royal family, I wonder how many of them are still in the castle now. Moore's loose-mouthed mutter was caught by Minerva, with her iris-colored eyes staring at him. That is being disrespectful, Captain Greystar. I will pretend to have not heard it, but be mindful in public places. I guess so. That was my mistake. However, even not about the royal family, I wonder how many nobles are still in the capital fighting against the Imperial army. People that holds the noble spirit should not be few. That's what I believe. Minerva said so as her wish, but Moore denied it mercilessly. I mean, that's what the nobles should do, but it's hard for me to say that you are too idealistic, but, Oju-sama, the reality is like that. Seeing a gathering of people ahead of them, Moore had an exhausted face while pointing there. Please save us. Please. Just this child. The Empire bastards are just around the corner. 3 large carriages can be seen on the road, and many people surrounded it. These commoners. This carriage is not something you all can touch simply. He's probably the escort of the carriage. The armed man was pushing the surrounding people away as if they're a bother. What are you doing? Quickly start moving already. It was a middle-aged man, about 40, that showed his face out of the front carriage. The noble that signified luxury on his body can be seen wearing countless ornaments and having several layers of bulging fat on his chin. Forgive me. These people are blocking the road. Just chase those commoners away already. It seems like the citizens of the capital were desperately begging the noble who was escaping the capital on a carriage. Since the imperial soldiers had already invaded the city, there will not be a good outcome if they stayed in the capital any longer. However, if escaping now, running on foot would not be feasible. At the very least, getting on a carriage will increase their chances, but there were probably close to none carriages remaining in the capital. Please, please let me up. Don't abandon us. That's why the citizens were desperately begging. They understand their opponent is a noble as well, but in a situation of life and death, they don't care much about it. Catching a ride on a noble's carriage, they're normally complaints that they would never make. It's not a carriage for you people. Do not mistake yourself having the value to do so. The begging citizens were shut off by the merciless words. Seeing that, Minerva bit her lips. The nobles that should protect the citizens, how shallow. It's something like that. For nobles, commoners are just like that. Well, it's not just about nobles. In an emergency like this, there are not many that can still uphold a noble spirit. Humans care for their own the most after all. But it's exactly because it's an emergency. Minerva seemed like she wanted to say something, but disregarding that, Moore asked, "So, what to do?" "I will try to ask that person." "There seems to be space in the 2 carriages at the back." "It's impossible for everyone, but at least the woman and the children can be saved." "Well then, it's skeptical whether the name of a duke can work in a situation like this." Moore looked from the side while shrugging as Minerva approached the carriage, but at that time, one of the citizens cried out in panic, "Ah, Imperial soldiers!" That voice spurred more panic. Imperial soldiers appeared from the end of the street, and the people dispersed like ants on fire. "Ah, run!" "Wait, don't abandon me." Mama. It was already a chaotic situation, but the Imperial soldiers started slashing at the people that escaped late. Seeing that, Minerva called out to Moore, "Captain Greystar." "I know." The next moment, Minerva started running, with a sword in her hand and her iris hair fluttering. "Kane, take 5 people with you and secure a retreat route." "Yes." The man called Kane received instructions from Moore and retreated, as the remaining allies followed after Minerva and faced the Imperial soldiers. Chapter 245. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 245. There are more than 30 Imperial soldiers at a glance. It's clear that Minerva and the others are at a disadvantage considering they only got not more than 20 people. Oju-sama, 2 more minutes is the limit. Understood. Minerva understood as well that what they can do at this point is to only buy time for the others to escape. Even if the guard captain of the Duke's residency is skillful, with the fatigue of continuous fighting, there's no guarantee that he won't be overrun because of their numbers. Moreover, more Imperial soldiers will arrive the longer they dragged on. However, if they can delay the Imperial soldiers even by a little, it means more citizens can escape. That's the reason why Minerva held her sword. It has that much value. "What are you doing? Quickly move already." Behind Minerva, who was going to fight against the approaching Imperial soldiers, an angry voice of the noble towards the coachman was heard. While disappointed, Minerva wields a sword to hold back the soldiers ahead. "But Dana-sama, there are too many commoners around. The carriage can't move." While changing her position by a little and glancing at her back, something unbelievable came out of the noble riding on the carriage. "Just run over those commoners." That's surely. "Just do it already." The commoners are suitable meat shields. Perhaps pushed by the noble's threatening attitude, the coachman seemed really unwilling even as he started moving the carriage. That arsehole. Moore cursed as he noticed what was happening, but naturally his words wouldn't reach the person in question. Even if they want to condemn the noble, their hands are occupied with dealing with the Imperial soldiers. Disregarding that there were still people in their path, the carriage started moving. But the next moment, the carriage suddenly halted, its wheel fell and stuck in a gap. What happened? The wheels suddenly. The surrounding escorts panically reported to the angry noble. The wheels of all 3 carriages, including the one the noble rode on, were torn apart as if hit by a sharp blade. Without wheels, A carriage is just a box. Even if horses are stronger than human, it will not move. The two carriages at the back tipped over, and the expensive-looking treasures from within spilled on the road. Seeing that, the Imperial soldiers' eyes changed. Several of them immediately ignored Minerva and the others, dodging them and going to secure spoils. Oju-sama, let's retreat. Yes. Other than trampling on weaklings, looting is also something that soldiers on a battlefield pleasures from. The two carriages that were full of treasures were probably more appealing to the Imperial soldiers than killing each other. Minerva and the others slowly retreated, and the Imperial soldiers rather than pursuing prioritized the looting. Although there were still few that didn't change their mind, but if they dealt with those, then there will be no one remaining to chase the running citizens. Retrieve all of them. Hey, don't run. The noble was getting off the carriage screaming. However, the coachman had already escaped, and the several remaining escorts are fewer than the Imperial soldiers. They got surrounded immediately and were getting cut down. It's my assets. Bastards like you can never, gah. Getting off the carriage, the greedy noble that tried to scoop the treasures in his arm was easily stabbed by a soldier in the neck and collapsed. It's a chance. Retreat. Seeing the Imperial soldiers gathering around the carriage, more instructed. The soldiers that are living in their dream as they fattened their wallet did not even glance at Minerva and the others or the citizens that were escaping. As the result, there were few victims. They easily retreated, sacrificing the noble's assets with room to spare. However, the Imperial soldiers are already all over the capital. Ahead of Minerva and the others that ran through the capital while being aware of any chasing Imperial soldiers, they found another group. Rather, it was not just a group. To be precise, there were two, one standing with their back against the wall, and the other surrounding them. The one surrounding the other are the Imperial soldiers, and the one having their backs against the wall are probably the citizens. Seeing that they have no weapons in their hand, and their clothing all random, it's obvious that they aren't fighters. Captain Greystar, it's not a problem if they only have that many people. We will get rid of them in one swoop. As Minerva called out, the guard captain of the Duke's residency had already laid out a plan. Sandwich them. At Moore's instructions, the guards jumped into the Imperial soldiers from both sides. There were not even 10 people on the Imperial soldiers' side. Unlike just now, Minerva's party had the upper hand, and the citizens that were cornered now can counterattack and pincer them. Do it in one go. Moore's voice motivated them. However, it's an exchange near a wall. There wasn't enough space for everyone to swing around their weapon. While looking at Moore and the others slashing, Minerva at the back prepared to jump out in case anyone got injured. Shit. Did he go crazy? Realizing his disadvantage, one of the Imperial soldiers ignored Minerva and the others and instead slashed at the citizens. The sword on the soldier's hand slashed one of the citizen. Dad. A young girl ran to the collapsed middle-aged man bleeding. You too. Just as the soldier's fierce blade was about to slash at the girl, Minerva caught something flying from the side. The something flew across the soldier's arm, and in the next moment disappeared as if it was never there. Just as the something disappeared, something else dropped on the ground with a dull thud. That was the sword that the soldier held, and also the hand holding it. Jai-ah! The soldier screamed in pain from the hand that got severed suddenly. Let me be of help. Then following that, a willful female voice that was heard. Looking over there was one person that wore like a magician, a face with slanted eyes, thin lips and small nose, fluffy hair of an orange tinge. It's a face that is well defined in overall. Although her clothes and face were slightly dirtied because of dirt, but she still had a mysterious prestigious charm. Protect the citizens. Minerva, who judged that the girl was an ally, immediately called out. They already had the advantage in numbers in the first place, but Minerva and the others can't reach the people on the other side of the Imperial soldiers. If it's a magician, then no matter the distance, they should be able to protect the citizens. The blessing residing in the nameless shield, the calming of blue, Filgaro's physical barrier. The female magician immediately responded to Minerva's request, deploying a barrier around the citizens. The speediness of the chant proved the female magician was quite experienced. Of course, a physical barrier is not omnipotent, but it's not breakable by normal soldiers that have only received some training. If the citizens' safety can be ensured, then the result is already set in stone. Without Minerva needing to fight, Moore and the others are slowly but surely neutralizing the Imperial soldiers. Eventually, not even 3 minutes, every Imperial soldiers there were neutralized, and the guards then split up, some looking out for the surroundings and the others treating the injured. Stop the bleeding of the injured and, please bring some medicine here. The middle-aged man that was slashed by the soldier must be prioritized. Unlike Minerva and the others or the Imperial soldiers, normal citizens have no equipment of protecting themselves. They are powerless in front of a sharp blade. Even if they treated him immediately, the chances of getting saved is very low. If they had a high-grade medicine, then it could probably heal him easily, but Minerva didn't have something like that now. That's why, the only thing that can be done now is to stop the bleeding, and get the medicine as soon as possible. However, even though Minerva was impatient, hearing a voice from among the citizens, her worries dispelled. There's no need to worry. His wounds are already healed. Minerva looked over at the voice that seemed familiar. Several people who were blocking the line of sight avoided left and right to clear the way. As the view became clear, there was the bloody middle-aged man and his daughter, and also another young female wearing a nun outfit. The treatment is probably just finished. The female stood up from beside the middle-aged man, as Minerva at the same time called out her name, Swordsman. She was the famous figure in the capital that even Minerva was acquainted with. It was Sister Solt that was famous as the Saintess candidate. It has been a while. Minerva-sama. Solt lowered her head, as her cherry blossom hair fell to the side. Minerva's expression loosened at the unexpected encounter. Yes, it has been, Solt-sama. It was unexpected to meet you at this place. Me too. Same as Minerva. Solt's expression seemed to loosen as well. Finishing up the joyous reunion that lasted for a few moments, Minerva immediately pulled back up and asked, "Is he all right?" "Yes. It seems like his consciousness is stable now, so I think he's fine. The others are not injured that much either." Solt's encouraging words answered Minerva, who was worried about the middle-aged man. "That's great to hear. However, Imperial soldiers might come again. Please evacuate quickly." Even though dodged a threat, it doesn't change the fact that they are still in danger. Of course, no one would know where in the capital is still safe now. What is Minerva-sama going to do? "We will go around the capital to find for others that have not yet escaped." Naturally, Minerva is not looking to self-destruct either. Minerva herself, and also Moore and the other guards, considering their capabilities, she judged that it's still within range. Then, another voice interrupted Minerva and Solt's conversation. "Can I please follow along?" The two at the same time looked over at the voice. "You are the one from just now." The owner of the voice was the female magician that used magic to support them just now. "It is our first meeting. I'm Elnoa Milmus. I'm very sorry for the rude greeting, but please take care of me." Pinching her robe like a skirt, the female magician named Elnoa lowered herself a little. Hearing the name, Minerva felt like she recalled something, and she asked, "Milmus, could you be the daughter of Viscount Milmus?" "Yes. My foolish father is the one with the title of Viscount Milmus." No matter how much the Duke's daughter ranks higher than the Viscount's daughter in the aristocratic society, Minerva felt uncomfortable at someone expressing her parents as foolish to others. From Elnoa's words, it revealed her thoughts for her father, but it seems like her training as a noble lady made it not apparent on her face. "I'm Minerva from the Nyrestia ducal house." "It's a little embarrassing to look like this, but please overlook it as the situation is like this." The Minerva is now, albeit dressed in high-end goods, it's still a fighting equipment nonetheless. Not wearing a dress, she couldn't greet properly like what Elnoa did. The ducal house. Hearing Minerva's house name, Elnoa seemed surprised. After all, the two wasn't acquainted in the first place, and Minerva hadn't been interacting with the society very much in the past 3 years. There were only a few that knew of the Duke's noble lady's grown-up face. Although she knew that Minerva is a noble, seeing the armed men's behavior around her, she didn't think Minerva was a daughter of a duke. "I apologize for my rudeness." Although surprised, Elnoa immediately apologized for her attitude and changed her wording. "Rather than that, Nyrestia-sama, let me help in evacuating the citizens too. As you might have already seen just now, I am proficient in magic to some degree. I will not be a burden like in the war with the Empire 4 years ago." That's Elnoa, who offered to follow, caused Minerva's mouth to tangle. Certainly, her magic skills are quite magnificent from what she showed just now. The chant that had no wavering, and the accurate aim was not inferior to magicians of the royal army. In a fight, even if just one more magician, their effective power will raise by several folds. If just on the regard of fighting enemies, it's more than welcoming. Do you understand the possible consequences? I fully understand. But that is exactly why we nobles should take lead in a dangerous situation. Nyarestiya-sama is also of the same idea, thus holding a sword in her hands right now, right? Those words were what Minerva always believes in. Seeing that someone having the same spirit as herself, Minerva forgot about the situation and became genuinely happy. Thank you Milmuas-sama. Please do lend us a hand. Just as Minerva was about to reply with a smile, suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the center of the capital. Hearing that, everyone on the spot looked over at that direction. The center of the capital, in other words, the center stake of the Nagara's kingdom, the royal castle. The castle is a trembling voice from one of them. In the midst of everyone's gaze, the castle that stood gallantly yesterday grumbled partly. Chapter 246. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 246. Another explosion happened after a while. This time, it happened several times consecutively, and then the outer wall crumbled along with it. It didn't hold as expected. Moore muttered, seeing the reality. Originally, there was only about 200 soldiers left in the capital as defense. Although the exact number of the opposing force is unknown, at the very least, it's expected in the thousands. On top of that, they were taken by surprise, and allowed their infiltration in the capital. The collapse of the castle was only a matter of time. Oju-sama, it's about to get worse. I understand what you are thinking, but it will be troubling for us if you disregard your own safety. His Majesty, are they safe? There are escape routes made for just this purpose, right? And the soldiers in the castle had probably already brought enough time for them. What we can do is only pray that they're safe. Not a noble, nor a soldier belonging to the royal army. For more, the royalty is just something like would be nice if they are safe, but there's no need to put myself in danger because of them. In any case, the time is close. If Oju-sama is still unwilling, then I will do my best to take you. Hearing Moore, who was more serious than usual, Minerva understood the graveness of the situation. There's no choice. Let's escape from the capital. Not knowing where the royalty had gone, while feeling a little itchy in her chest knowing that there will still be some citizens left behind, Minerva chose to listen to Moore's advice. Salt-sama, Milmuas-sama too. Salt and Elnoa, who was called out, probably understood the danger of remaining in the capital in this situation as well. Yes. Please leave any treatment to me. Understood. There's no choice now that it has become like this. The two immediately agreed at Minerva, who purposed to leave together. Forest in the east, Imperial soldiers in the south, battlefield in the north. There's only west to go. Yes, first to our territory. As Moore said, there are limited destinations even if they choose to leave the capital. Escaping from the enemies, a safe place would only be towards the west. Luckily, the Nyarestiya Duchy is just a day away from the west of the capital. In the sense of getting away from the Imperial army and also the Thoria army, there's no better way. Minerva and the others exited from the west gate of the capital, and received horses from the people of the Duke's residency on standby there, heading west together with the refugees. However, their advance was slow. Unlike Minerva and the others, most of the refugees are only on foot, and they were carrying their baggage from home. With the elderly and children and many injured, their speed was slow. It's impossible to shake off any pursuers if they came. I would really want to get to the territory right now though. We can't. That would mean affirming what the person on the carriage did. Not protecting those they have to, but prioritizing themselves. Something like that will never be allowed. However, it is also a fact that Moore and the other escorts are dragged into her own beliefs, as Minerva's self-loathing didn't end. Only being protected, all thanks to her weakness. I mean, if asked abandoning them or not is correct, I would never say that it is correct, at least in my heart. Moore was in a difficult position. From his words that seemed to hope nobles to be like that, Minerva's current actions might be the right choice. However, from his standpoint of an escort appointed to Minerva by the Duke's son, he must prioritize Minerva's safety to the territory first. An hour after they headed west on the highway with a gloomy atmosphere. They're already here. Moore looked behind while his horse was still heading west. He reported the appearance of the pursuers in a displeased voice. Minerva as well looked backwards. She could see a group of armed men leaving the west gate. Naturally, They're not allies. Pursuers already, even though they surely have no reason to be chasing after refugees that are escaping, even more so to split up their force because of that. Well, if there were only refugees here, they might have left us alone. Moore, who said so meaningfully, led Minerva to an answer. Could it be, it's because of me? The Nyrestia house is connected to the royalty, or in a sense, a branch family. Naturally for the Duke himself. But even his daughter, Minerva, also has the right to succeed the throne despite unlikely. Of course, in normal times, the right to the throne wouldn't ever come to Minerva. But no matter how low her position is, even if it didn't seem significant, the right to succeed is just as it sounds. Thinking about extinguishing any chance the kingdom might have to resist, Minerva's existence is truly a trouble. Being a celebrity sure is tiring, Oju-sama. So you wouldn't deny it? Since he didn't reply her question even as she asked, in other words, it is just as she said. Leaving that aside, it's kinda bad. We can escape on our own with our horses, but there are limited choices for Minerva currently: protecting the citizens as a noble, or lead the enemy away, or try making contact with the enemy, or escaping on their own. If the Imperial Army is aiming for the throne successor, then Minerva leaving would ensure the safety of the refugees. But if the Imperial Army doesn't notice Minerva leaving, or they were really aiming for the refugees from the beginning, in the end, it would become a scenario of literally unarming themselves in front of enemies. They would be seen as prioritizing themselves and abandoning the citizens. Then, will making contact be a better choice? It will probably buy some time. However, that would only work under the pretense that the enemy came for Minerva. On top of that, even if the result of negotiation will ensure the refugees' safety, Minerva will probably be restrained as hostage. Naturally, the escorts, Moore and the others will not allow that, and Minerva herself didn't think it was a self-sacrifice, but only abandoning her responsibilities. In the first place, there's no one guaranteeing that the Imperial soldiers will uphold the promise after Minerva is restrained. Naturally, they will not allow the refugees to escape. Then the last remaining choice is to fight to the bitter end. We will first try to negotiate to buy some time. When the negotiation fails, we will try our best to stop them. Though we as escorts really want Oju-sama to get to the territory while we hold them back. While abandoning the refugees? Even at a glance, they have about 100 people, you see. Moore looked at the Imperial soldiers with his hand roving his eyes. No matter what, I don't think we can win against 5 times our numbers. Even if we try to stop them, we can't do anything if they went around. How about just honestly escape? Moore asked again, seeing Minerva shaking her head despite so. Why is it? Is the noble spirit that important to even involve every escort here? Having basically asked that, why should the escorts march to their death because of her selfishness, Minerva felt pain in her chest. Despite so, she couldn't step down. Behind us, there are our kingdom's citizens, and I am a noble of the kingdom. In this place, if there's another person that is ranked higher than me, then surely I am allowed to escape. But now, there's only me and Milmu-sama here. Although it might be different if Elnoa herself is the head of the house, however, she is only the daughter of the noble, having no peerage of her own. Considering their houses, without even thinking much, Minerva will have the higher rank here. If so, my words here will be the kingdom's words. My actions here will be the will of the kingdom. At the very least, the refugees will think so. If I chose to abandon them now, it will mean the kingdom is abandoning them. Because of that, I cannot escape by myself for my own sake. Minerva had been taught since childhood that it is the role of a noble to be the spear and the shield of the people. I will try to negotiate and bite time on my own. Captain Greystar and the refugees should. Don't be stupid. Moore, who looked stupefied, covered her words. Offering out someone that we should protect to the enemy. What kind of escort will allow that? Something like that isn't even an escort. Sighing deeply, Moore gave another idea. How about this? First, negotiate to buy time. When it breaks down, Oju-sama with a few escorts will head to another direction. If possible, lead as many of them away from the refugees, and escape while buying most time and try not to get surrounded. Majority of the escorts will stay with the refugees to stop the remaining. How about this? If the enemy's aim is Oju-sama, then many of them would probably be led away without danger to the refugees, and leaving some chance for us to survive. I think it's the best plan. Thank you, Captain Greystar. Let's go with that. Let me say this first, it's still very much dangerous. More, who didn't try hiding his displeasure, instructed the other escorts. As the result, Minerva and More would be the decoys, together with 3 other elites. Salt and Elnoa offered themselves too, but More stopped them with not enough horses. There were only these 5 that are war horses. The other horses will not be useful in a fight. In a battlefield, a horse's role is not just carrying a person. It is clear that without a trained war horse, they would be scared and go out of control because of the screams of the soldiers, slashes or magic. In the first place, most of the war horses are already sorted to fight with the Empire or the Thoria army. Despite so, being able to procure 5 war horses proves the Duke House's capabilities. In the end, Salt and Elnoa will stay WTH the other escorts together with the refugees, protecting them. Firstly, the decoys, 5 riding on horses including Minerva, waited there to welcome the Imperial soldiers. Naturally, the other escorts and refugees headed further west during that time. As the Imperial soldiers gotten closer, their formation became clearer. As we thought, there were not many cavalries. It seems to be so. 7 or 8, I suppose. Minerva caught the pursuers in her sight. Majority of them are infantries, and several of them rode on horses, probably platoon or squad leaders. Since they were riding on a ship, it's natural to have lesser cavalries. And it's also a surprise attack on the capital. There's almost no role for a cavalry here, but they probably still put in a few just in case. Though it's really troublesome for us. If we deal with the cavalries, then it will be easy to escape from them, I suppose. One of the escort that became decoy together with Minerva said to More. Yeah, rather, if we finish off their cavalries, then we will have to control our speed to let them pursue us properly. Seeing the lack of horses on the enemy side is beneficial for them. Infantry would never catch up with a seriously running horse, and as long as they are not surrounded, Minerva and the others have high chance to survive. However, Oju-sama, there's no need for Oju-sama to be negotiating alone, I think. No, there's a need to stand at the same level as them first in a negotiation. For that, I alone will have to stand in front. Moreover, if I reveal myself earlier, it will be more likely for them to chase after me. Well, I can't deny that, but there might be arrows flying to you, so don't lower your guard. More, who stood beside Minerva, warned her, while the distance between the enemy closed. The about 100 Imperial soldiers that exited the west gate of the kingdom stopped at about 50 meters before Minerva and the others that waited for them. The sea breeze carried the scent of the tide and crossed the highway. The footsteps of the Imperial soldiers stopped, and silence visited. Who is the commander of the group? Not suiting the battlefield, a dignified voice echoed. The Imperial soldiers started murmuring. After a while, there was a man's voice from the Empire side. I am the one commanding this unit. Who are you? My name is Minerva Nyrestia, daughter of Duke Nyrestia. Hearing Minerva's answer, the Imperial soldiers started murmuring even more. Even for the Empire's common sense, they couldn't have thought a high-ranking noble lady would appear in a battlefield. On top of that, Minerva was not wearing a dress but equipment for fighting. Wielding a sword and riding on a horse, her appearance was not very befitting of a noble lady. Behind us are non-combatants that have fled the capital. They have no intentions to resist, nor do they have the means to fight. If you, as she was about to address the Empire's commander, Minerva caught something glittered within her vision and immediately yelled, "Something is coming. Disperse." More reflexively gave out orders, and Minerva as well manipulated the horse quickly. Passing by her side, a fireball sucked into the place where Minerva was before. Chapter 247. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 247. Behind us are non-combatants that have fled the capital. They have no intentions to resist, nor do they have the means to fight. If you, something entered Minerva's vision who was speaking to the Imperial soldiers. Hidden behind the Imperial soldiers, a shimmering haze like on a hot day's road appeared. Judging from experience what it would do, Minerva immediately warned her allies. Something is coming. Disperse. As expected of More, who reacted to Minerva's words immediately. Of course, Minerva herself can't stay there as well. As she controlled the horse with the reins, a fireball appeared above the Imperial soldiers and flew towards her. The fireball that came at high speed shattered the ground. The heat radiated in the air reached Minerva, and the shockwave shook her. There were more coming. More's voice told them to pay attention, and now, volleys of arrow came from the Imperial soldiers. Minerva immediately controlled the horse to run. avoiding the area that was aimed. More arrived beside her. So they didn't have the intention of capture from the start, huh? It was as Moore said. Leaving aside negotiation, the Imperial soldiers didn't even have the intention of listening what they are saying. On top of that, they responded with magic and arrows. It was obvious that they are not going to capture Minerva, but to kill her. They even have a magician there. Those Empire bastards, they don't spare any energy, huh? While blocking the incoming arrows with his sword, Moore grumbled. Certainly, the presence of a magician here is unexpected. The same for the kingdom. Even in the Empire, magicians are important assets in the army. And to use them just for the sake of pursuing refugees, even Moore didn't expect they would do that. Though, if they were aiming for Oju-sama from the start, then it makes more sense. The arrows that came from the Imperial soldiers weren't that much, and archers that can accurately snipe someone riding on a horse is even lesser. However, the problem was the offensive magic by the magician. As long as they are within sight of the magician, the magic attack is more accurate than any arrow. Oju-sama, it's looking quite bad. Yes, it seems so. I didn't think they would have a magician too. Let's retreat immediately. That's. Moore made changes to the plan ad lib, and just as Minerva was showing a difficult face, she was taken by surprise as a part of the ground collapsed. It was the magic of the enemy magician. Unlike Moore, who immediately pulled his horse and avoided it, Minerva ran straight into it. Oju-sama. Hearing Moore's voice, Minerva's vision flipped. The next moment, a strong hit to her shoulder, with impacts towards her back, waist and then her legs. She couldn't even breathe for a second. Hack. As her realization of falling off her horse finally caught up, she also realized that it's the worst scenario. She tried to raise her painful body up, but her limbs didn't listen to her command. Without wasting time, the Imperial soldiers immediately closed the distance. And then, the sound of gallops. Hold on, Oju-sama. Moore reached out his hands after arriving beside Minerva. However, her breath had only just caught up, and her body rebelled against her own will, and she couldn't take his hand. Captain, what about Oju-sama? The other three cavalry who were dealing with the approaching Imperial soldiers came running. Pulling the reins is probably impossible. Riding on someone's horse and breaking through is not possible too. Moore looked around the Imperial soldiers annoyed. There were already 5 Imperial soldiers surrounding Minerva and the others. We're surrounded. Moore clicked his tongue as he got down his horse. In a situation where they are forced to stop, there's no longer any meaning to continue riding a horse. Centering Minerva, with their back faced towards each other, Moore and the other 3 glared at the surrounding Imperial soldiers. All right. Deal with their horses and the magician if there's a chance. Moore muttered in a soft voice only audible to the other 3. Got it. Isn't the magician impossible? I mean, if he comes out in front. Hearing the 3 different kinds of response, Moore asked Minerva. Oju-sama, can you run? My legs, it's not as painful. Probably, I think. Eventually, Minerva, who regained her freedom of movement, said so without confidence. Although the pain is still terrible in her shoulders, other than that, she was getting better. It was fortunate that her legs was not in pain. Let's head north if we can break through. Rest yourself until then. No, I will fight too. Please stay still for the time being. If Oju-sama's legs stopped in the middle of it, it will be the end. Whether it's not like the numbness is gone yet, right? Although there's a need for Minerva and the others to talk in order to convey their intentions, the Imperial soldiers didn't. The 5 were totally surrounded by Imperial soldiers, and were attacked by the infantries one after another. Moore and the other 3 were fending off with a sword. The difference in number is 5 against 100. However, even if they are surrounded, it's not like all 100 of them can come at them at once. Moore and the other 3 at most only face 2 or 3 opponents at a time. Naturally, fighting several opponents at once requires considerable skills, but Moore and the other 3 of the guards of the Duke's residency are elites. If there's no need to worry about their back, there's no way they would get taken out by a common soldier. Indri, how many? One of the 3 guards smashed an Imperial soldier's spear down to the ground while asking his colleague. The second now, the man named Indri was pressing on his sword, forcing through the shield of the Imperial soldier, stabbing through the neck of the soldier that fell backwards. The second victim fell. Just 2? Shut up. You lots are really energetic. While commenting on his subordinates enjoyably, Moore avoided the spear that came his way. Then what about Captain? His sword closed in within an instant, and Moore's sword cut off the arm of a soldier. Is my fifth. It was not a long time that Minerva and the others started exchanging sword blows after getting surrounded. They still hadn't had any serious injuries, while the number of victims from the Imperial soldiers crossed over 2 digits. However, it still doesn't change the fact that they are severely lacking in numbers compared to the opponents. Moreover, their fatigue is piling up, with the fatigue piling up and slowing down their judgment. A moment's mistake would suffice to kill. Crap. One of the escorts failed to parry an attack, and showed an enormous opening. Aiming that, another Imperial soldier came slashing. Look out! It was Minerva who reached out from behind and saved him. The short sword-carrying Mana deflected the Imperial soldier's sword. Thanks for the save. Cutting down the Imperial soldier after escaping from the danger, the escort thanked Minerva. Let me support too. As the pain from falling off her horse subsided, other than the pain residing in her shoulder, there were not many problems. It's not Minerva's intentions to be protected like this forever. Minerva at the center focused on all directions, and wielded her sword to support the escorts who were getting pushed back. Matching the movements of the escorts, she would occasionally leave the center, dealing one blow and immediately getting back to the center. Although not having trained as a team in the first place, their actions were linked together strangely well. Thanks to that, no ally had retired yet. However, no matter how Moore and the other escorts are individually stronger than the Imperial soldiers, it's obvious to anyone's eyes that the current situation is not good to persist. Captain, it's about time. Yeah, I know. From the beginning, it's impossible to win against that many enemies. What they could do is deal as much damage as they can, break through a gap in their encirclement, and escape like that. There's a need to reserve their power for a timing like that to appear. Now that they have abandoned their horses, they have to deal with the pursuing horses as well somehow. If not, they could never outrun the enemies. Kane and Indri, open a path. Yes, understood. At Moore's order, the two escorts made a joint aggressive offense. The two's roles are to push through forcefully. Not able to respond to the two that were attacking defensively till now, 2 Imperial soldiers were down in a moment. However, Minerva, who was about to follow after the two, saw another haze at the edge of her vision. Incoming magic. A short warning. The next moment, Minerva witnessed a fireball flying towards Kane, who started running. Gwaa! Yuak! The fireball impacted right in front of Minerva, consuming Kane and another Imperial soldier. They're even hitting their own people. Moore yelled out, complaining. Minerva lost her voice at the unimaginable scene. With this close-quarter combat, it was unthinkable for the enemy to unleash offensive magic. It would have been different if it was after they escaped the encirclement. It's natural to be on guard against offensive magic or arrows that may come after escaping the encirclement. However, Minerva didn't ever expect they would ever hurl an offensive magic that might involve one of their own men. Kane-san. Minerva ran to Kane. Oju-sama, don't stop. Run. Moore's voice reached Minerva as well. However, her legs stopped nonetheless. Run, Oju-sama. Kane's painful and weak voice conveyed. It seems like he was still conscious. However, his back was burnt, and it was obvious that his life is already fleeting. He was not in a state capable of running, even more so that he cannot fight with a sword. Minerva, who stopped running just for a moment, was surrounded by Imperial soldiers again. Atilda, whelp, this is now awful. Moore's tone was still light despite in a grave situation. It's unknown whether it is the leisure that he gained from escaping so many near-death situations, a bluff, or resignation. Breaking through is now impossible. Arriving there, Minerva finally realized that she had made an irrecoverable mistake. It's natural for her to be concerned over an injured ally, and look after them. However, it was not a situation that something natural like that should happen. Although cold-hearted, they should have abandoned Kane, who was injured, and break through the encirclement. In as little time as a blink, she had to make the correct decision when Moore shouted. However, it's already meaningless to mull over it now. It was a mistake in Minerva's judgment. No. Even if she understood that abandoning Kane there was the right choice, she hesitated when executing, and the lag in her judgment costed her greatly. It was a mistake. Minerva regretted over her choice as she squeezed out the few words. The situation had worsened several leagues than before. It had already been decided during the moment of her mistake in judgment, or even earlier when she hesitated. In an instant on the battlefield, one must be able to make a cold-hearted decision. Although Minerva learned the lesson now, it would only prove useful if she can actually survive. Well, Oju-sama is still 16, and it's the first battlefield after all. I guess I was way worse when I was that age. Moore's consoling words weren't capable of soothing Minerva. Because of Minerva's mistake, everyone's death is drawing close, and of course, there is no chance to fix it now. In the end, she had only dragged everyone around under the pretense of her noble pride. Just as Moore said, selfish behavior will only drive the escorts to death. Those thoughts became her words. I'm sorry. Moore didn't hide his surprise and returned his advice. Oi, a noble lady of the Duke can't be apologizing now. At this point, being a noble or not doesn't matter. Despite it being a death-threatening situation, Minerva showed a bitter smile. It was myself that involved everyone. If I were to escape the capital from the start, then something like this would have never happened. That's why, not as a noble lady, I wish to apologize as a person and thank you for not abandoning me, despite my selfishness. Captain Greystar, and everyone else too. It was already the end of the road. If so, the face of a noble or prestige does not matter. Following her true self within, at least that should be forgivable. Now, I take the appreciation but, spare me from the apologies. It's not like we followed Oju-sama unwillingly, whether, with one of the soldiers stabbing with his spear as the trigger, several other soldiers rushed at once. While avoiding one of them, Moore continued. Although I've made a lot of complaints from my standpoint, I don't think Oju-sama was wrong. It's as Captain said, Oju-sama, a noble protecting the citizens from the invaders. It's like the hero of a story, isn't it cool to be one? While fending off the Imperial soldiers behind, the escorts agreed with Moore. Actually, it felt like I became a knight I longed for. It was quite fun. Isn't it an exciting situation to be swinging a sword alongside my master? Even more so if she's a noble lady. The escort on the right side was cutting down Imperial soldiers with a fearless smile. And you heard it, Oju-sama. You can stick your chest out in pride. Finally, with Moore's words, Minerva's chest burned. The inexplicable feeling flooded her entire body, as she held herself back from yelling out impulsively with reasoning. Once again, thank you. Dismissing her thoughts of self-deprecation, Minerva took up her sword while suppressing the pain in her shoulder. It is my utmost pride to have been with everyone. Although I have no means to return the favor, I will at least prove myself worthy to be protected. That's why, dodging the sword that came from the front, she cut down the arm that swung it. To not shame the name of Nyrestia, let's fight till the bitter end. With resolution, her sword drew the character. Now that's a pretty expression, Moore said with a grin, in a feeling that was closer than ever before. Not as a servant, without the relationship of the protector and the protected, Minerva, who felt like she was acknowledged as a battle comrade for the first time, felt light in her heart. Disregarding the situation, with their backs against each other, the four sword were cutting away at the Imperial soldiers. Even with light injuries on them, they slowly but surely shaved away at the enemies. However, the advantage wouldn't last forever. Minerva's both arms felt dull, and the hands that held the familiar sword felt like logs. As if waiting for them to exhaust themselves, the Imperial soldiers were pushing against them without pause. Unlike the enemies that had substitutes, Minerva and the others had to fight without taking a sliver of rest. The limit is unavoidable. TCH, this sword. Beside Minerva, one of the escorts threw away the sword that snapped in half, and switched to a spare dagger. Guck. The escort at her back took an attack to his side abdomen from a spear blade, and staggered. However, Minerva didn't have the room to follow up with them now. She herself was stuck in a sword lock with another Imperial soldier after all. Even if practiced in swordsmanship, Minerva is still only a 16-year-old girl. In a sword lock, she of course has the disadvantage in brute strength. Even more so now that her shoulders are still injured. Little miss, don't glare at me like that. Blame your birth country. Now, do it. The soldier in front of her signaled the others, and the two soldiers beside him faced Minerva. Minerva felt hair standing all over herself. If she took an attack from both sides now, there's no doubt that she would turn into a skewer. As she resolved that it is the end, Minerva felt intense pressure above her head that she never experienced. It was only herself that noticed the change in the atmosphere. Minerva unintentionally looked upwards to the sky. The iris-colored eyes widened. What filled the entire sky was thick layer of haze. And then, the countless swords that rained down on the ground. Chapter 248. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 248. Minerva even forgotten about the situation and stared at the sight. With the cloudy blue sky as the background, the person as if commanding the countless swords was flying in the sky. Seeing the figure that she wanted to meet but couldn't, her eyes became wet. He is the only teacher she aspired to, the young man named Ardis. Shizu. Although it's impossible for her mutter to be heard, as if responding to her, Ardis's swords moved while floating in the air. And one of them landed just in front of her eyes, and made quick work on the Imperial soldiers surrounding her. Recalling that she is still within a battlefield, Minerva confirmed the existence of the enemies. Quicker than she could look back down, the Imperial soldiers that were on both sides almost stabbing her were already struck down by the flying swords. Minerva, who escaped from a threat, immediately tried to regain her bearings of the situation by looking around. The damage caused to the Imperial soldiers from above worsened. The next victim was the magician that the Imperial soldiers protected behind their backs. A surprise attack from their blind spot above, the magician ate the dirt without a chance of deploying his own barrier, before the Imperial soldiers finally realized they were getting attacked from above. Up there, he's flying. Is he the countless sword sorcerer? With many of the Imperial soldiers shaken witnessing someone flying in the air, they managed to identify Ardis because of the many flying swords. However, most of them died the next moment. The responses they got was only a merciless rain of swords from above. Gwa, Hijaya. The flying swords by Ardis stabbed into the Imperial soldiers. What countless swords! These things, they are not much different from mere arrows. Most of the Imperial soldiers were stabbed in an instant, but there were also those that had quick reactions, successfully deflecting a flying sword. However, it is also futile. Ardis's flying swords are not simple-minded projectile manipulated by mana. They are the close-quarters weapons as if held by invisible hands. Leaving aside arrows or spears that are thrown normally, the flying swords can strike a second time even if they missed. After deflected, the flying swords continued aiming for the enemy's necks. Stabbing, slashing, pushing, the flying swords cornered the soldiers, and eventually robbed their lives with swordsmanship. The final resisting Imperial soldiers were then stabbed in his chest, and fallen on the ground. The surrounding silence visited Minerva and the others, decorated with many unmoving corpses on the ground. Seeing that 80 more Imperial soldiers getting trampled from above, Ardis finally landed on the ground. And beside him was the golden beast, Rona. As the surprise and awe that Minerva felt was replaced by nostalgia and joy. Thanks for the save. It was more that voiced out first to Ardis. Long time no see. Minerva too. I'm glad that you're doing well. Swordsmanship. Seems like you didn't stop practicing. Responding simply to Moore, Ardis turned around and said so to Minerva with a kind face. Beside Moore, who didn't look very much impressed, Minerva's cheeks loosened. But apart from the joy of reuniting after 2 years, the sadness and anger that had been smoldering thus far rekindled. Why? Without even thanking for his help, her first words that came out were questioning him. Why did you leave without saying anything? She was happy to see him again. She was thankful that he saved them, even though she understood so logically. Her words were still full of anger. Even just a word, me feelings of not being able to bid farewell to Shizu. That's my bad. Sorry. Seeing Minerva, who was on the verge of crying, Ardis seemed apologetic. Originally, there's no need for Ardis to be apologizing. Minerva knew that he had done so in order for the church to not further involve herself. Even so, the reason why her emotions won against her reasoning is probably because of her goodwill to Ardis. Sorry for my childishness. Please forget it. Minerva, that realized so, immediately regained herself, and refaced Ardis. Saving us in a dangerous spot. I can't thank you enough. Rona too. Thank you. I didn't even do anything this time. Well, Al and I will protect Minerva, so, rest easy. Instead of replying, Minerva stroked Rona's back. The sensation for the first time in 2 years calmed her down. I'm sure there's a lot more to talk, but, shall we get moving first? New enemies might come. It was Moore that interrupted the two. For him, who is being an escort, it's natural to think to get some distance from this dangerous place as soon as possible. Yeah. Sounds good. Ardis agreed, so without any impatience. Even if there are more pursuers, he has the confidence to deal with them like he did just now. Then let's move to regroup with the others first. We're heading to the Duke's territory. Kane needs immediate treatment, and Ojusama is also injured. Did you get hurt somewhere? Minerva's expression became gloomy at Ardis's question and answered, "It's not that serious. Rather, Kane-san is more." Following Minerva's gaze, Ardis saw the severely injured escort, before taking out a high-grade medicine from somewhere. "If he's still breathing, then use this high-grade medicine." "Thanks." As if handed over a life-saving boat, Moore immediately took the high-grade medicine, and opened its seal before pouring them over Kane's burnt back. As expected of the high-grade medicine, Kane's wounds were healing at a visible rate. "Here, Minerva too." "No, I'm fine." "It's not a time to be saving now, right?" Using the high-grade medicine that was handed over forcefully, Minerva was finally released from the pain in her shoulders. While doing that, Moore and the others managed to gather 3 horses that were spared in the fight. "We don't have enough horses." "Indri, ride together with Kane." "Oju-sama can be with me, and Ardis Jake's horse." "Don't mind me. I can catch up anyhow." "How wait, I don't have to ask that huh?" After all, Moore and the others like Minerva saw Ardis flying in the sky after all. Ardis has no need for a horse. The reason behind that was easily imaginable. Minerva and the others occupied the 3 horses and headed west. Ardis and Rona are flying in the sky chasing after the horses. "I thought it was already ridiculous enough, but this flying ridiculousness is." Moore, who was riding on the same horse as Minerva, looked up at Ardis with a half-given-up face. "Is that thanks to the foothold or something? I wonder." Minerva's eyes could see a haze below Ardis and Rona supporting them, and also 2 hazes that pushed their back. As if realizing something, Ardis dropped his altitude and matched his speed beside the horse. The intense winds that blew from the ground roughed up Minerva and Moore's hair. "Something is coming our way. Probably a horse." "Horse?" Moore's eyebrows rose. "Of course, it couldn't be a random wild horse that's running on its own. If so, then there should be someone riding it, and if someone is riding it, it could only mean something bad happened." Eventually, Minerva's eyes could see the horse ahead as well. "That's the escort for the refugees, right?" Confirming the appearance, Moore judged that it's one of his subordinates of the guards. As they got close enough to each other, Moore stopped the horse as the opposite side did as well. "What happened?" "The territory." Responding to Moore's question, the guard yelled out with ragged breath. "The territory, it was attacked by the Imperial Army in surprise, and has fallen." "What?" Moore's voice showed his confused emotions. The guard that came as a messenger started explaining what had happened after they took a different route than Minerva and the others. There were about 10 guards or so that were tasked with escorting the refugees and guiding them. While watching out for attacks from beasts and bandits, the group headed forward, but encountered another group of people from the front. The group they encountered wasn't an army. They were the same as the refugees they were protecting, a group of normal citizens. Although there were some that carried large baggage, most of them only had their clothes on them, so they were basically same as the refugees from the capital. Asking what happened, it was then known that the Duke's territory was attacked by soldiers donning the Empire's flag like the capital, and the guards were annihilated without putting up a proper defense. And the citizens escaping from the territory encountered the refugees from the capital. To ascertain the truth of that statement, they sent one man to scout ahead, and it was then determined the territory had already fallen, as the Empire's flag was seen risen. If their original destination had been occupied by the Empire, then they can't possibly advance now. Grouping with the refugees that came from the territory, they had no choice but to turn around. What a cruel joke. Even Moore didn't look good. As for Minerva, her face was green without words. However, they can't possibly mull over it forever. For now, they advanced in haste, and regrouped with the refugees. After that, they moved out of the highway, and gathered the refugees while praying that there no pursuers. Together with Ardis, they discussed their further plans. To think that the Empire had already reached to the territory, Moore sighed deeply. As expected from the former mercenary that had trained over many battlefields, he had already stood back up from the shock. Are the others at home safe? Rather than that, Oju-sama's safety is foremost now. Now that the capital and the Duke's territory had fallen, the kingdom is already. Minerva was worrying about the people in the mansion of the territory, but Moore indicated that it is not a time to be talking about that. Losing their destination after so far, it was too unexpected. The north is under Lord Thoria's control, and the east is the capital occupied by the Empire. The territories of other nobles beyond the capital would have probably been occupied by the Empire as well. If even the west, that is the last remaining choice, is now occupied by the Empire, There's no longer a place in the kingdom. Should we escape to the coalition, with these many refugees? That's not gonna happen. Leaving aside going there on horses with just a few people, no chance the Empire would leave this many people going alone. Ingrid's suggestion was thrown out the window by Moore. The refugees that are carrying their own luggage moved slowly. If they moved slowly on the highway, it's unavoidable they will catch the Empire's eyes, but still, it's not like they can avoid the highway and use dangerous paths. In the situation that there are not even 20 escorts, it's impossible to protect all the refugees. It might be possible to escape without the Empire noticing with horses and abandoning the refugees, but, naturally, Minerva didn't consider it a choice. However, there was no better alternative, as a heavy atmosphere pushed down on them, and there, it was Ardis that threw a stone. What about the north? Chapter 249. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 249. What about the north? Ardis, who participated in the conversation, raised a proposal. One of the escorts named Indri by Moore responded, "North. Is there a town that can accept this many refugees in the north?" Probably none, but there were probably small villages. It's at the valley where the Bell Chaser was at. The settlement there hasn't progressed much yet. Isn't manpower welcomed there? What Ardis was referring was the land that the capital had only recently started developing in the past decade, because it was originally the habitat of a demonic being named the Bell Chaser. There weren't anyone living nearby, and thanks to Ardis, who subjugated the Bell Chaser as one of the three great demons, confirming the presence of heavy iron veins in the vicinity, there's now a small mining village there. However, the Empire probably wouldn't leave a heavy iron-rich area alone either. They will surely reach there. Then, another escort named Jake expressed his thoughts. It's not like I'm saying to live there permanently. Even the Empire will probably take some time to stabilize the capital and the Duke's territory. It will probably be fine for half-year or so. If the situation worsens during that time, it's possible to leave. Ardis raised that it was only a temporary measure. The main force of the kingdom, the army commanded by Duke Nyrestia, is probably still at the border, and it's not like the army that went to intercept the Thoria army had been defeated yet. Even if the capital or the Duke's territory were taken over by the Empire, if they can defeat the Thoria army, they can make Thoria, that can be said the second capital of the kingdom, as their new base. Of course, that's only if they can get the support of the Republic of Bronchel and the Coalition. However, if they couldn't even get that much support from other countries, then the kingdom is as good as over. In the first place, Ardis didn't care a single bit what would happen to the kingdom. As long as Minerva and Moore, his acquaintances, are fine, then there's nothing more to be bothered with. However, what about the food? There's no way that an undeveloped village would have enough food to feed 3,000 people. Next, Moore gave a more realistic problem. Adding on the refugees from the capital and the Duke's territory, the total is now about 3,000 people. Certainly, they can forage for materials thanks to the woods around the but food supplies can't be done the same way. If it's the Duke's territory that Minerva and the others were heading in the first place, then certainly it has the capability to accept the refugees from the capital. Thanks to the coalition that's also neighboring the Duke's territory on good terms with the Nagras kingdom, there would have been at least a way to resolve the food problem temporarily. However, that's not possible for the settlement in the north. Since Minerva and the others don't have the money to procure food now, even if they had funds, it's not like they can get food from the coalition when the Empire-occupied Duke's territory is in between. Leaving aside a few people, it's too unrealistic to think that they can feed enough for 3,000 people. I will do something about that part. It might still be a little inconvenient, but, at the very least, you won't starve. However, Ardis and Rona can transport food without getting seen by the Empire. Thanks to the existence of the gate that connects to the other world, if wasn't for that, Ardis would have never raised such an idea. There's a limit to how much item they can stock up in the other world. However, if Ardis bought food supplies from a big town somewhere, he can easily send them to the other world. And at the same time, if Rona stationed at the settlement retrieved the food from the gate, then logically, there's no upper limit to their volume of transportation. The disadvantage is that since that it is a method that no one else knows of, Ardis and Rona will be stuck to procuring food every several days. Also, since the method of transporting food is quite obscure, there will be a need for trusted people to help carry the food into the settlement's storage after transporting. The existence of the gate would probably have to be exposed to the helpers then, although Rona said that it's too much work without merits. But, seeing Minerva who isn't willing to abandon the refugees, Ardis was doing the best within his capabilities. Despite everything so far, Ardis is still somewhat soft to people that he takes care of, though he has no intentions of doing it unconditionally. However, I have my conditions. Conditions? Moore's A's conveyed to speak more. 1. The church's priest will be someone from my side, and those that are related to the church that can't follow that priest will not be allowed. These two. Despite the refugees in a grave spot, he has to refuse the people that believes too blindly in the church's doctrine. Ardis didn't even consider saving those who would treat others who don't follow the church as evil cult members, and even more so to those that blindly hates on twins. Originally, he would have even wanted to eliminate those that are with the church, but that would only cause unrest among the refugees. Luckily, in the village where Ardis is living in, thanks to Elmer preaching the teachings of the church before its changes, there are now apprentices succeeding him. Considering the size of the settlement, there's probably no priest sent from the church yet. Taking this as a chance, Ardis thought about the plan of sending one of Elmer and his apprentices there. Well, it's natural considering your standing here. Remembering that Ardis was still under the heretic branding by the church, Moore was convinced. Naturally, the others are also people living in the capital, since they also knew about the situation. There weren't any that opposed it. In the end, everyone accepted Ardis's idea and headed to the north, although already decided their future plans, seeing the day is about to fall. The big group took preparation to set up their camp. Despite a camp, it is a gathering of people that escaped the capital without any proper preparation. Majority of them could only rest their tired body with an empty stomach. With the surroundings shrouded in silence, Ardis and Rona were standing a little away from the group. You didn't have to look after every single one of them though? Rona asked about Ardis's idea of providing food to everyone in the discussion before. I mean, I don't intend to save fools from the church, but anyone else other than that are just common citizens. They will be cut off if they choose to blindly follow the church's teachings. If not, it's fine to give them a chance. If appointing one of the priest from Elmer and the others for the church in the settlement, even if impossible immediately, it's probably possible to change the refugees' mindset in the long run. It's not like many of the common citizens believes in the church blindly. They're only acting as they do because of the pressure the church has. And what about the church-related people? I don't know if they will follow or not, but if they do, then they will be put under Elmer too. If they aren't satisfied, then kicking them out will do. Seeing a nearby large rock, Ardis sat there. I wonder if it will go that well. Rather, what about splitting the refugees into several villages, and only one of them will have all the church-related figures there? If so, cutting them off will be easier, and we won't be troubled over a fight breaking out between Elmer and the others and them. And if they dare to rebel, then it's a simple task to just cut the supplies to them. Rona raised another idea easily. Or will you make two churches in the same village, one for Elmer and the others, and the other for the ones worshipping that crazy woman? And, by baiting the people with food at our church, we can make the refugees come over to our side. I doubt something like that can work though. Ardis showed a difficult face at the other ideas that his partner gave. Certainly, Rona's idea will quickly quell any seeds of unrest in the future. However, he thought that it's ideas that are too extreme. It's going to purposefully cause infighting within a peaceful group after all. Ardis is not going to be merciful to any clear enemies, but it's not like he wants to actively eliminate any potential enemies. At the very least, he doesn't mind leaving them alone as long as they are not harmful, and as long as they don't direct their hostility here. Ardis would turn a blind eye. Well, it's a problem that had to be solved in the near future, but Ardis, who wanted to shelf the problem for late, noticed a presence approaching. Seeing the person, he called out her name. Minerva. What happened? I can accompany you if you can't sleep. Seeing Minerva's troubled expression, Rona asked. No, it's not something like that. That's so? Then I'm going to sleep first. Realizing something from her answer, Rona purposefully made a yawn and walked to the direction of Moore and the others. It's probably his intentions to be thoughtful. Can I sit beside? Yeah. Ardis moved a little to the side and made space to Minerva, who asked reservedly. The wind swayed Minerva's hair, who sat down quietly. It was not a short silence. Without exchanging any words, The two were gazing up at the moon above. Ardis, who seemed to recall something, suddenly manipulated mana and clumped up a bunch in front of Minerva. Not really for the sake of doing anything, not really bringing any effects. It's just a clump of mana. And that mana led Minerva's gaze. As Ardis moved the clump of mana towards his hands, following that, Minerva's gaze moved as well. So you've become able to see mana too. As I thought, it is mana. It was a conversation between a teacher and his student. Since when? It had been 2 years already. At first, I thought it was just my tired eyes becoming blurry. It was half a year ago that I started thinking that it might be mana that I was seeing. I see. If Ardis didn't get branded as a heretic and left the capital, then she probably would have caught on it earlier. After all, even Kyril, who has excellent grades in the Mariul's Academy, could never come to see mana in the end. Minerva, who he thought that had talent to raise as a magician, was as expected, very excellent. If you can see mana now, then using sword magic is not far off. Making footholds too. Is that so? You don't look that happy. What happened? Did your interest in swordsmanship dulled already? No, it's not like that. Just seemingly difficult to express. Despite so, Minerva told what she had in her mind. The fact that for the 2 years when Ardis wasn't around, she had still undergone training with the sword under Moore. The fact that although still vague, she came to see things that she thought might be the mana she was looking for. The fact that despite being a noble lady, she had participated in the training of the guards, and not as the daughter of their employer, she had been acknowledged as a full-fledged swordsman. The fact that getting attacked by the Imperial Army in surprise, wielding a sword to protect the citizens, upholding the noble spirit. The fact that several citizens had been saved by her. The fact that she was angry with the noble that tried to escape while using the citizens as shield. The fact that the capital fell, and that they stood against the pursuers after leaving the capital without choice. The fact that she couldn't leave an injured ally, and as the result, everyone almost died. Minerva slowly talked about what happened to Ardis, who was listening quietly. I don't want to think that I was wrong. Taking up a sword, becoming a shield for the people, I think that it's a natural thing. That's why I don't want to deny it. But because of that, Kane was injured gravely, and we were almost wiped out. If not for Shizu arriving at the last second, I'm sure that all of us would not have been alive. Minerva tightened his fist. Should I have chosen to abandon Kane at that time? Or was it the wrong choice to fight against the Imperial Army with just 5 of us? With my power, is it a mistake to have thought that I could protect someone? She realized that she was getting a little too agitated. Slowly breathing out to calm herself down, Minerva muttered in an almost crying voice. Sorry, I know I'm saying incomprehensible things, just that I don't know if what I'm doing is correct. Hearing the fleeting voice of his pupil, Ardis responded with a soothing truth. No one ever knows what is the right choice. I don't know about a noble's obligation or whatnot. However, I will say this much as a senior. As long as the result is everyone not dying, then that's everything. Where was her mistake? Ardis already knew the answer. However, telling that to Minerva now will be meaningless. If Minerva would to continue fighting on a battlefield, then it's something she will realize eventually. If so, what Ardis can do now is to help Minerva feel better. It's possible that Minerva made a mistake somewhere, but contrarily, there might have been no mistakes. It might have even been the best choice. However, the result that you got should be not bad. Mistakes and regrets, as long as you're still alive, they're unavoidable. Shizu is the same. Mistakes and regrets. Well, of course, too many of them. Ardis's chest was stabbed with pain. There were things that wouldn't be lost if he didn't make a mistake. The more he lived, the more regrets he had. The mistakes of the past are no longer reversible, and the weight of the regrets is never lightened. Is that so? With Minerva's mutter as the last, silence visited again. Eventually, she sorted her feelings out, and Minerva smiled a little forcefully to Ardis. Shizu, will you teach me the sword again? Yeah. But what about sword magic? Of course, that too. Hearing the unexpectedly positive reaction of his pupil, Ardis' mood turned better too. Ha ha ha. Looks like you became a little more greedy after all this time. While raising his voice, Ardis hit Minerva's head lightly. I can't? Minerva asked fearfully while having an upwards gaze. No way, that's the case. It's good that I have a hard-working pupil. While roughing up the iris-colored hair, Minerva didn't stop his hand. Thank you again, Shizu. Sword magic, I will definitely learn it. Yeah, Leave it to me. I shall accompany until I'm free of my teaching role. The teacher and his pupils promise after 2 years again. Under the light of the moon, the two shadows from those on the rock were casted onto the ground. Chapter 250. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 250. The next morning, there was a person that appeared in front of Ardis and the others that are in preparation to depart. It's been a while. Rona-sama, Ardis-san. Someone that would call his gluttonous partner with a sama could only be one person. Knowing who was it without even confirming, Ardis reflexively called out the name. Salt. Oh what? Salt is within the refugees as well. Since Rona didn't need to hide his identity in front of Salt, he's speaking normally. The morning breeze blew past them. Her childishness had completely disappeared. Salt, who now looks like an adult, fixed her cherry blossom hair that was blown apart while answering Rona. Yes, I was accompanying Minerva-sama coincidentally, though it was up until the pursuers from the Empire showed up. Was she guilty about only letting Minerva bearing the danger? Salt seemed a little gloomy as she bowed down to Ardis and the others. For saving Minerva-sama, allow me to thank you. It's not something Salt have to thank for. In the first place, even though already cooled down, Ardis is still now chased as a heretic by the church. For Salt, who is on the side of the church, leaving aside her true intentions, even speaking like this with Ardis would be a huge problem. Since Salt is here, could it be other church-related people are here too? Ardis asked what he was bothered about. No, the people in the church went in all directions. In this group there were only 2 young clergymen other than myself. Is that so? Although he was relieved, Ardis's reply was short. At the very least, it seems like he doesn't have to worry about a big fight with the people of the church. Originally, Salt was relatively well even with Ardis considering she's a person of the church. If the remaining 2 are still young, then Elma alone would probably be able to do something. So what about Salt? Will you head north together with us? Yes, I think so. There's not other choices, I'm afraid. The light red eyes seemed a little gloomy. Say Salt. Yes, what is it? Since we're not totally strangers, I will let you know earlier. Since Ardis has no reason to hate Salt personally, he doesn't see the need to exclude her. However, if her beliefs in the church are still very deep, then there's a possibility that she will go against Ardis in the future. Currently, the church is my enemy. Yes. Salt looked a little painful on her face. I don't believe in the goddess as well. However, what I don't acknowledge is the current church and the goddess. What do you mean? Without answering Salt's question, Ardis said only what he wanted to say. There's a priest believing in the goddess at where I'm living now. Although it's small, there's still a church. However, the settlement where we are heading now probably doesn't yet have a priest. That's why I plan to call over a priest from my village. Is that possibly the illegitimate church that the central church regards as? I don't care if it's acknowledged by the central church or not, but at the very least, Elma is someone that believes in the goddess, and a clergyman that upholds the teachings. And what do you imply me to do? The goddess that Elma believes in is different from the current goddess that the church believes in. Without hate for the twins, no need to force anyone to believe, not with the arrogance to brand others as heretics if they don't listen. You can choose to accept it, or if not I won't force you to, but you will have to choose wherever else to go. Wherever in this situation, that's very much. Did she think about the 2 young apprentices? Salt's expression turned dark. Sorry, but I'm not a saint. In the first place, it was the church that made me an enemy first. I saved Minerva and the others because of a personal reason. The refugees are along the way, and there's no reason at all for me to save the church's believers. To be honest, if you still want stick to the current doctrine, do it yourself without my knowledge. Can I meet the priest Elma you spoke of, and only make a decision then? Yeah, I don't mind. But don't tell the other 2 about it yet. Okay. There's no need to be worried. It's not like Elma worships the evil god or anything. Rather, it's much better than the goddess that you lots. Rona, enough. Salt will decide that by herself. Ardis put a stop to Rona, who was running his mouth needlessly. It was obvious that he was gonna diss that woman if he goes on. Really? Well, whatever. Rona, who got himself back, approached Salt. Either way, I'm glad that Salt is alright. We can't help you if we don't even know where you are. Until we arrive at the settlement, I will protect Salt and the Minerva too. Thank you, Rona-sama. After the short time of reunion, Ardis and the others started moving again to the north. However, The group was reaching 3,000. All of them are also refugees that aren't used to traveling. Even moving along was difficult, and naturally, forming an orderly group was impossible. So the group had a long tail. It was necessary to place some people at the head to lead, and also some at the end in case there's a need to deal with pursuers if the Empire sent them. In the end, Minerva and the others took the front of the group, and Rona as well is there for guiding. Moore and Salt also included there. And naturally, that places Ardis himself at the end of the line, to deal with any pursuers that shows up. Although it's impossible thinking that one person could fight against pursuers of the Empire, it was Ardis after all. No one was opposing the idea. What a nice weather. If it wasn't for the situation, it was a sunny day good for an enjoyable picnic. If taking a nap on the grasslands while sunbathing, it must be comfortable. Ardis held his yawn back while watching the group of refugees in front. The head of the group was so far ahead that they are not even in his range of mana detection. They couldn't even be seen. You look quite casual. It was someone that voiced out to Ardis from the side. I'm looking out properly too. Originally, it was Ardis alone that took up this role. However, it would be a problem since if something happened and Ardis had to leave his spot, the end of the line will be vulnerable. That's why, excluding Ardis, there were another few refugees volunteers that are with Ardis as his messengers and assistants. The person that called out to him was a female magician with slanted eyes. It's not like I'm complaining. Hearing Ardis's excuse, the female magician corrected herself. I came to know your strength 4 years ago after all. It seems like she knew about himself. 4 years ago was the year of the war with the Empire. She could have been participating as a mercenary and have seen Ardis then. Orange-tinged hair that has a little curl at the end and dark grey eyes. While looking at the female magician that had thin lips and small nose, Ardis was trying to recall. While Ardis recalled several younger magicians during the time he was still in the mercenary band, the female magician instead spoke what happened then. 4 years ago, I was conscripted as a student in the war. I was saved by you when we were surrounded by the enemies, but I guess you don't remember me. Ardis was convinced when she revealed that she was one of the students there. Certainly, considering the female magician's age, she would more likely be a student of the Mariul's Academy than a mercenary. Is it easier to understand if I say that I was Kyril's classmate? Hearing a nostalgic name, Ardis finally got enough clues to dig from his memories. There were 4 other students there when he saved Kyril. Among them, there was certainly a girl that looked quite hard-faced. Come to think of it, I think I remember. Though it's been 4 years already, you look different. Ardis made an excuse to the former student that looked like an adult now, but it seems like she wasn't very much impressed. It is you that doesn't change at all. I heard from Kyril before, but your age really doesn't show. It's a little enviable. Ardis thought that the female magician is still young, but it's not like he's going to say it. Orphelia, who had been an acquaintance for the past 10 years, was also complaining at Ardis recently about that. However, it wasn't Ardis's intention for his age to not show either, and it's not like it was Ardis's fault that Orphelia's looks are changing because of her age. It's not even Ardis's fault, but still, Orphelia, who felt the drag of her aging skin, could not stand it. Norris was the same in that sense that his age doesn't show well, but whenever he felt Orphelia was about to mention it, he would disappear like a mist. And so, Ted was always receiving her grumbles. Ardis, who was thinking unnecessary things, returned his focus to the female magician. Could it be Kyril is in this group too? He was bothered about Kyril. He didn't even realize Salt was here till this morning. If Kyril is in this group, then he might have not noticed it either. No, Kyril had graduated from the academy early and returned to Reiton. Even though he said about being a friend, he went and skipped grades and quickly graduated. What a terrible story, right? Even Rai said something about his family matters and quitted in the middle. The female magician explained that Kyril had already left the capital long ago, and then started grumbling. But thanks to that, he's not involved in this situation, so it's not something that terrible in the end. Although grumbling, it seems like she was smiling a little, thinking about her friend's safety, while Ardis consoled her as well. Well, you will meet him again as long as you survive. Know that. It's not like I'm thinking about meeting Kyril. Just as she was spouting nonsense panically, the female magician seemed to realize something as she suddenly seemed awkward. Sorry, come to think of it, I haven't named myself. Ardis as well realized that he hasn't known the name of the female magician, though For Ardis, she is only Kyril's classmate. There's no need to know her name at all, but it seems like the person herself is mindful of it. Pinching the hem of her robe with both hands, she lowered herself a little, showing a noble lady's courtesy. Magician affiliated with Mariul's academy, Noah. Nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you too, Kaya. Just as Ardis replied to Noah, who introduced herself, there was a cry from the refugees. Chapter 251. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 251. What happened? Ardis immediately turned his gaze forward, and saw a group of the refugees running about. However, his mana detection doesn't reach that far, since it was quite a distance away. He couldn't see for sure what was happening. I will go take a look. You geese stay here and be careful. If any pursuers show up, let me know immediately. After saying so, Ardis started running towards the source of the trouble. Let me accompany. Noah followed behind, but Ardis didn't bother waiting for her and rushed forward. Ardis, who ran ahead leaving Noah behind, found a group of beasts attacking the refugees. A 6-footed creature with its head, chest and abdomen all connected with segments. Although its black shiny body was similar to the twin swords, it was larger, and had a higher center of mass. Although the horns on its chin isn't as sharp as a twin sword's, it can still easily break a person's arm. Araha. That's one type of beasts known as Arya among the mercenaries. Its length is about 50 to 70 centimeters normally. It's not that difficult to deal with on their own, but the problem is their numbers. Unlike twin swords that would only go up to 4 or 5 in rare occasions, Arya normally form groups of several tens to several hundreds. When facing them in a group, their threat is even greater than a twin sword's. The refugees that had no means to fight back started running in all directions. Using mana detection, Ardis confirmed the number of Arya and called over 50 swords from the gate. Go. Following his orders, the flying swords flew above the heads of the Arya, assaulting the refugees. The flying swords stopped in the air, and then turned downwards and started diving, with the first flying sword stabbing through the head of one of the Arya. The other flying swords followed suit. Among the running refugees, the flying swords struck with unbelievable accuracy. Sword? From where? Before the refugees could understand what they were seeing, their threats were getting removed. I finally caught up. There, Noah, who chased after Ardis, finally arrived. It seems like she had impressive stamina considering being a magician of the academy. She still had the room to see what was going on even after running a kilometer or so. Looks like it's almost cleaned up already, but can you leave those to me? Seeing the group of Arya assaulting the refugees had been defeated, Noah saw another group a little ways from them and asked Ardis. Then it's up to you. It's a good chance to see the caliber of a magician from the academy. Another group of Aryas coming to them. Their numbers are about 30. Although it's a number insignificant for Ardis, it should be quite the foe for normal mercenaries. Kyril probably would have done something about them easily, but it's not something normal students can go up against. With the intentions of immediately following up if she couldn't do it, Ardis let Noah try. With Ardis's approval, Noah took up her staff and started chanting. The fierce crimson that is the miracle of flames born of the ancient dragon's breath. Hearing Noah's chant, Ardis was a little impressed. After all, it was not a magic that students should be able to use. Ferno Ristaganov, Flames of Purgatory. With the name of the spell as the trigger, a giant red flame ball devoured the group of Arya heading towards them. The high-temperature flames that impacted the ground burned the Arya and caused violent winds to blow them away. The shockwave even reached Ardis, as the hot winds blew past his cheeks. After the smoke and dust settled, there were only the corpses of the Arya that are burned to a crisp scattered around. Even though the Arya were gathered, she nonetheless still finished them off in one blow. Her abilities are more than enough for an actual fight. Magnificent. A magician from the academy is not all show I see. Seeing Noah's more than expected performance, Ardis was praising her honestly. Hearing that from someone who can make 20 of those at the same time doesn't really make me happy though. Noah was saying that with her back faced to Ardis, seemingly trying to hide her shyness. It seems like she doesn't have an honest personality. Although there was still some victims, though lesser thanks to their quick response. The refugees that seemed to be running in all directions because of the chaos finally seemed to calm down. Among them, there was one person muttering something, As Ardis heard, that guy isn't him, the countless sword sorcerer. With Ardis's knowledge, there's no one else that uses sword magic. The same knowledge is within the capital's citizens as well. Naturally, the identity of the person using it, unless really ignorant people, they would know in an instant. Countless sword sorcerer, you mean the one that was branded a heretic by the church? Isn't him someone from an evil cult? I even heard he killed a priest from the church. Why would someone like him here? Won't we get targeted by the church too if we're together? 2 years had already passed, the matter should have cooled down significantly. However, it's the truth that he can't underestimate the church's influence. While keeping Ardis at a distance, their anxious whispers was expressing their disapproval. There might be quite a lot of abandoners if it's like this. Ardis, who thought about it like that, sighed for a little before turning around, going back to his post. It was at that time. What a selfish bunch. Suddenly, El Noah was angered. You people, who do you think you are? Certainly, he's the mercenary known as the Countless Sword Sorcerer before. He's also branded a heretic by the church. But what about it? Did any of you was harmed by him? Are you saying that he had been violent, injured you, or demanded unrealistic things? But the Countless Sword Sorcerer is of the evil cult, the church had. While El Noah was quelling the mass, one young person made a weak rebuttal. Opposing that, El Noah snorted unlikely of a lady, and then interrogated the young person. The proof. Did you see anything that convicted him as one? Did you hear about the truth from the person himself? Just because it's from the church, you believe in it without thinking about anything. What an age already. How about trying to think for yourself a little? Don't you feel ashamed? That's. While stuck for words, El Noah glared at the young person with a chilly gaze. Leaving aside if he actually caused you any inconvenience, but I bet everyone here only met him for the first time. Are your ears for decoration? Is your head properly connected? Think about it properly. Did he do something to you? Hey, you there. Did this Countless Sword Sorcerer did something to you? The middle-aged man that was beside the young person was called out by El Noah unexpected. No, me, not really. The middle-aged man that was suddenly questioned had confirmed with a difficult voice. Rather, he had no other choice but to confirm. After all, he didn't even meet with Ardis before. There's no way he was harmed. Of course, there will also be some among the 300,000 citizens of the capital that had been harmed by Ardis. However, subjugating the 3 great demons, winning against the Empire in the war 4 years ago, rather than harm, it was benefits for most of the capital citizens. They should be able to understand as well that El Noah was right if they calmed down and thought. If some other young girl said so, they might have rebuked. But strangely, El Noah had the indescribable dominance that didn't allow the other party a chance. Rather than logic, they probably understood instinctively, as the refugees docilely listened to her. El Noah, who had probably gotten the answer she wanted from the middle-aged man, for some reason denied it herself. Really? There's no way that's the case, right? No, I mean, the middle-aged man had no idea what El Noah was trying to say, as he expressed confusion in his tangled words. 4 years ago, I participated the war with the Empire as a student. It was the Countless Sword Sorcerer that saved me just as we thought it was over. Having surrounded by the Imperial soldiers. For me till yesterday, he is nothing more than my benefactor. I was not harmed. There was no reason for me to dislike nor hate him. It was the words that El Noah herself had said to Ardis just a little while ago. Facing the middle-aged man that couldn't comprehend what she was saying, El Noah asked again, what about you? Did he do anything? Rather, what have he done for you? Having said to that point, even the other refugees there realized what El Noah was saying. He saved me. That's right. They're similarly saved by Ardis like El Noah. There was not a single reason to hate him. The others? El Noah looked around the refugees. Many of the people seemed apologetic as they averted their gazes. What connects you and him is the benefactor and the benefited. No more, no less. With that in mind, reflect on what you did just now. Was she satisfied seeing that? El Noah left those final words and prompted Ardis. Let's go, Ardis-san. Yeah. Ardis didn't have the intentions to voice out to the refugees himself. If they don't do anything direct, then he planned to let them do whatever they liked, be it rumors or what. However, El Noah had spoken on behalf of Ardis of what he couldn't say. But that's only meaningful if it was said by a third party. Even if he was correct, even if he had logic, it could only be self-defense if he said it himself. This time, El Noah as the third party had helped him. Thanks to that, the people's thoughts might change a little. "Should I thank you?" Ardis unusually said so, seemingly bothered about it, but Elnoa's response was unexpectedly rude. "Don't need. I didn't do it for your sake. I just hate people like them." "So she's that type, huh?" As Ardis felt like she understood Elnoa a little more. "Is that so? Got it." Ardis quietly backed off, and walked back to the tail of the group with her. Chapter 252. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 252. It was a few days after that the refugees had arrived at the mining village. In the north, the mining village at the valley of where the territory of the Bell Chaser used to be is called Glock Village. The people of the Glock Village were surprised at the sudden influx of 3,000 people, then fell into a chaos as they found out about the news of the Empire's invasion and the capital's fall. Although the Glock Village seemed difficult to accept them in the beginning, as Ardis promised to provide for the time being, their attitude softened. Since it was originally a mining village, there's always a lack of manpower. On top of that, among the refugees, there were also specialists like doctors, smiths, cooks that had been working in the capital or the Nyrestia territory. As long as the problem of food can be solved, they would probably welcome the new villagers as well. Having the refugees find a temporary safe place in the Glock village, Ardis and Rona immediately flew back to the hidden village. The remaining food supplies, it couldn't even last for 3 days, right? Rona asked Ardis as they were on the way heading back to the hidden village. "I know without you saying." Without needing Rona to point out, Ardis knew about it already. Even when Rona vomited out all the food that he kept in the other world, it can't feed the 3,000 people for a long time. Moore had made effort acting as the leader and going out to hunt for beasts in the surroundings, but even that could not make their supplies last for 3 days. There's a need to solve the food problem before that. Leaving aside the transport method, the problem is funds, huh? Regarding transporting the food supplies, Ardis and Rona's gate can fix it all. But to procure food, there's a need to get money. Ardis still doesn't have a feeling on how much money is needed for feeding that much people. There's a need to discuss with Michelle. The specialties should be left to the specialists. If it's Michelle that lives by being a merchant, she would have an idea to the cost. With that conclusion in mind, Ardis rushed back to the hidden village. Ardis, who returned to the hidden village, was greeted by the two Warful twins. "I'm glad you're fine. Did something happen?" Glad over Ardis's safety, sending the two who wanted to hear more in depth about what happened back to the house, he visited Sarah, who was staying at the village chief's house. Michelle, Elmer and other councils had gathered at the village chief's house after getting the news, and Ardis started explaining what had happened thus far that he saw. "The capital fell? It's not like everyone here is a citizen of the Nagra's kingdom. Rather, most of them are not. However, hearing the capital of a kingdom that's despite not their hometown, they can still understand that it's a serious situation. Especially for Michelle, who goes across countries frequently to peddle. There's no need to say, the news will surely affect her future plans by a lot." "Did Lord Thoria really rebelled?" "Yeah. The Thoria army and another army, despite being soldiers of the kingdom, I have seen them fight each other with my own eyes." And so, to fight with the Thoria army, the soldiers remaining in the capital headed out. But that's when the Empire attacked from the sea in surprise. "Ha." Michelle's words was affirmed by Ardis with a nod. "Ha. The prices will go up again." Michelle sighed a little, and reached a merchant-like conclusion. Ardis then explained about the refugees from the capital and the nearby Nyrestia territory to the surprised audience. "Could it be that you're saying we should accept these refugees?" One of the council members said so with an expression indicating that it is not a funny joke. "No, as expected, it's impossible for us to take in 3,000 people at the same time, and in the first place, it's my decision that I made abruptly. Although I have a few people in mind that I wish the village can accept them, that's also not something that will happen immediately. I think that it's better to take some time to discern their personality and only accept people that can mix in with the village well." The reason why Ardis had gathered the members around is also to let them understand the situation and share information. Although it's a hidden village that is not under any country's jurisdiction, it's not like they're completely isolated from the effects. Just like what Michelle feared, the rising price of goods because of the chaos and the danger accompanying logistics within the kingdom. "Okay, for the time being, we shouldn't directly involve ourselves in it, but it's best to keep an eye." "Is that okay?" Angel Sama? Yes. I will try not to leave the village as well. As the atmosphere closed to a dismissal as the village chief asked for opinion from Sarah, Ardis put a halt on that. The report ends the but, I still have a few things left to discuss. Sorry but, Sarah, Elmer, and also Michelle, can you stay behind for a while? The village chief, who is the house owner, remained with the other three named. After waiting the other to leave, Ardis started. And it's regarding the refugees from just now, but the 3,000 people that the mining village took in. Nodding at the village chief, Ardis continued. Although I don't intend to ask this village to accept that, but still, I can't pretend that I don't know them. Their resources from the mining and the forests nearby, but it's impossible for them to immediately start feeding 3,000 people after all. Seemingly getting an anxious feeling from the direction of the talk, the village chief seemed a little unrest. Although I know it's difficult to leave them alone, our village don't have the capabilities, you know. As expected, we cannot afford to support that many people. Don't worry, as I won't ask the village to bear their burden. Actually, I need to discuss with Elmer and Michelle. For me? Elmer and Michelle raised their voice, getting called out. Yeah, the mining village, it's called Glock Village. Naturally, since it only started mining for a while, there was no church or any appointed priest from the church. And there, I would like to ask Elmer to head over as a priest. I'm someone that's expelled by the church. There should be also church-related people among the refugees. Wouldn't it be hard for me to be accepted among the refugees? Elmer's worry was most correct. Elmer's words that basically denies the doctrines of the current church might not be acceptable by the people related to the current church. If the people insist on the church's teachings, then it was obvious there will be a fight. There were 3 related with the church among the refugees. One of them is a sister I know. At the very least, she didn't start going out for blood even when she knew I was a heretic. I have told her about Elmer as well, and she said that she will make a decision after meeting you. As for the other 2, I didn't meet them before, but, according to her, they're young apprentices. I don't think there will be any upfront fights if we don't force them the doctrines, and even if they do, we can just kick them out. For Ardis, he had already considered the fact that a conflict will happen. Similar to what he told to Salt, if they aren't willing to listen to what Elmer says, then it's only a matter that they wouldn't be receiving support. Expelling them are. The village chief seemed a little sad at what Ardis said. We're going out of our way especially. So isn't it unfair if they don't go out to that length as well? And in any case, it's not like we will force them to some demonic being infested place. Since it's a place that a mining village is, they can make their own village just fine. In other words, Ardis-san intends to change the refugees' thinking with time. Elmer seemed to understand what Ardis was trying to accomplish as he asked. That's right. Luckily, or maybe it isn't the right choice of word, the kingdom is now in chaos left and right. It's not a situation that the church can direct their focus to a mining village in a corner. I don't know how long it will continue, but it's likely the central church wouldn't start doing anything until the kingdom regains peace. Hearing Ardis's reply, Elmer thought about it a little, and gave out a conclusion. I see, if it's like that, then I have no complaints. Heading over to the mining village, I shall accept it happily. Thanks. And that's that, but you still have something to talk to me, right? After the talk with Elmer finished, Michelle, who had been hearing quietly thus far, raised her voice. The funds required to feed 3,000 people for half a year, I can't quite imagine it. Hearing that, Michelle's expression seemed to distort a little. You intend to feed them? It depends on the price. Naturally, I will pay for it. Like what he declared just now, Ardis doesn't intend to burden the village nor Michelle about the matter. Although Ardis can earn a lot more than normal people by subjugating demonic beings, he didn't have the knowledge of the funds required to feed that many people, nor did he had experience procuring that many supplies. He had only been fighting in the mercenary band he used to be in, and regarding business, he had not a chance to be involved in. That's quite the scale. 3,000 huh? Michelle was tapping her forehead with her fingertips as she thought. There were working hands and hunting, they can probably procure enough food to cover for half. It's only required to fill in what they lack. It's not going to be extravagant, just enough to avoid hunger. It's not like Ardis has to prepare every piece of food for them. The refugees will have to work for it themselves too. But hunting enough for 3,000 people. The praise would be gone quickly though. As long as there's enough to hold on until they get a harvest from cleared lands, it will be fine. There's no need to worry about lack of praise, although it might be a problem in the future. Ardis honestly didn't think to take care of them that much. Feeding 3,000 people for half a year is already a tremendous burden for a normal mercenary. If Minerva and Salt was not there, he was sure to have left them alone. Let me think. With hunting covering for a portion, one person will need about 2 small copper a day. 3,000 people will be 6 gold coins, 190 piece a month, and for half a year, it will be about 900 gold coins. It's the least needed to fill them up properly. 900 gold coins. It was an amount that Ardis didn't sure he had enough even if he got all of his savings. But are you really intending to take care of those refugees even to the point of taking 900 gold coins out of your own pocket? You don't seem that nice of a person though. Michelle's ironic words made Ardis frown. I have things that I want to do as well, and since they only barely escaped with their clothes on, what they can offer as compensation. That mining village, isn't it originally one built for mining heavy iron? Won't mining heavy iron be enough to trade for food? They're still at the stage of inspecting the area. It's for sure that there's a vein there, but they haven't found any veins that can be mined for real yet. Certainly, if they started mining for heavy iron, they can trade with heavy iron ores. However, it isn't possible yet. And Sarah, who had been hearing quietly, suddenly interrupted. Then should I find an ore vein? If possible. Sure. As Sarah said it in a light tone, Ardis replied without any expectance. Then let me ask from my daughters. However, Sarah seemed to take it seriously, as she shut her eyes for some unknown reason. Glock Village, this one right? And a place close to there, easy to commute on, this looks fine. Seemingly seeing something even though her eyes were shut, she was speaking to herself as if finding something. And then, Sarah seemed to come to a conclusion by herself. Found it. Huh? Facing Sarah, who said so as a matter of fact, Ardis only felt confusion. West of Glock Village about a kilometer, there's a little dented land. Dig about 5 meters downwards. Maybe you'll hit a vein. Disregarding Ardis's expression, Sarah said so as if it was a cold fact. Chapter 253. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 253. In the peaceful scenery of birds chirping and small animals moving about, a loud explosion happened. An enormous impact onto the hardened rock surface of the empty land. Rocks were shattered and blown away. Intense clouds of dust danced in the winds. This will do. The culprit that made the rocks explode commented, seeing his work. Having magic sure is convenient. The peddler Michelle too commented so with a stupefied and impressed face. However, leaving aside Ardis, the person himself, even the other company, Nir and Rona didn't seem very surprised. For them, it was not actually that surprising. Ardis released hearts that focused explosion to one point. A crater of 80 meters in diameter was made at the place it impacted. I think this much will be 5 meters deep, but excavating ores with magic like that, it's not just on the level of shocking. Isn't it fine? It's effective after all. Well, I'm not complaining about that. Alright. The dusts are settling. Let's get down. At the center of the crater, the deepest part was about 5 meters below ground. Michelle prompted that it was time to go as they headed on the gentle slope down to the center of the crater. Ardis together with Michelle, Nir and Rona were walking westwards from the mining village, Glock Village. It was to discover the heavy iron vein that Sarah talked about. Is there really a vein here? Sarah Sama had said so. There must be one. Rona's soft mutter that didn't enter Michelle's ears was instead responded by Nir in a flat tone. It's only Nir that is so confident. You shall soon be confident as well. I pray that I will be. It's not a good idea to start exploding everywhere to find a vein after all. While hearing the two's conversation, Ardis followed behind Michelle. Michelle didn't care about the argument behind her, but picked up a piece of rock that was at the center of the crater. She took out a magnifying glass from her pocket and started inspecting it seriously. This is an unintentional mutter. Michelle threw the rock to Ardis at the back. How is it? Ardis, who is not a specialist, could tell no difference between it and a normal rock. I'm not a specialist, so I can't say for sure, but it seems like the Ojo-chan with the brown hair was right. Michelle stood back up and tapped on the ground with her foot lightly before continuing. The rocks here does contain heavy iron, but regarding its purity and content, that's up to our specialist to determine. As expected, even Ardis and Michelle didn't expect that much. Ardis had even brought out Michelle from the hidden village especially to find for an ore vein that wasn't even confirmed to exist rather than someone from the Glock village. Even though the bell chaser that used to be around the Glock village was subjugated, it's still possible to encounter beasts or other demonic beings. Regarding that, Michelle, who is used to traveling with mercenaries, are easier to protect. Since she had seen heavy iron ores as a peddler several times before, she could at least tell if there's any heavy iron at all. So there really was a vein here. For Ardis, who listened to Sarah half-believingly, was also only half-happy. With the new heavy iron vein found in a promising location near the Glock village, they can let the refugees work and offset some cost of the food that Ardis will provide. Even though he can barely afford it if he vomited out all his savings, it's still too much for Ardis alone to bear everyone's food cost for the next 5 months. Taking some sample back to the Glock village will allow us to fetch better details. Nodding at Nir's words, Ardis started throwing the rocks into a sack. It's fine and all that we got a source of income, but the problem with transporting and procurement of the food are still there. No matter what, I myself can't possibly handle that much, you know. Well, I have my plans. Let's talk about it more when we get back. Replying lightly to Michelle, Ardis flung the sack full of ores to his back. Letting the ore specialist in the Glock village examine the sample they retrieved, it seems like the quality was not bad. It depends on the size, but if they can continue mine for ores of that quality, then it should be more than enough to feed 3,000 people, the specialist said. The ore specialist then went immediately with the guards of the Nyrestia house to the site in question. The Glock village is now busy in clearing land, building and hunting. Even so, their number are still in the thousands. They have more than enough manpower. A few hours after Ardis and the others brought back the ore sample, 50 or so men can be seen going to the site along with escorts. Seeing the Glock village getting lively over the discovery of an ore vein, Ardis and the other went on the road back to the hidden village. Ardis, who arrived back in the hidden village after 2 hours of flight, immediately gathered the related people in his own house and started a discussion. The participants are Sarah, Michelle, Nia, Rona and members of Bright Stars of White Knight. You're not calling the village chief or the other councils? Since it doesn't concern this village, I want the minimum people to know about it. Ardis, who answered Sarah's question, was then met with another question from Ted with a strange expression. Then why we are here too? You guys are trustworthy and there's something that I need to ask from you and Michelle too. Something to ask? The natural question was from Orphelia. Transportation of food to the refugees in Glock village, and also the help in carrying heavy iron ores out from the village. Hearing Ardis's answers, Ted and Orphelia started looking strange. Certainly, we have been being Michelle's escort recently, but we are not caravan though. We don't like to carry stuff for that long. I know, Ted. It's not like I'm asking for you to be there throughout the day. The period is as promised before. However, there's a secret that I need you to keep. Secret? Norris, who had been hearing the conversation with a smile, reacted at those words. Yeah, Ardis replied so shortly, and asked the golden partner at his side. Rona, okay, no problem. Saying so, Rona stood up and walked a little further from the other people. About Rona? I don't intend to blabber about him speaking human language. Nope, it's something different. In the hidden village, it's known that Rona and Rupas can speak human language, and so, Michelle and Ted and the others that frequent this village naturally knows about that as well. Although that certainly isn't something to be spread around, it's not like it's an important secret to be kept. Look closely. Ardis said so to Ted and the others, and then grabbed onto a dagger that was sheathed. Under the 12 Eyes surveillance, Ardis opened the gate and put the dagger in it. The dagger that entered the gate disappeared from their eyes. Where? As Ted and Orphelia was getting surprised, Ardis said there, and gathered everyone's gaze to Rona. And then Rona was biting onto the dagger that Ardis just sent over to the other side with the gate. That's interesting. Then, it was Nia's turn to be impressed. Sarah as well smiled, seemingly finding it interesting. Pass it back, Rona. Furious. The dagger then disappeared again. The next moment, Ardis retrieved the dagger from the gate, and Norris suddenly started laughing. Ahaha. That's amazing. So you can exchange things even from a distance? Something like that. Strictly speaking, it's not a direct exchange of items, but The point is that Ardis and Rona can both exchange items even from a distance away. That's quite the display of ignoring physical laws. Sarah smiled bitterly, and then asked her next question. Is there a limit to the exchange distance? Who knows? Never tested it, so I'm not sure either. However, I haven't felt there was a restriction in distance yet. In the first place, it is a round trip to the other world. From that point alone, physical distance is already meaningless. I see. I get what you're trying to say. So either you or Rona will be in the Glock village, and the other will be in another village and sending in supplies without regards to distance, right? If transportation can be done in moments, then certainly moving the heavy iron ores won't be trouble either. Even though with an understanding expression, Michelle's brows seemed frowning. Ah, I see. Certainly, if we transported the items from where we bought it, then there's practically no problem with transportation. Even Ophelia, who had been looking with round eyes, could understand the use after hearing Michelle's explanation. Unlike Ophelia, who was impressed, Ardis apologized a little awkwardly to Michelle, who seemed soury. Well, about that, I must apologize to Michelle. Michelle for the past 2 years had been acting as the middleman of trading between the hidden village and various other places. Even if they had Sarah's special charm, it's still a dangerous trip. On top of that, it's not that great in terms of business. Of course, Michelle accepted it knowingly, but, naturally, it would have been more profitable for her if they traded with this method. If Ardis had been using the gate to procure food supplies, then there might not even be a need to involve Michelle. Ardis didn't do that to hide the existence of the gate, but at the same time only increased the burden of Michelle and the others. It wouldn't be weird even if she became furious, but Michelle just snorted and accepted it, looking given up. I guess you have your own reasons too. Even though you asked, it was myself that made the decision in the end. I won't blame you for that. Thanks. Seriously, not just flying in the sky, you can even send things instantly at a distance? It makes me feel like a fool for carrying goods on carriage. Despite grumbling on by herself, Ardis was relieved that she didn't seem to be blaming Ardis. But still, even if you can transport items instantly, there's still a limit, right? It's too unnatural to buy too much food with this little people, and even if sent to Glock village, there's a need to keep it safe there. I still can't see how I can possibly handle it all on my own. Yeah, I have some thoughts about that as well. Thoughts? If they're bought by some large business association, then it wouldn't be so unnatural, right? Large association? You got somewhere in mind? Well, yeah, I got one. Answering so to Michelle, Ardis recalled the young woman president of a business association with a weird speaking habit. Chapter 254. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 254. Just a little more. In one of the room of the Lit Business Association located in Riaden of the Coalition, despite not exactly the most luxurious, there was still quite a few prestigious-looking decoration that strikes a peaceful atmosphere. Staring herself in the mirror, Mariida muttered softly towards no one but herself. It's almost 8 years, huh? It was a long journey, although there could never be enough words to describe it. For Mariida, more than half of her life had been spent mundanely, and that is finally coming to an end. Desperately holding up the business association that almost collapsed when both her parents passed away, managing to defend against the takeover from outside, retaining the old employees from quitting. By the time she noticed, years had passed without knowing about love and romance. That time when she was still 10 years old. There weren't even time for her to mourn over her parents' death. Discarding shame and reputation, she sacrificed everything to protect the association. All of that was for the sake of standing against those that had caused her parents' death, something that others might consider silly, but it was the line that she will never give. Naturally, that was not the end. She will take revenge eventually. From the time she swore as a child, she had been preparing various things, making use of her cursed prophetic dreams. She had kept the betrayer and gave them tough work for them to not realize her own intentions. Thanks to her relentless working, she finally had a shop in the Nobles district. But above all, she managed to get a connection with the Joker card known as Countless Sword Sorcerer. Her preparation was complete. As the Empire's invasion to the kingdom finally started, the time is almost ripe. Will the Countless Sword Sorcerer come? No, even if he doesn't, she still has Nicole. While thinking like that, Ida felt a little warmed in her chest as her expression turned better. Nicole had been around for long too. It's natural that she had grown to have some emotions staying for 8 years together. Her appreciation for Nicole, who had stayed at her side smiling despite asking for many impossibles, never ends. She thought that it would be the best if it continued like this. Even after she reaches her goal, it wouldn't be a bad idea to expand the association with Nicole. Throwing away everything and live secludedly just with the two of them can be considered too. However, that's also after everything is over. When everything ends, the life of Ida will finally start. It has been a while. 2 days later, Ardis visited Ida, who had been working on her preparation bit by bit. It's terrible in the kingdom, but I guess it doesn't concern Ardis now. Although Ida said it casually as terrible, but the truth is that the kingdom is on verge of annihilation. The downfall of the capital, the main force of the kingdom that was at the border, was also annihilated. The second capital of the kingdom, Thoria, had declared independence, and the other territories were getting conquered one after another because of attacks from the sea. It was only the remote villages and towns with small population that hasn't been touched by the empire yet. Although there were still remnants of the kingdom army resisting in various places, they couldn't keep that up. Having no supplies provided by any cities, they wouldn't be able to keep up the organization. Eventually, the royalties were all captured, and the 3 duke houses that holds the rights of succession are on the verge of destruction. It's already a situation where no one can take up the kingdom's flag. In this situation, it's probably impossible for the tides to turn. Far from being a country, it's already in a destroyed state. It's not like it doesn't concern me at all, but I have no obligation to help them at this point. His words might have sounded cold, but still, it was a natural answer considering that he was forced out of the capital. That straightforward personality. Honestly, I don't hate it, Yon. It's like someone else's business to you, huh? I mean, it is. Ardis had a stupefied tone, but Ida responded with a matter of fact. So you're saying that it's impossible for the Empire to start invading the coalition? Anya, I think it's about 50 or 70% chance they might do it. Though rather, if they didn't come invading, Ida's wish will not come true. Having been hoping her own hometown to be invaded by another country since a child, she was conscious that she was quite a scumbag. But you seem quicker than Ardis, who wanted to say something. Ida changed the topic. So, Ardis-kun, what kind of business you have here today? I'm not very free either, so I really want to return to my work. I need some help with getting food supplies. Food supplies? Ida tilted her head. If just a few portions, then it's a problem that he can easily solve just by buying them from some stalls nearby. Since you've come to ask me specifically, I assume it's not a small amount. Yeah, for 3,000 people. 1 month for the time being. After that, I will need about another 4 months. That's quite the... Ida was surprised at the number that was off by 2 figures. While keeping her composure on the outside, she instantly calculated the cost for 3,000 people. It will cost quite a lot, Yon. I know. Is 180 gold enough for a month? It seems like he came with some preparation. Ida points out the reality to Ardis, who has offered a realistic amount of money. Food are already lacking thanks to the Empire's invasion. It might have been enough a week ago, but it will probably cost 200 now, and the prices are going up by each day, so the price next month will be considerably higher. Yon? Ardis clicked his tongue hearing the 200 gold. It's a tough line according to his budget. Then it will be separate discussion each time. Also, can you buy heavy iron ores from me? Did he come to a decision by himself? Ardis put the question regarding the cost on hold, and now asked for purchase of another unexpected goods. Heavy iron ores? How many, by the way? The excavation limit is unknown yet. It was not tools made from heavy iron nor refined ingots. Moreover, it was a deal that the excavation limit even came out. Talking about excavation, huh? Ardis-kun, what are you actually doing? Ida wasn't trying to dig deeper into his business, but rather it was purely her curiosity. There was some situation. Regarding what kind of situation that made him approach with such a deal, it would be a lie if Ida said she was uninterested. However, despite her young age, Ida is the president of a business association that can pride in its size even in Reitan. She understands at least that much about someone that she should peer deeper and someone she should not. Well, since we are doing business, I don't intend to ask more. But what? Just like how Ardis-kun has his situation, I also have mine. There might be some whacking punch situation later. If Ardis-kun is willing to listen to my request, then maybe I will consider your deal a little bit more. I can even offer you the 180 gold coin per month as well. Yuan. It was a rare chance of the Joker card coming into her hand willingly. Even if she bears some damages, she must make use of it in the biggest play in her life. Well. Ardis, who seemed to see through her intentions, had a fearless smile. I will even throw in some bonus for the heavy iron ores. How about it? Yes. While thinking that it wouldn't be effective either way, she proposed another benefit. All I can see is that you're really trying hard to use me. Don't say it like that. It's just a little escort request. Yon. Ida shortened the explanation to the limits for Ardis, who replied negatively as expected. Don't you have Nicole as your escort already? Of course, I trust Nicole too, and I have no doubts about his capability. But I think it's still too much for one person to bear. Who the heck are you trying to pick a fight with? Sensing unrestful aura from her words, Ardis's brows were met with a frown. With a commercial smile on her face, Ida slightly shifts the direction of the story, paying close attention so that her voice does not get upset. Well, it's not like we're going against the Empire. Of course, no matter what, spare me from going against the entire Empire army with just myself and Nicole. Ardis didn't even hide his distrust. It's fine. As expected. It won't be something like that. Yuan. Waving her hands to assure him, Ida thanked her parents in the afterlife for having secured the greatest card for the showdown ahead. Chapter 255. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 255. Even while frowning at Ida, who seemed to be planning something bad, Ardis decided to accept the offer. Just Ardis and Michelle would not be enough to procure a huge amount of food. It's a totally different scale from providing spices or other stuff to the almost self-sufficient hidden village. It's necessary to procure food through some organization for the daily consumption of 3,000 people, and Ardis had no other leads than Ida's company now. Selling the food in a set price for half a year and buying the heavy iron ores from Ardis, it's quite a reasonable condition. Thinking about the time needed to transport the food through the gate, even Ardis would not have time for this and that. Well then, it's settled. The talk ended without anything happening, especially. The escort period is 10 days. Even Ardis didn't plan to get bound to a contract for too long. However, it was fine since Ida also needs some time to get the food. Moreover, it's not like the promised time to transport the food over to Rona at the Glock village is today or tomorrow. Either way, since he needed to stay several days at Reiton, there wasn't any problem for him. Deeming the negotiation is over, Nicole, who had been staying quiet behind Ida, stepped out and stretched his hand. Glad to have you, Ardis. I can rest easy if you're with us. Ardis, who similarly stretched his hand out for a shake, asked just in case. That, are you serious? Nope, but I hope so. Thought so. The two smiled bitterly as they withdrew their hands. Since it's an awfully suspicious request from Ida, it's undoubtedly something regarding her prophetic dreams. During the escort period, Ardis and Nicole both already threw away the hope of nothing would happen. But again, you really look unchanged for your age. How old are you again now? Who knows? I don't really know now. Was it 8 years ago that we first met? Certainly. That time you looked like a runaway mercenary, but you don't really look 8 years older now. I get that a lot. However, it's better not to mention it in presence of a girl. A female magician I know would strangle me whenever it was mentioned. Recalling the magician, Orphelia, who was sensitive to the tropic of age, Ida, the only female in the room, now interjected. Ardis-kun, are you hinting that I'm getting older? Getting glared with a strange pressure, Ardis shifted the blame over to Nicole. See, ha, that seems to be right. Nai, Lee, don't worry Oju. Age doesn't matter. Oju is still a pretty woman. So much so that I might even marry you now. A spear tip was aimed at the laughing Nicole, but his words rendered Ida's ears red. Wah, Nicole, what are you? Disregarding such Ida, Nicole changed to another topic facing Ardis. Leaving that aside, you're staying low right now, right? Staying low? Well, I'm living in a remote village. Currently, Ardis's living quarters is located in the village within the Kenobis mountain range. Although he frequents to the Glock village recently, Ardis didn't involve himself much other than matters regarding food. There was already a self-governing body forming at the Glock village between the refugees. The center of it is the Duke Nyrestia House and its members. The representatives from the miners that were originally at the Glock village, Elma who represents the clergyman from the hidden village, and several influences from the Nyrestia territory and the capital. What was surprising is among the refugees, there were the owners of Sesragian, the inn that Ardis frequents in the capital. Owners of Sesragian, in other words, the signboard girl, Mila and her father. Seeing the two's figure among the refugees since 2 years, Ardis felt a little nostalgic strangely. From what he heard, they were apparently saved by Minerva's party, and the father also got wounded but healed by salt. Ardis himself has no intention to touch the governing of the Glock village. What he only wants is Elma to be accepted as the priest, and a warehouse where the villagers are forbidden to enter for the food. I see. If you can't find a place to settle down, then tell me. I have some connections in Kafs. I think I can get you a citizenship at the very least. Kafs? In the coalition? Yeah, I'm from Kafs. Kafs is the city in the coalition that has the most population and the military power. It is one of the most successful cities among the coalition, and they are considered the position of the coalition ally master. However, it's located quite west of the continent, meaning that the church's influence there is incomparably greater than Reitan. For Ardis, who is considered an enemy by the church, it's unlikely that he can live peacefully there. Alright, I will keep that in mind. I might ask you when I need it, but in any case, there's no need to reject his goodwill now, as Ardis replied affirmatively. Leave it to me. And so, Ardis had started his 10-day-long job as Mariida's escort. Sharu. During the escort period, Ardis's place of sleep is the guest room on the second floor of the association's building. In the late night when people are normally sleeping, Ardis opened the window and called out the girl's name. I'm here. The words returned from the darkness are short. Then, a girl that looked like a normal town girl that can be found anywhere appeared. Despite it being the second floor of the building, she entered from the window like it's nothing. Did you find anything nice at the stores? The rabbit pie wrap was the greatest. Also, the wheat noodles with Eastern spice broth was also a delicacy. I see. Then I must get them while I'm here. Smiling bitterly at Sharu, Ardis was quite intrigued by the recommendation of the girl that became quite the Maida in the last 2 years. And, did you find out anything about Reitan's grasp on the Empire's movements? They are on guard. But even if they are, the power balance is too unfavored for them. The stronger opinion is winning is impossible. Well, I expected so I guess. For the time being, the Empire hasn't reached its hands out of the kingdom. Although they left Thoria who declared their independence, they are moving to invade all the land around the seashore. Making enemies with another country now would be a political bad move, and even if they wanted, they have no room as they are busy with settling down their new territory. The Empire should be prioritizing on colonizing and stabilizing the new land that they got from the old Nagres kingdom. However, it is undeniable that such thoughts are just them being optimistic. There is no guarantee anywhere that the Empire would abstain from riding on the momentum and start invading the coalition. Ardis thought it was probable since Ardis was recruited as an escort by Mariida. Can you investigate on the pretense that the Empire will invade? Investigate what? Reitan's defensive measure. Also, whether the nobles had been preparing to escape or not. Escape? If they know winning is impossible, they would be preparing to escape when the time needs it. We will know how great is Reitan in obtaining information from their preparation progress. Everyone is impossible. 2 or 3 high-ranking nobles with bad reputation will do. Alright. Sharu, who nodded, suddenly looked over at the wooden door of the room. Ardis similarly looked over the butt. He already knew the presence approaching the room from long ago. The soft footsteps stopped outside the door, and knocking sounds reverberated inside the room. Waving stop to Sharu, who was going to leave, Ardis responded, "It's unlocked," while illuminating the room with a magic light. "Sorry for disturbing your rest. There's something I want to ask." While saying so, the person that opened the door stopped his words as he saw Sharu. "What's up, Nicole?" "Ah, no." "Huh? My mistake? Were you perhaps doing something?" "I don't know what mistake you did, but this guy is my company." "She's Sharu. I brought her with me to gather information." "I see. Is it a good occasion?" Nicole, who seemed convinced for a moment, once again asked Ardis. "It's fine." Sharu met Mariida as well, and she's doing some other matter that's unrelated to the escort. Then you could have mentioned it to Oja from the start. You're paying her accommodation fees, right? Then Mariida would use me for this and that because of the accommodation fee though. That's true. Nicole, who knew Mariida's personality well, expressed her understanding. So, what do you want to ask? What I wanted to ask was already answered anyways. It's likely that what Nicole wanted to ask was the intruder in Ardis's room. In other words, about Sharu. Since Ardis had revealed her without hiding anything, then his question had already been answered. And so Oja-chan, I'm Nicole. Nice to have you here with us. It's not like we will meet again. Sharu's response wasn't great towards Nicole, who was being friendly. You are so cold. Nicole shrugged purposefully. Well then, I will excuse myself. Sorry for disturbing this late. Leaving as his business was finished, he left while raising one of his hand. The next day, Ardis followed Mariida around as an escort, and walked around Riitan's center market. The price had gone up a little just like Mariida said, starting from rations, all other goods had risen in price. It's still considered better than the old kingdom's territory that is now occupied by the empire. Even so, it's undeniable that the prices are going up. It's safe to assume that it will continue to rise, huh? Yeah, until the chaos within the old kingdom settles down, it will probably continue to rise. Mariida continued with her usual tone as Ardis was clicking his tongue. Well, if you properly act as an escort, then rest easy. I can pay for the inflated portion of the price yuan. It might get really pricey though. Are you sure? Mariida had set the price of a month's ration as 180 gold coins. However, if the prices continues to go up, the price difference can be expected much greater 3 or 5 months in the future. It would be a bankruptcy if mishandled. It's a. What the heck are you going to make me do? Seriously. Mariida is a merchant. On top of that, she's the president of one of the biggest shop in Riitan, and such a person like her is eating into her own savings to request help from Ardis. In other words, Mariida is going to face a difficult situation that requires Ardis's capabilities, or rather an enemy. Thinking about the possibilities, it would be the Empire's invasion into the coalition. However, she had already denied the involvement of the Empire. If that's the case, she might tell him to guard every asset of the business association and not just the lives of her employees. With no clear purpose to his role, 5 days had passed, and as expected, the war flames approached without any precursor. Ships appeared on the shoreline south of Riitan and the soldiers landed. The army started marching as they got into a formation, and moved north to Riitan. Their numbers are around 5,000. However, the army that was heading towards Riitan was in fact not carrying the flag of the Empire. Chapter 256. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 256. It's not the Empire. Mariida's revelation surprised Ardis. They are from the Sanrodual monarchy apparently. Sanrodual? Where's that? It was Nicole's turn to ask. Ardis instead answered that, a country from the southern continent I think. You know about them? Ardis isn't all clear as well, but they're the opponent that he had faced in the war before. Riding on strange beasts, they used magic that's unseen in the other countries. Their impression was still vivid. It's the ally of the Empire. Strictly speaking, they were the reinforcement for the Empire that cornered the kingdom 4 years ago. Reinforcements? Then why is the Empire not here? They probably aren't acting as reinforcements this time. Ardis's soft mutter was picked up by Nicole. Not reinforcements. I get it. Nicole seemed to understand what Ardis was thinking without saying. The reason why Sanrodual sent their army over the ocean to support the Empire was for the Empire to realize their wish of regaining their old territory, nor did they have any reason to befriend the Empire to go against the kingdom. Joining hands with the Empire, they can get a territory that can serve as their landing spot on this continent. That's probably the monarchy's aim. In other words, they plan to expand their territory. They help with the Empire's long-cherished desire to overthrow the kingdom, and in return the Empire would not interfere in their annexation of the city-state coalition. It's likely that such a contract was signed between the Empire and the monarchy. Well, whether it's the Empire or the monarchy, it doesn't change the fact that an army is going to attack us. You won't tell me to go fight them since they're not the Empire. right? Ardis recalled Ida assuring him that it doesn't concern the Empire when Ardis accepted the escort request. Ida confirmed that they won't be fighting against the Empire, but she didn't say that they won't fight another army other than the Empire. I won't Yon. No matter who they are, I don't intend to let Ardis gun alone to face an entire army, so rest easy. For the time being, Oju, isn't it better that we start to pack up? Yes, I've gotten around to handle that already. Rather, I want to ask the two of you. What? Ardis asked back to Ida, who asked. Her question was natural for the current situation. Will Riitan fall? Ardis and Nicole both folded their arms. Was it 2,000 people during the defensive battle at that time? Yeah, that's including mercenaries and the conscripted soldiers. Nicole affirmed Ardis's words. But we can't be sure that we will have that many this time. We were facing demonic beings that time after all. It is guaranteed that everyone will die if we lost, and it became a good reason to conscript the soldiers. But now that we are facing against negotiable humans, not all will be opposing them. However, even if the opponents are intelligent humans, there's still a chance they would trample on everyone. In fact, non-combatants in the capital were also killed and deprived. However, it can also be said that it's because the kingdom is the old nemesis of the Empire. Currently, the monarchy has nothing like that with Riitan. There's probably still going to be some bloodshed, but it's likely that it won't be as bad as the capital. In any case, it's too unrealistic to expect just soldiers and mercenaries can protect Riitan. And it's not like the mercenaries will side with us. Rather, it's likely they will change sides seeing the opponent having the upper hand. Rather than towards Nicole, Ardis's explanation was towards the only non-mercenary there, Ida. 5,000 enemies. Even if counting their logistic soldiers, they're overwhelmingly more than Riitan. And it's even worse if conscripting soldiers is hard. Nicole could calculate the vast difference in power immediately. Despite able to conscript 1,500 soldiers previously, it's likely not even half of that can be reached this time. Unlike how it happened too quickly previously, this time, there is more than enough time for the citizens to choose to escape. There were many people leaving the city before the monarchy's army reached Riitan. Riitan is also requesting help from the other cities, right? Probably. Ida replied immediately at Ardis's question. That's exactly the purpose of forming the coalition after all. The other cities will probably send their army Yon, but whether they make it in time or not is a different question. So, what are you planning? You hired me for this occasion, right? Well, Ardis and Nicole will still be on standby for the time being. Really? Ardis asked Ida just in case, since she seemed like she wasn't going to do anything especially. Really Yon? Seeing Ida saying so without a sliver of unrest, Ardis was feeling quite strange. It was 10 years old when Ida first saw a dream. Of course, it was not a simple dream in that sense. She was 10 years old when she started seeing dreams that reflected the reality. Her first dream was the death of both her parents. As she cried her eyes out at the terrible nightmare, the memory of embraced by her mother in her warmth is now in the distance. The content of the nightmare is always the same. To attend a party of the feudal lord, Ida was left behind in Riitan, while both her parents went out on a carriage. They would be buried in a landslide. Only one of the employees that her father had eyes on lived on, and he was the one who brought the terrible news back to Ida. The nightmare continued to happen every night. Eventually, in the dream, Ida tried to stop her parents. Even if she desperately held them back from departing, the parents only regarded it as a child's tantrum. As a child, the most she could do was delay their departure time by a little. However, no matter how much Ida struggled, the result was always the same. Even if she managed to save them from the landslide, they would be devoured by demonic beings, or be assaulted by bandits, and in the end, her parents would never return. While trying out all methods she could think of, the invitation letter from the feudal lord for her parents arrived in the reality. Ida was terrified that it would follow the development of her nightmare. She desperately held her parents back, knowing from her nightmares that talking about her dreams or talking logic would be useless. All she could do was to appeal with her emotions. She cried all day convincing her parents to not go. She tried all she could do even by pretending crazy. However, all her efforts was useless in the end. Her parents that left Ida at the house and departed for the party on schedule never returned again. That night, Mariida never had a normal dream again. It was the start of Mariida's long and never-ending nightmares. Mariida, who was drowning in agony over her parents' death, started dreaming again. The figures that appeared within is the male employee who was the sole survivor, and also another unfamiliar nobleman. Although the president's daughter started throwing tantrums was unexpected, the plan succeeded as expected. 1/3 of the company is already under my control. Although there are quite a few old ones left, after chasing them away, all that's left is the young daughter. Will you kill her? The noble asked with a chilly gaze, but the male employee revealed his own thoughts. Immediately would be too eye-catching. If even the daughter died immediately after the parents, it would be too suspicious. But still, it's only a kid. I don't think it too hard to swindle her. In any case, taking over the association now is not difficult. If she becomes a problem, we can just marry her off to some other house. Until then, I will be focusing on expanding my control over the association. Fume. In that case, my third or fourth son can be her partner. The male employee then panicked, seeing how the noble already starting drawing plans for the future. Either way, it is the same as in my hands already. When I get the rights to the association, I really hope to get your excellency's backing. Seeing how the male employee expressed his ambitions, the noble grinned as well. Naturally, the gold ore trading route that the lit pioneered will be firmly under our counthouse. For that, we had even gotten you and pulled strings in the back after all. Smiling at the satisfactory result, the noble's expression returned to normal, and appreciated the male employee's effort as well as nailing in a fact. You did well. Get the association under control within 3 years, and stay alert so the other employees or the lit's daughter don't suspect anything. Yes. Leave it to me. After that, the male employee started chasing out the old employees using the pretense of the late will of the president, and started taking control over the lit business association. The people that opposed the man who acted as if the association was his own, or those that upheld the late president's actual will and supported Mariida, were chased away, and the man slowly secured his position in the association. Eventually, a year after both her parents died, an assassin was sent to Mariida. Naturally, the 11-year-old young girl had no methods to fight back, and Mariida's life ended abruptly. Seeing the dream where she would die for the first time, Mariida immediately understood that it is the future that will arrive eventually. At the same time, she also understood that the man who conveyed the death of her parents was the culprit that instigated their deaths with another noble. After that, Mariida was dreaming of her own death every night. She struggled desperately in her dreams in order to not be killed. However, even if she escaped death, her future was cruel. Getting thrown in the wilderness without anything, she would be sold to a brothel to serve guests. It was so bad that marrying a poor commoner would be more desirable. Mariida became impatient. If the situation proceeded like this, reality will surely go the same way as her dreams, like it did during the death of her parents. There was no time for her to start pondering why she started seeing dreams like that. She didn't know how many days are left until her time limit. However, it was certain that her doom was drawing closer. While trying out all possible choices she could have taken, Mariida finally arrived at a choice that she would not die. Unable to find alternatives, Mariida chose it even while swallowing her tears of blood. Even if it meant leaving the man that was her parents' killer at her side. 18 years after both her parents were killed, gaining a trustworthy ally, Nicole, and a joker card, Ardis, she is overjoyed that her chance of revenge is finally here. Chapter 257. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 257. 2 days after San Rogio's army landed, 5,000 soldiers are already surrounding the Rieten's city walls. So what's your plan actually? Till now, Ardis has not a single idea on what Mariida's intentions were. When Rieten was surrounded by demonic beings, Ardis had participated in the defense battle. He hasn't forgotten Mariida's panic measures to protect the association. This time, however, Mariida's actions were not understandable from the start. Many of the employees had already fled Rieten with their families. There's enough time to escape after all. But doesn't that mean Rieten's defeat is set in stone? Then why are you still here, not caring for yourself? It's not just employees. Even Mariida's childhood friend, Ellie of the Rovel, had already headed west with both her parents, apparently for a business. Hearing that Kyril had accompanied them as an escort, Ardis concluded it was Mariida's doings without any proof. I mean, I have my role as the president. It's not like I can just escape even if it's a little dangerous. You're not the type to be like that though. In the first place, without employees, the association is not even functioning. Just so you know, there's still the bare minimum of employees left for us to continue functioning. Even those bare minimum of employees doesn't seem like they are doing anything. That's right. Since the country had already bought up anything that seemed useful for the war, there were no new incoming stock. I guess all there is to wait. Mariida shrugged and stopped talking. Ardis was intrigued by Mariida's composure. The reason that she hired Ardis as an escort is most probably because of the invasion. Despite that, Ardis hasn't faced any of the invading soldiers yet, and was not even acting as an escort for the employees that were escaping. Ardis had only followed Mariida around as an escort leisurely. Of course, he would suspect something if it was like that. Nicole, don't you know anything about this? Since Oju is not saying anything, I can't either. He changed his target over to Nicole. From his tone, it seems like Nicole has some insight into Mariida's thoughts. Then, Mariida offered a saving boat to Nicole, who seemed awkward. If you don't like the request, you can retire at any time. But as for the food and the oars, well, we can talk about it again without the bonus. It's only 3 days more anyways. While confident that the remaining 3 days will not pass peacefully, Ardis decided to continue act as an escort. The next day, as the dawn broke, the Sanrojal army started attacking. The defending side, Riaitan's army combined with the conscripted soldiers, are only barely in the 4 digits. As expected, conscripting soldiers were not as successful, and mercenaries had chosen to escape Riaitan as a non-participant. A fierce battle unfolded since the first day. It might be because the opponents knew reinforcements from other cities will come as long as Riaitan bought enough time. So, the monarchy army seemed to choose a strategy of aggressive invading, even if it meant sacrificing more men in the process. Both sides' demands were stated, and since the battle started, the two armies had been shooting arrows and magic over at each other. Soldiers atop the city walls were getting shot, leaving corpses there. There were even magical arrows that occasionally landed within Riaitan, and even harmed non-combatants. Even when the night fell, the opponent did not stop their attacks. In Riaitan, not just the soldiers, even the citizens were in fear of the attacks that might come at any time as they spent the restless night. The Riaitan army that had been dealing with the night attacks were then assaulted even harder on the next day. What are the enemies actually thinking? Even if the monarchy army has more number, it's illogical for them to be so forceful and continue attacking without any rest throughout the night. It's like they are the one being forced to a corner. Ardis's monologue was answered by Nicole. Although he wasn't in the battle directly, he was able to get some information thanks to Sharu. It was as if the monarchy army are in a grave spot that needed Riaitan to fall immediately. Certainly, considering that reinforcements from other cities might arrive if they took too long, it's reasonable that they want to settle it quickly. However, it's still unthinkable for them to continue their attacks throughout the night normally. Even if they swapped soldiers to rest, fatigue will still accumulate within their men. Not able to understand the opponent's intentions, Ardis felt a little creeped out. The second night after the battle started, the same happened as arrows and magic were thrown inside Riaitan from outside the wall. Their unclear purpose and murderous intent without pause caused massive fear not just within the soldiers, but the citizens as well. There are flames burning here and there. People went around trying to extinguish the fire with tired faces. It was only the second day, but it's also the second day without any proper rest. The continuous attacks from the opposing army had definitively piled on fatigue on Riaitan's side. Oju-sama, I shall confirm that our warehouses haven't been harmed yet. There were a total of 4 people in the president's room. Ardis, Mariida, Nicole, and also another middle-aged man that was introduced as Mariida's confidant. What was strange was that it was the exact same members that were around 8 years ago when Ardis first met Mariida. That time, Ardis thought that he was just another employee, but it seems like he's considered the number 2 of the entire association. Apparently, he was the person that supported the association until Mariida became an adult, and even after that, he had supported her throughout the years. One of the oldest employees still around in the association. Although many employees had already escaped before Riaitan was surrounded by enemies, there were still a few employees around, including that man. Yes, thanks Nick. Cuzion. The middle-aged man named Cuzion bowed a little before exiting the room in a hurry. Mariida, who glared at the door for a while after he left, sighed, as if she was relieved that he was gone. But it only looked like a deep breath to calm herself in Ardis's eyes. Will he move? Probably not. Rather, it would be strange if he didn't. With this perfect setup, Nicole and Mariida spoke to each other in a way that only themselves understood. Oi, speak it in a way I can understand too. Mariida looked over at Ardis, who seemed displeased, and started saying in a serious tone, Ardis-kun. What? I will get moving now. Ardis narrowed his eyes at her sudden declaration. His gaze prompted Mariida to continue. It is for today that I hired Ardis-kun. I'm going to settle a certain matter now. I want you to be my escort together with Nicole during this. Let me confirm again. It's not about rushing into the enemies surrounding Raitan currently, right? No way that's the case, right? Then, what's your certain matter? Ardis asked with a stronger tone, with an intention of telling her to fess up already. Mariida, who had been staying quiet all this time, suddenly let loose the truth easily. Revenge. One short word was enough to trigger something within Ardis. Naturally, he didn't think Mariida said it jokingly. Even Nicole, who was at the side, had a serious face. It seems like Nicole already knew about that part of the business. Seeing that there is intense light of revenge in her eyes, Ardis, who felt a little connected, unintentionally muttered, "Taking revenge, huh?" Naturally, that question had no answer. However, Mariida's cold words, which were completely void of emotion, echoed in the room. For 18 years, I had been living for this day. Hearing how Mariida did not deny it, Ardis knew that he was on the mark. That's why, Ardis-kun, revenge is meaningless, useless, or it will lead to more hate. I don't care if you say that and step down now. Of course, it's the best if Ardis-kun is willing to lend a hand, but I won't be forceful either. Mariida's eyes were clear without any hesitation. It seems like she had made her decision on continuing just with Nicole even if Ardis wasn't around. Ardis's help is only on the extent of great if had. Revenge. Taking revenge. Ardis shut his eyes and muttered. Will he refuse by saying pretty words? Will he convince Mariida to stop? Ardis thought that was stupid. Even if others deny it, only Ardis will not deny Mariida. Even if others laugh it off, only Ardis will not laugh at her intentions. Even if others refuse it, only Ardis will not refuse her hatred. He had no rights to do that. If he denied Mariida's decision, then it would mean denying himself. If he laughed off Mariida's will, then it would mean laughing off himself. If he denied Mariida's hate, then it would mean denying his own feelings. For Ardis, who have lived so long holding the will to take revenge towards someone, that was a natural element in himself, the smoldering flames that was just beside his peaceful life. Rather, for Ardis, it was clearest and most basic motive. Fine. Taking revenge is fine. I shall too. Lend a hand in your fight. Chapter 258. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 258. So, judging from what happened, is that guy just now Cuzion your target? He's one of them, yes. Deciding that he would lend a hand, Mariida immediately answered Ardis. You had him as a confidant that many years. It should have been easy for you to deal with him with your position as the president. Of course, Ardis didn't know the extent of her revenge. However, if just Cuzion alone, there shouldn't be a need to wait for a whole 18 years. On top of that, for an association as big as the Lit, it's not strange for them to have a connection with those that do back alley business. It's not like I kept him as a confidant willingly. Mariida sighed, unlike her usual attitude full of playfulness. Leaving that aside, isn't it time to chase after them? Nicole interjected. You know where he went? It's certainly not a situation to be talking here, as Ardis asked another question. His last destination, yes, though there were places that he should be stopping by before then. Saying that, Mariida as well stood up and left the room. Ardis and Nicole both followed behind her. I've even made many intricate preparation this time, purposefully making a mistake in investment, a big bet to save that, and act like that to make him think that we're in a tough spot. Even to the point that people started questioning, will the Lit collapse? In reality, the business was solid, but she made it look like it was almost collapsing, and even spread rumors about it by herself. And then an invasion from another country. Previously, when Raitan was under attack by demonic beings, it was the same. When logistics are cut off because of the city shutting down, trading organizations that depends on that will be hit the hardest. For Cusion, Lit probably looks like a candle fire in front of a strong wind. Mariida talked as they walked. Only the footsteps of the three was heard inside the quiet building. Contrarily, there were chaotic noises from outside. Even when the other employees left Reitan, he made up excuses like guiding them, this and that, and tried to escape. The reason I didn't allow him is to corner him. I see. So just now that conversation was referring to that Cusion guy abandoning the association, huh? Mariida, who was walking ahead, nodded without turning back. Nicole and Mariida's will he move? And probably was referring to Cusion's decision. While talking about it, eventually, they came to a small warehouse in the operating grounds of the association. Arriving there, Ardis tilted his head. Why is it not a treasury but a warehouse? If the Cusion guy is going to escape, he would definitely embezzle some assets in the chaos. But if that's the case, he would be heading to the treasury instead of a warehouse like this. However, Ardis's confusion was dispelled by Mariida. The treasury is already empty. If Reitan lost and when the monarchy army invades, under that pretense, we've buried it already. Cusion knows about it as well, and digging it back up will take considerable time. If money and jewels are impossible, then wouldn't he set his eyes on the merchandises next? Mariida laughed because she had already made the first move. Although he could only bring out some, it can still be valuable if he chose expensive goods. Cusion's movements are grasped by Mariida perfectly. Eventually, the warehouse that they come to was not lit up. However, when the three approached the entrance, they could hear a grunting voice from within. Shit. There's nothing good left. All of this are so bulky. The voice was from the same Cusion that was in the room before. It seems like he was going through the merchandises in the dark warehouse, as rustling noise continued reverberating from within. Ardis, can you put up lights? Got it. The three had entered the warehouse without getting noticed by Cusion. Circling around to his back, Ardis wordlessly made lights out of mana. At the same time, multiple magical light source illuminated the entire warehouse brightly. Wah! Cusion was panicking at the sudden occurrence. Looking around quickly, his expression shook when he found Mariida. Of course, there's naturally nothing good left. Expensive goods that can be carried away easily were all sold out last week. After all, Oju-sama, this is not what you think. Cusion started defending himself at the unexpected development. I was just checking if they were damaged or... It's not like a stray arrow or magic landed. It would be clear with a glance anyways. Was there a need to search through them in the darkness? Immediately, Nicole rebutted. Shut up. A mere escort mercenary. Don't run your mouth, as if you know anything. Who's the one that should shut up, I wonder? Seeing Nicole snorting, Cusion's face was becoming red. Oju-sama, as I have said countless times already, you should fire this kind of disrespectful barbarian immediately. In the first place, this man is always, you are the one shutting up. Cusion. Oju-sama, noticing something from Mariida's cold tone and atmosphere, his expression changed to trying to look out for something. Hey, Cusion, when was it that you came to our association? What is it so suddenly? I'm asking, how many years has it been? Pressured by Mariida's expressionless face, Cusion's pace crumbled. Let me think. Was it 24 years ago? That's right. When I was still a toddler, you were already here. That Oju-sama. What about it? Seemingly having not an idea what Mariida was saying, he was confused. After that, for 4 years, you were acknowledged by my father, and was appointed the left-hand man quickly, and was expected to be someone that will be the association's pillar. Well, in fact, you are now the number 2 in the association, so I guess it went according to his expectations. Cusion talks to Mariida, who brought up an old story. Yes, it was thanks to the former president. If not for meeting him, I would surely have lived a mundane life. Really? The former president is my greatest benefactor. Then why did you kill him? The peaceful story suddenly froze because of Mariida's sentence. Huh? Not understanding what she spoke, Cusion's eyes turned round. What are you saying, Oju-sama? The former president was caught in an... Do you think I don't know anything, Cusion? Mariida's cold smile stopped Cusion from acting and explaining the obvious fact. I think Oju-sama is misunderstanding something. Cusion shook his head, indicating that he doesn't know what Mariida was talking about. I still remember it. It was you who returned and reported the death of father and mother. Why yes. That time, when I was together with the former president and madam. The cliff suddenly collapsed when we were going through it. Cusion's shoulders dropped and showed a terribly sad expression. His voice was trembling, and his hand was covering his eyes, seemingly to stop his tears. I couldn't do anything seeing them get buried, and in the end, only I survived. However, for the former president who left the last words of "take care of my daughter and the association," I resolved to bear the guilt of being a survivor and returned. Fu, N. Last words. However, Mariida's response to that was incredibly cold. They should have died immediately. How could you have heard their last words? Did you use some soul-calling technique? What are? So, I said, right? Do you really think I don't know anything? Cusion. Her usual round maroon eyes squinted. Mariida's gaze as if staring at a rotten fruit pierced Cusion. As the coachman, you slashed at the horse with your dagger near the cliff, jumping off the carriage that's going out of control, laughing at the carriage that both of my parents were in, riding off the cliff with a smile, even using an explosive magic stone to confirm their death, and then pouring dirt over the carriage to make it look like a cliff collapsing. Do you really think that no one saw it and no one knows about it even now? Mariida said as if she saw it first-handed. In fact, she probably did see it. However, it's probably not the reality, but the dream countless times over. Wow, that's not. Cusion was stuck with words because of surprise. His body language basically affirmed what Mariida said. What a shame. Cusion, your deeds were exposed a long time ago. You probably laughed at me not knowing anything, being a stupid little girl, but did you not realize that you were the one that had been swimming around without knowing anything? From when? A certain day from 18 years ago. Hearing that, Cusion's eyes seemed to regain its calm. What ridiculous story. Oju-sama was still 10 years old at that time. There's no way you could have known about something like that. Normally, Cusion would be right. A normal 10-years-old child would not be capable of gathering information like that and arrive at a conclusion after analysis. For people who don't know about Mariida's prophetic ability, they would be convinced by Cusion. However, Cusion did not know about Mariida's hidden ability. Also, he probably didn't realize it, but he was so riled up that he forgot to deny Mariida's story. Fu, N. So your problem is that getting pointed out by Mariida. Cusion panically tried to defend himself. No, I don't know who told such a ridiculous story to Oju-sama, but I can assure that it's a baseless fabrication. It's fine, as long as you and I both know that it is the truth. With an expression full of irony, Mariida laughed. Either way, it doesn't change that you were the one that killed her parents. Saying that, Nicole pulled out his sword. Cusion's shoulders jumped. By the way, how much longer do you plan to treat me as an ignorant little girl? Realizing that reasoning now is useless, Cusion threw something nearby towards the three and started running. However, for Ardis, who lives by fighting, his attempt of escaping was slow to the point of yawning. Ardis judged that it's more than enough time to catch up and was about to move. But Mariida stopped him. Oi, just don't. Mariida conveyed with her eyes that she allowed him to escape. It seems like Nicole had known that in advance, as Cusion escaped them easily while they watched. You intended to let him escape purposefully. I said it before, right? He's just one of them. Ardis understood what Mariida was saying and he asked again. You're speaking like you know where he's going to run to? Riiten is now completely surrounded by the monarchy army. Even if he ran, there's only one place he can go. Mariida said it with an expression of matter of fact. It will be settled tonight, right? It will be a mess when the monarchy army comes pouring into the town. I know. If I don't intend to end it tonight, then I wouldn't have let him escape just now. Was it because of the tension? Mariida was speaking unlike her usual casual atmosphere, but expressionlessly, and since that's the case, Nicole, who tried to dispel the tense air, prompted the two with a bright tone. Let's go and settle it already. Chapter 259. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 259. Chasing after the escaping Cusion, they were heading to the central streets where mansions of nobles were lining up. But as expected, being far from the city walls, it's natural that attacks from the monarchy army doesn't reach. However, it as well couldn't stay completely uninfluenced. The surrounding buildings were all lit up, and the people walking down the normally quiet streets were unusually more noisy. Ardis and the others walked down the streets, passing by several carriages and private soldiers on the opposite running somewhere hurriedly. While that happened, Mariida advanced in the central streets. Ardis was starting to suspect that they were heading straight to the central street where many nobles live at. I'm getting a bad feeling, but can you tell me where are we heading already? Do you know about Count Emmers? I heard about him. Ardis knew the name that Mariida mentioned. It's one of the names that Ardis heard from Sharu after asking her to investigate nobles that looks like escaping. That Count Emmers or something is the culprit? That's right. He's the perpetrator that had killed my parents just for the sake of monopolizing Lit's newly pioneered gold ore trading route. Cuzion was just an ambitious lackey that followed the Count's plans. Ardis cringed his face at the direction of the story. Hearing it on the way, he came to understand her will for revenge painfully well. However, if the opponent is a noble, then her revenge doesn't end easily. The class difference in social status is not easy to get rid of. So don't tell me you're filing a complaint to the Count guy. Of course. Ardis, who knew the answer but asked it anyways, was replied with Mariida's mutter. He will pay for what he did. Although he had expected it, Ardis asked Mariida again after understanding that it's gonna be a handful. Hey, Mariida. What? I'm hired as an escort, right? That's right. But what I'm doing next looks more like a bad guy's job though. Ardis brought up a term that would always be mentioned by the archer Norris. That's not my intention. The bad guy is me. Ardis-kun is just there to protect me, though it's obvious they will regard us similarly. Ardis was stupefied at Mariida's explanation. Well, you can just stay back and protect Toju. I will play the role of a sword. Nicole from the side hit Ardis's back strongly. However, it's troublesome to make a move on a noble, you know. Leaving aside myself, if the two of you living in this country killed a noble, that's why it must be now, huh? Ardis was glaring at Nicole for a bit while grumbling, but he came to realize Mariida's intentions in the midst. Yes, if it's now when Raitan is getting invaded, it will be thought that the monarchy army was the one that killed the Count. And luckily for us, the Count is actually one of the more powerful figures in the Raitan army. It's easily imaginable that the enemy army would send an assassin to kill him. And in the first place, if Raitan lose, nobles or royalties whatnot, their power will be meaningless. And when the monarchy army comes inside the city, no one will see who killed who in the chaos. Nicole added on after Mariida's explanation. Leaving aside during peaceful times, it will be a different story when it's an emergency situation. In this situation that a country might get destroyed, one lone noble's life or death is insignificant. That's why Mariida had chosen this timing to exact her revenge. Don't worry, since neither Oja nor myself has any intentions of involving innocent people. The enemy is just the Count and Cuzion. Naturally, their escorts might get in the way, but as long as they don't come for us, we won't make a move. Hearing Nicole's words, Ardis was more or less relieved. Even though for a revenge, Ardis don't wish to involve non-combatants that aren't even related. If Mariida is not going to cross that line, then Ardis has nothing more to say. That's Count Emma's residency in question. Eventually, the three arrived at a large eye-catching building even among the others in the central streets. And it's not like there's only one mansion there. The building itself is 10 times larger than the Lith's building, and besides that, there were also villas and gardens in the residency. If commoners can build their houses within the residency, then it's not a surprise that a few hundred can live inside comfortably. Don't tell me we are going in from the front, right? Rest easy, that won't happen. Ardis asked just in case. On the other hand, it was Mariida who answered stupefied. In any case, it's not easy to infiltrate with that many guards on watch. There's probably a need to be a little forceful to get to the Count's place. Hearing Nicole's words, Ardis had an idea as he said, if that's the case, I can make some disturbance nearby to make it easier. It's not a good idea to involve unrelated people. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to hurt someone, and the one crying is not the commoners either. Ardis wiped off Nicole's worry, and Mariida then asked, are you going to make some disturbance in the nobles' residencies? It's just stray attacks from the monarchy army landing somewhere within their residency with no one nearby. On top of that, somehow only targeting nobles with infamy. That's interesting. Nicole, who had such a face, refrained from saying more. So can you give me some time? Alright. I trust Ardis-kun. Despite saying so, he could still feel Mariida is impatient. Ardis can relate as the chance of fulfilling her revenge is right in front of her eyes. I will return within 10 minutes. Specifying a time for Mariida's sake as well, Ardis walked away from the two. And then, After getting to a corner with no one around, he called out the girl's name, who was a secret company. "Sharu, are you here?" "I'm here." From the darkness, Sharu with her town girl get-up appeared. Since there's not much time, Ardis went into the main topic immediately. "You know which noble's residency is it that had been doing some shady business?" "There's more or less shady business with every noble. If not, they can't keep being one." Was it a set rule, or her own values? Words of prejudice came out of the girl. Ardis looked at Sharu with a complicated expression, and then rephrased his question. "Then, what about the residencies of the nobles that are the worst? There's 2, 3. Take me there." "There's not much time, so let's go up." Saying so, Ardis did not wait for a reply from Sharu and carried her with one hand and flew up the sky. Below is the night town of Riitan, brighter than usual, getting sieged by the monarch army. With flame magic continuously fired from the monarchy army, there were buildings near the city walls going up in flames here and there. That one there also has bad fame. Got it. Confirming the residencies that Sharu pointed out, approaching one of those, Ardis waited for a timing. An attack from outside the city walls flew inwards. There's no way their attack would ever reach the central streets. What he needed was the timing when they attacked. Ardis matched the timing with the attacks from outside, creating fireballs, and shooting them towards the residencies that Sharu pointed to. Naturally, Ardis didn't do it with intentions to hurt innocent servants or escorts. The fireballs landed on places that he confirmed was void of any human presences, like empty building or the garden. Alright, next. But whether the monarchy army's attacks can reach or not, it's not something Riitan could ever know. As long as he matched with the timing of the attacks from outside, the people would just believe easily that the monarchy army's attack can reach the central streets. And just like that, Ardis circled around residencies that Sharu pointed out, and then blew fireballs into empty places. The sudden explosion brought chaos in the surroundings. Chaos started spreading in the central streets that had been sitting peacefully without getting involved in the fire that the downtown suffered. Ardis, who confirmed the result, landed back on the ground, separating from Sharu and returning to marry Ida and Nicole. Now, even if a few more stray attacks hit the Count's residency, no one would be suspicious. After briefly explaining to the two, Ardis similarly made a fireball and blew it within the Count's residency where there's no one around. There were several villas in the Count Emma's residency, and the fireballs landed on one of them directly. "We're under attack." "Attack?" "It's a stray fireball. The other residencies around were hit as well." "Their fireball can't even reach here?" There were angry yelling here and there within the residency. As Ardis planned, they're thought to be fireballs from the monarchy army. Their guard would loosen now that they're busy with that. "That's helpful. I thought we were going to start cutting down people, but it's easier for me too if we avoid unnecessary fights." "There's a gap there. Let's get inside." While confirming the guard's movements with mana detection, Ardis constructed an infiltration route in his mind. At that time, Count Emma's was meeting a man in his office. However, the two are in fact not the same class of people. One of them is a noble holding the Count peerage, the owner of the residency, Count Emma's, and the other is Cusion that had just escaped from the Litz warehouse. "So that little girl saw through your plans, and you've escaped to my place, huh?" The elderly man who was sitting on a luxurious chair did not try to hide his displeasure as he criticized. I'm terribly sorry." While shrinking back, Cusion was apologizing from a desk apart. Naturally, he was standing. As she realized my involvement, as expected, she couldn't have. Phew. As the Count sighed deeply and laid back on the chair. "It's already 18 years, huh? And you said it during that time, that Lit is already as good as in my hands. Am I mistaken?" No. "It's as your excellency said," Cusion answered despite looking afraid. Even if it was the Count's mistake in memory, he is not in a position to point that out. Even more so when the Count was speaking none other than the truth. "And I have said so as well. Get it under control within 3 years. "Why yes. And so? Not just 3 years, it's already more than 10 years, but you did not succeed." "Not just that." The grown little girl got her position back. "It seems like you were awfully confident on your own capabilities, but, in the end, you're only this much, huh?" "Something like that is. It's great that the gold ore trading route is within my hands now. However, the reason I personally made the effort is that there was profit to it." "Don't tell me you don't understand that much." It was at the time when Cusion was stuck for words and the Count was sighing. Suddenly, a tremble passed through the mansion, and the whole building shook. What happened? The Count's question was answered immediately by a servant that arrived to the office reporting. The East Villa took an attack from the monarchy army and is burning. Hearing the report, the Count stood up. What? Here is the central streets. There is no way their attacks can reach so far. However, it certainly landed. And not just this residency. Residencies of other houses were also affected. What a mess. The Count stood up at the unbearable situation, but he immediately gave out instructions to the servant angrily. What are you standing there for? Quickly go put out the fire. The villa there is my predecessor's favorite. Never allow it to be burnt down. Yes, sir. Seeing the servant exiting the room quickly, the Count sat back on the chair violently. That, Your Excellency. Annoying. Shut up now. Why yes. As he yelled at Cusion, the Count put his arm on the desk and started muttering. What kind of army? They're moving, crossing over oceans, attacking day and night. Magic that can reach this far. Riaton is already hopeless, escaping in time. Eventually, his thoughts were compiled, and the Count rang the bell, waiting for the escort standing outside the room to reply. However, the escort that should have responded immediately did not. Replacing that, there was a dull sound coming from the door of the room. Once again, the Count rang the bell, but even as he waited for a while, the door to the room didn't look like it's going to open. Oi, is there no one? The Count, losing his patience, yelled out, and then finally, the office door slowly opened. There's no one coming. What came back was an unexpected girl voice. The door that opened showed a figure that shocked both the Count and Cusion. Why you? I'm sure this is our first time meeting, so I suppose I should greet you, but I'm sure you know who am I, and also why I'm here, right? With a chilly smile, the young president of the Lit Business Association was walking into the office. Chapter 260. Due to deal restructure, text-to-speech player is currently unavailable. We'll find a solution soon. Chapter 260. Idea? What are you talking about? The Count, frozen by the abnormal development, finally got back on his feet. Regaining his thoughts, he started interrogating Mariida haughtily. Who allowed you in my mansion in the first place? Trespassing a noble's property. Do you have any idea how severe a crime it is? Naturally, something like that won't stop Mariida. Playing dumb now? Both you and Cusion really seem to believe that I'm an ignorant little girl. Foo-foo. Do you not realize if that betrayer is here, it's already not going to work? Mariida was scoffing sarcastically despite her opponent being a noble. The Count shook for a moment because of that, but he immediately got himself back and yelled, "Where are the guards?" They were intruders. However, it was not the guards that responded but Mariida's escort. A tall, slim swordsman appeared from behind Mariida, entering the room. Behind him are several men on the ground. They were the guards of the Count's office. If you're looking for the guards, they had been asleep for a while already. With only 2 or 3 guards of this caliber, I don't think they served any purpose. Wah! The Count was lost for words seeing the guards' pathetic appearance. Thanks to Ardis's guidance, the 3 managed to infiltrate without encountering many servants or guards. Naturally, no matter how good their route is, to reach their destination in the shortest time, they can't avoid all of them. However, the mercenaries accompanying Mariida are not normal. Leaving aside Ardis, Nicole is also an expert among experts. They have enough capability to neutralize someone by surprise easily. The opponents were put to sleep by Ardis's arts, and while the enemy didn't even know what hit them, they managed to arrive here without shedding any blood. There's no longer any enemies other than the 2 in front of them within 50 meters. Ardis and Nicole. Because of the security they provided, Mariida can step forward defenselessly. I thought Cusion would definitely run here if he was forced. So you followed him, huh? The Count glared at Cusion with an annoyed face. He must have thought that it's Cusion's fault that Mariida had come here. However, Mariida corrected him with a tired face. Not like I'm trying to cover for him, but no matter if Cusion screwed up or not, I already knew that you are the perpetrator from the start. However, the Count scoffed at Mariida's words as if it's not of value, and kept his haughtiness. HMPH, who knows what nonsense you are on? Don't think you can get away doing this safely. Safely? Looking at the Count, who was snorting, Mariida spurted out air as if hearing something funny unexpectedly. Phew, 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 ah ha ha ha. Complaining like that this late. Don't you think a noble having lived a life of talking should say something better? It's you who haven't understood, who's not getting out of this safely. Ha, so funny. The Count must have not understood yet. There are no guards or escorts within the range of his voice. The servants are busy running around putting out fire on the villa outside. He probably never thought that he is trapped for good. Look at your guards. Your servants are busy putting out fire. The people you hired with money or those that protect you because you are a noble are nowhere to be found here. There's only a useless on his own old man and an ambitious betrayer here, and an avenging woman. Marie-Ida purposefully taught him what is the reality. It is obvious even to herself that she didn't do it out of kindness. There are only 3 protagonists here. Ardis and Nicole are only playing as the role of a sword and a shield for Marie-Ida. Avenge? I don't recall doing anything to buy the hate of some girl from a business association. Stop with your groundless accusations. Marie-Ida replied coldly at the Count, who seemed to want to act ignorant till the end. Act stupid as much as you want. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Even if you don't, I remember. It's the unshakable truth that you and the betrayer there are the people that killed my parents. HMPH. Looks like you are quite imaginative. In the first place, why would a noble such as me kill mere merchants? The Count, who was still acting innocent, was hit by Marie-Ida's words full of intensity. You are the one who said it. For the gold or trading route. Wah? The Count widened his eyes. It's something that Marie-Ida should have not known. His expression looked too much like the words of "How did you know?" That's right. You even thought to marry me to your 3rd or 4th son. I'd like to think that I also have the right to choose. Spare me from ever being related to someone like you. Marie-Ida spoke of what she learned in her prophetic dreams. Naturally, the Count, that had no idea about Marie-Ida's ability, had only one suspicion of where the information leaked. Cusian, you bastard. No, I didn't say anything. Please believe in me. The Count looked at Cusion suspiciously, but the betrayer was panically trying to defend himself. Disregarding that, Marie-Ida followed up more. What a fool you are, Cusion. A noble would never trust someone like you. Just like how you were using him, he was using you too. Isn't it because you knew that you even started wagging your tail to the Gimbrel Business Association? How? Now it's Cusion's time to be surprised. I know you've been secretly making ties with Gimbrel. Since you failed in making me a marionette, you even tried to get Gimbrel to buy lit. Weren't you quite ambitious? It seems like the Count heard it the first time as he glared at Cusion. Though, seems like you were cast away ever since their president went missing 8 years ago. As if pitying him, Marie-Ida was digging wounds with her cold words. The demonic beings attacked Riatan suddenly 8 years ago, resulting in the defense battle that even Ardis participated in. It was known that the president of Gimbrel Business Association, which was the greatest in Riatan at that time, disappeared. Cusion seemed to thought that he had been doing it in secret, but Marie-Ida had known about it all in advance but only pretended not to. If Gimbrel hasn't collapsed yet, then Cusion might have headed their way this time. Marie-Ida then switched over to the Count. From what I've heard, the former Count Emmers is quite splurgy. Because of that, the financial situation of the house is already on fire when you inherited the peerage and had to make debts here and there. That's reaping what you sow. But, saying so flatly, Marie-Ida started walking forward slowly. Even though you could have resolved it with legitimate methods, of all things, you looked at Arlit, which was climbing quick. Not just trading routes, you even planned to take over the entire association by killing the president and sticking a hand in the management. A table example of what a corrupted nobleman abusing his power would do. A story that you can find anywhere, I suppose. Marie-Ida's words stopped momentarily, after a short while of silence dominating the entire office. Don't fuck with me. Despite her calm reading tone until now, Marie-Ida suddenly slammed with a yell. It's what my ancestor continued to nourish, and my father finally managed to have a chance to expand it. Lit is an irreplaceable place for me. It's what little remaining of what my parents left. And as if something like that should ever be touched by you assholes. Marie-Ida's bloodshot eyes shot through the Count. Was it because of her anger and pressure? Even the Count shrunk back. I see. Looks like conversing with you is meaningless. If so, with a strained cheek, he glanced at Ardis and Nicole for a moment, then looked at Cusion. Do it. Did they see it as a chance that Marie-Ida started walking by herself, approaching them? Together with the Count's signal, Cusion suddenly jumped towards Marie-Ida. His hands was holding onto a dagger in his pocket. They probably thought that they can restrain Mariida if she's in that position before Ardis and Nicole can reach them. Certainly, if their attempt is successful, then even Ardis and Nicole can't easily approach. However, something like that was seen a million years ago. The reason why Mariida approached them defenselessly was because there was no risk in doing so at all. The next moment, something hit the dagger that Cuzion held, making a ringing sound. Yuja, with a painful scream, Cuzion fell on the ground. What is that? The Count had surprised eyes seeing the two swords flying in the air. The two swords, without being held by anyone, pointed their edge at Cuzion and the Count. Because of Ardis's sword magic protecting her, Mariida approached the two without any fear. Even if Cuzion suddenly jumped at Mariida, his movements are incomparably dull compared to the flying swords. Ardis had stationed flying swords on the ceiling way before Cuzion had started moving. As I thought, I really am underestimated. Do you think I'm so stupid to be exposing myself to danger because of anger? Nay, Cuzion, I mean, I might have not known when I'm still a kid, but didn't you stay near me for a whole 18 years? Do I really look like such a stupid woman? Cuzion, who was groveling in pain, had no room to answer Mariida. With a painful groan, both his hands were grabbing onto his leg that is bleeding in full force. He didn't even try to look at Mariida. Nay, are you listening properly, Cuzion? How about replying me? Mariida, with an expression void of emotions, picked up the dagger on the ground, and stabbed it into Cuzion's thigh without any hesitation. Jaya, I know I've been pretending to be a little arid at times, but if you can't even see through that much, isn't it your incapability being a merchant? Well, if you were that capable, then you wouldn't be working at our association. Mariida pulled out the dagger, stabbed into Cuzion. 3 more painful screams came from Cuzion in the office. Do you know how much I endured leaving my parents' murderer beside myself for all these years? Do you know how painful it was to keep someone that sighing for a chance to take over the association every day as a confidant? Oh, Oju-sama. While shedding tears escaping from the stress of pain, Cuzion trembled. How many times have I wanted to strangle that neck whenever I saw your back? How many times have I wanted to spit on your face seeing your smiling face at me? All of that, for the past 18 years. Please forgive me. I only... What do you want me to forgive you for? Saying so chillingly to Cuzion, who was begging desperately, Mariida stabbed the dagger into his throat. The association. Cuzion, who was going to speak something, gurgled out blood. His hands were stretched out trying to say something for a while, but, eventually, his arm fell on the ground and stopped moving. Chapter 261. Chapter 261. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Mariida's bloody gaze turned to the Count. Seeing Mariida standing up slowly with a dagger in her hands, the Count started retreating after a short shriek. Naturally, there's nowhere he can escape to. Ardis and Nicole are both by the entrance of the office, and there were only 2 small windows for light to pass through behind him. Even the door that leads to the side room is not a distance that he can reach in a moment. As Mariida approached slowly with flying swords by her side, Nicole was adjusting his own position to allow himself to jump forward at any time. Wait, let's have a talk. Did he finally realize his position? The Count stretched one of his hand out and started speaking, hoping Mariida to stop. Talk? What is there to talk? What are your demands? Money? I have more than enough money on hand already. I can even be your spokesman to the royal palace if you want. With me, you can even easily secure a place as a royal association. Even if the royal family might cease to exist tomorrow, Gunanu, then I will offer the most profitable trading interests of our family. No associations would pass up on this offer. Mariida's expression, which had been scoffing at the Count, ridiculously changed completely. It's natural. After all, the most profitable trading interests of the Count family is none other than the gold ore trading, and its trading route is what Mariida's father pioneered. It should have been the asset that Mariida inherited normally. How dare you to say that? Speaking like he's giving it out willingly, it was nothing but an untasteful joke to Mariida. Mariida, with rage in her eyes, closed the distance to the Count in one take. The Count reflexively tried to escape, but was immediately grazed by the flying swords, pinning him down to the wall. Higher. Mariida slashed at the Count, who was stuck at the wall. However, was it because her inexperience in fighting, or did the Count's reflex was good? Mariida's blade cut empty air. With his foot tangled up, the Count fell on his back and escaped the incoming blade. However, That's all of his luck spent. Not giving a chance to the Count to recover from his fall, Mariida got above him, and stabbed downwards with all her might at his shoulder. Jaya! The dagger stabbed through the luxurious-looking clothing, and red color started to seep through. For so long have I waited. Pulling out the dagger embedded in the Count, Mariida without hesitation stabbed into his other shoulder. With my own hands, for my parents only, for that purpose. 18 years. 3 times, Mariida has lifted her hands up. Save me. I will do anything. So please. With tears from his eyes, the Count was begging for his life. Even the 2 arms that should not be moving because of the intense pain were numbed by the fear of death, as he covered his own head to protect himself. Despite his opponent begging, Mariida's response was cold. Then return them. Huh? As if not understanding what she said. The Count's movements stopped for a moment. Then, towards her target, Mariida made her demands clear. Return my dad and mum. Return my 18 years. It was obvious to anyone that Mariida's demands was impossible and downright illogical. If her hatred can be dispelled just with a few begs, then it would have been diluted and disappeared through her past 18 years already. If it's money. Can money bring back a dead person? Mariida responded with a cold smile to the begging Count. Then how about, try to bring yourself back with your prided money? No. The sound of flesh being stabbed resounded as the dagger entered the Count's chest. Mariida then immediately pulled it back out. If it's money, then take it, all of it. So, return, my dad. Bring my mom back. With short pauses between her words, Mariida stabbed with the dagger countless times to the face, chest, and even the neck. The Count's body was soaked in red. The Count that was screaming for help initially no longer responded, and only the repulsive sound of flesh getting stabbed reverberated in the office. Try and do it, if you can. You can't, right? If you can't, then The Count was already pulverized into chunks of meat, reduced to a state of unrecognizable. His upper body is covered in red. Mariida who saddled him was also covered in blood. Eventually, Mariida's dagger stopped. It was a piece of mass-produced goods. The stress of having used like that forcefully brought out its weakness sooner. With a high-pitched ringing sound, the blade broke off from the dagger. Then, as if the winding spring in Mariida ran out of power, she stared at the bladeless dagger, freezing in place. Her hand dropped the broken dagger, and tears filled Mariida's eyes. Yugk. Absent-minded sound unlike a voice leaked out from her mouth. You are, Hugk. You are. Her voice eventually turned into cries in full force, like a child. Was it from the joy of avenging her parents, or her finally dissolved hatred, or sadness of losing both her parents? Someone of a third party like Ardis could ever tell. Suddenly, albeit meaningless, Ardis thought, when he finally fulfills his own revenge like Mariida, will he cry at the very end, or will he laugh? What kind of feelings will he get at that time? Thinking till there, Ardis laughed at himself inwardly. It is a question that he can't get an answer even if he thought about it. It was exactly a meaningless thought. Nicole went over to Mariida who was crying non-stop, and Ardis retrieved the flying sword stabbing into the wall. After sensing the surrounding with Mana not letting his guard down, he drew an escape route in his mind through the areas with the least human responses. It's about time we get out. Yeah, I know, although it's not like someone else is coming immediately. They shouldn't stay there any longer. Nicole responded to Ardis's prompt to escape. An escape route. Supporting a Mariida who started to get her calm back, Nicole approached Ardis. We can get out without getting discovered if it's now. Then let's hurry. Yeah, right. Before that, exiting the room, as if an afterthought, Ardis created a small fireball, and threw it to the curtains and the sofas in the office. The sofa that could probably fetch several tens of gold coins easily caught on fire, and the burning curtain quickly spread its heat to the ceiling. After glancing over that, Ardis followed behind Nicole and Mariida, and left the office. Although the situation has subsided a little, the servants were still taking care of the fire on the other building that was meant to be a decoy. Thanks to that, Ardis and the others could escape without getting seen like they infiltrated. Taking advantage of the chaos, they left the residence, and hurried through the night that was unusually noisy. It seems like Mariida had calmed down after getting out of the residence, and is now leading the way. Completing her revenge, there was a strange dreamy aura from her back after being relieved from her long-standing resentment. Eventually, they arrived back at the empty Litz building, Moving to the office, with no one speaking, she let herself onto the sofa. After a short while of silence, Mariida spoke. Thanks to you both. I was able to get my revenge. After this long time, I finally did it. Nicole, I can't appreciate you enough. Don't mind it, aren't I Oju's best ally? Ardis Gun too. It wouldn't have gone so well if you weren't there. And sorry for dragging you into my personal revenge. I only accepted a request, and accomplished it. Though, I would have preferred if you made it clear from the start. Well, in any case, it will be fine if you keep your promise. Of course I will. Food supplies, and heavy iron ores. Please leave it all to Lit. Sure. But, if Riitan falls to the monarchy army, then wouldn't there be a limit to how much you can provide? Although it wasn't decided that Riitan loses yet, it's obvious from a glance that they aren't holding up to the enemies. If the monarchy army managed to invade Riitan, then the Lit Business Association can't conduct their business as usual. They have to get on the good side of the monarchy. If not, they wouldn't have any room to answer Ardis's request. That's fine. I plan to move Lit out from Riitan. Moving? Where to? Not decided as of now, but the association's assets were carried out of Riitan by few trusted men already. The Lit in Riitan is only a cover now. So you've planned to do so from the start? If the government changes, it wouldn't work as well as before. And also, well, I don't have the right to live in this country any longer. It was unlike the usual Mariida. Her smile was weak. Yeah, I see. So you had some awareness, huh? He wanted to ask, but Ardis immediately understood. Well, a little. Mariida with her prophetic dreams already knew in advance that Riitan is getting attacked. Of course, she probably didn't know about the exact date, but she could probably infer the period by seeing the before and after. However, Mariida, who knew about the monarchy's invasion, did no efforts to stop that. After all, Riitan getting invaded and the whole city gets in a chaotic situation is the best chance for Mariida to get her revenge. If Count Emma's died in a normal time, then it would have been a huge ruckus, and there would surely be a thorough investigation to catch the culprit. However, it is now wartime. A count's death will be ignored in the chaos of a battlefield, and if Riitan collapsed, it's likely that the matter will never be pursued again. The problem is Mariida had only been spectating from the sidelines because of that. But naturally, it's not like Mariida could have stopped the invasion by her own efforts. However, she could have informed the guards, and Riitan could have formed a proper army, and readied themselves before the enemy army arrived. However, Mariida didn't do that. She used the situation selfishly for her own sake to take revenge. Disillusioned? Mariida asked with a tinge of self-depreciation in her eyes. Certainly, it might be natural to blame what Mariida did, or rather, didn't do. However, there is not many people who know about Mariida's prophetic dreams. As one of the people who knew, Ardis replied Mariida with a straight gaze. If it was me in your place, I'm sure I would have done the same thing. As a person chasing after his own revenge similarly, he never had the right to condemn Mariida, as he pitied himself inwardly. Chapter 262. Chapter 262. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 2 days after that, unable to withstand the monarchy army's siege, Riitan's city gates were forced open. In the end, the helper army never made it. While watching the monarchy soldiers storming through the streets from one of the rooms in the association's building, Nicole sighed. Riitan had requested help from other cities of the coalition, but, in the end, it seems like no army managed to make it in time. If it's a half-assed reinforcement, then it wouldn't stand a chance against that big of an army anyways. Having said so, there simply wasn't time to gather soldiers from around the coalition. At the very least, I hoped the army from Kafs would arrive. Nicole lamented the fact that his hometown was too far. Kafs, that can be considered the alliance leader of the coalition, despite not as much population as the former Nagrez's capital, Gran, it's still one of the largest cities in the coalition. Although it was impossible for them to empty their city and come, they could at least expect 1,000 soldiers. However, Kafs is located further west of Riitan, and it's too far away for an army to march to here. Well, in any case, the fall is expected. Mariida, who had calmed down after getting her revenge, regained her speech pattern as she said with still a chilly face, "Are you really planning to leave Riitan?" "Well, yeah, there are few employees that don't want to leave Riitan no matter what, so the association will still be here. Although I hope that it can become a branch and continue business, but it's no doubt that the scale will become a lot smaller. Mariida answered Ardis's question without showing any linger. Looks like she already made her plans to escape Riitan. Ardis, who had been relieved of his escort request, made preparation to escape together with Sharu. It would be difficult for them to escape once the monarchy army stabilized their reign, but now that it's very chaotic, it's possible to get out, taking advantage of it. Of course, thinking normally, if they are found by bloodthirsty soldiers, they wouldn't get by easily. However, Ardis and Nicole is there. If the enemies are just normal soldiers, they can break through without problems even if they're going up against multiple. Leaving that aside, are you really fine giving that to me? Giving what? The consumables and food in your warehouses. Well, I guess they're worth lesser than precious stones or art pieces, but it's still a big asset for the association, right? There were various low-value items packed within the warehouses of the Lit Association. Mariida had offered all of them to Ardis happily. Yeep, it's fine. Anyways, they will get stolen when the monarchy army discovers them. I don't mind if you take all of them. Also, remember to destroy the warehouses suitably when you finish. If that's the case, when the monarchy army enters, it's unavoidable that the army or the citizens will start looting everywhere. It seems like she would rather Ardis blast a hole in the warehouse rather than letting them get to it. An hour after that, confirming that preparations are all done, Mariida had gathered people to escape from Riitan. And then, let's get going. There were about 16 people. 12 of them are employees that decided to follow Mariida and escape from Riitan. Sharu, who had been moving in the shadows by herself, is now docilely beside Ardis. Even though I was this close to conquering all of them. What a shame, to have not tasted all the famous menu there. As Ardis smiled at Sharu, who muttered so, Nicole approached from behind. Who's going to lead? I will be at the end. Sharu can be the guide. And even if something happens, I can support from the end as well. Then it's settled. Exchanging short words, Nicole started taking lead at the head of the group. Just beside Nicole was Sharu, then Mariida, then the other employees. Getting outside, Ardis looked around the surroundings and confirmed. There were sounds of swords clashing in the streets. And occasionally, there were painful cries that can be heard. It's not burning everywhere, Ardis muttered, thinking it was a little unexpected. However, it's not a time to be impressed now. Following behind the group, he focused on his role of watching the surroundings. Even if they were advancing, avoiding human signatures, there was a limit to how much they can do. They encountered 3 groups of soldiers or so by the time they reached the outer walls. Having said so, they only encountered small groups of each having 3 soldiers or so. Nicole alone without Ardis's help was able to cut through them easily. Although cannot compare to Ardis, Nicole is not a normal person as well. The fact that he can win against a demonic being by himself is already pretty monstrous. Here is good. The walls are thinnest here. It's a little unclear since the scar is old, but it was probably broken down once before and rebuilt with the minimum strength. I believe that it was left like that without proper rebuilding for a long time. Sharu was surprisingly talkative, answering Nicole's question. Since that's the case, Ardis, it's your turn to shine. Without even being told to, Ardis intended to. Although it's uncertain that a normal magic attack can pierce through a city wall, Ardis's arts is a different story. Get back a bit. Seeing everyone taking shelter behind something, Ardis purposefully chanted. The radiance that pierces through the abyssal darkness, marble path that leads to the world within, invisible domain that blocks the way, that is the curtain of the sage who had forgotten his roots, pierce through the empty space. Unleash thyself, fallen one who lost thine wings. To the foolish us who struggle for the unreachable, grant us the sliver of hope. Teal Selk voice. Dazzling light. Imitating the magic Teal Selk voice, Ardis created a strong beam of light, shooting the city wall in a straight line. The city wall that got hit turned red instantly, and then got trapped in a radiance. When the radiance dimmed down, there was a large hole in the city walls showing itself. Oh my, your magic is serious business as always. Nicole started speaking enjoyingly towards Ardis that casted ice arts to freeze the burning wall. Real arts are something more cruel. Mine is too cute in comparison. Remembering a face of one of his past comrades, Ardis returned a bitter smile. Since the monarchy army had already entered the city, the encompassing on the outside is loosened. Through the hole in the city walls, they escaped out of the city, and they headed north, weaving through the seams of their encompassment. Although they could choose to run to another coalition city, the monarchy's intentions is still unknown now, so there's a possibility that they will encounter war again where they arrive. If so, they came to a decision to head over to Glock village first, where the refugees had already been living in. Then few days of heading north, the group arrived in the village without any troubles. The governing body, Moore and the priest Elmer, welcomed Mary Ida and the others from Lit. Despite there were some that left, the Glock village had expanded to not the scale of a village anymore. There are too many things lacking for Glock village that can be called a town now, and one of them is the presence of a business association. They're receiving provisions from Michelle for the time being, but she still has her periodic schedule of heading into the hidden village, so she can't stay in the Glock village for an extended period. And there, the people that came to fill the role were the people from the Lit. Even if a headquarters shop is not possible, a natural course of conversation happened where Moore and the others requested for a branch to be built there for the sake of trading with other towns. So what's Mary Ida's take on this? A shop in this village? Yeah. What were your plans initially after escaping from Riiton? I plan to move the base to another city of the coalition. Mary Ida closed her eyes for a few seconds. Well, it might be a good to stay in this village, somewhere with nothing like here. No way that's the case though. I will have a monopoly now after all. And if providing for 3,000 people, that's quite a business too. Either way, I have to fulfill my promise with Ardis Gun about the heavy iron ores and also the food, right? Thinking about it, leaving aside a headquarters, it's possible to set up a branch here. That's well. Having Lit here would be saving a lot of effort for the village too. Well, either way, there's a need to gather information now. Will the monarchy army set foot to other cities of the coalition, or would they settle down and stabilize? Whether the Empire would make a move? How the other coalition cities are acting? It might or might not be profitable to move without information. In any case, I have to contact Tilly and the other employees, since most money aren't on me. In the end, Mary Ida and the others settled in the Glock village, and decided to prioritize getting information about the employees that escaped to various places. And the one that was assigned that role was none other than a long-serving escort of Mary Ida, Nicole. Ardis thought it was really unexpected, though it's not like he has any saying in it. Watching Nicole advancing his preparation quietly, a few days had passed spending time as he discussed the operation of the village with Moore and the others. And then, the day before Nicole's departure, Nicole called out to Ardis when he was alone, about Oju. She's in your hands. The first thing he spoke was without his usual easygoing atmosphere, but with a serious expression. It's not like you had to be the one going. Is there no one else up for it? Although he knew he was saying something unnecessary, Ardis asked what he thought. It can't be helped. The other employees traveling on their own is too dangerous, and it's not like we can leave it to an unknown mercenary either. Also, I have my personal reasons too. Personal reasons? I mentioned that my hometown is in Calfs, right? Yeah. I'm someone's child as well. I have my hometown, my family and my friends. It's natural to be worried, right? Hearing Nicole's question, Ardis speechlessly nodded. Because Ardis doesn't have anyone who shares his blood, he doesn't know well what kind of feelings are directed to a family. However, despite not having any blood relation, he has important people. The comrades he shared food from the same pot were like family, and the twins that are in the hidden village is irreplaceable for Ardis now too. Although not able to totally understand it, he could predict what feelings. Now that the monarchy had invaded Riiton, the other cities won't be able to ignore it either. Calfs is far from Riiton, but they are vulnerable to armies crossing the sea as well, since they're not that far from one. And on the way of gathering information, I intend to deliver information about the monarchy army as well, and help my brother if he needs it. Are your siblings in Calfs? Yeah, a total of 7 of us. I was the 4th son, so I was able to do what I like, but my elder brother couldn't. Leaving aside peaceful times without anything happening, I want to help them in a time of need. Well, it's something families do, right? Although he can't understand for real, Ardis has some recollections of something similar. That's why he didn't deny Nicole's words. While nodding, Ardis recalled Mary Ida's weak expression as he mentioned it. But isn't it cruel leaving Mary Ida alone now? Although she looks fine now, I'm sure she's still. Isn't it better for you to be there in times like this? Nicole smiled despite his expression of pain. Don't say that. I don't want to do it honestly. But for Oju, the association is important, and if it's important for Oju, then it's the same for me. For the association to stand again, I have to move now. Nothing can be obtained if I want everything to be perfect, so I can only choose the best choice for both. It seems like it was a result of many logical thoughts. The expression from Nicole showed that he himself was suffering too. If you and Mariida had talked it out and agreed, then I have nothing to say. Thanks for worrying. However, the fact that I can leave Oju's side is also because you're here. I know how stupidly strong you are, and despite saying this and that, I believe you will help Oju. So Ardis. Sorry, but about Oju, I will leave her to you. At his renewed request, Ardis couldn't ignore it either. Since you're going to this length, then sure. Although I'm not in the village every day, I will make sure to look after Mariida. Sorry, I owe you one. And then, finally seeming gotten a load off his shoulders, Nicole regained his easygoing attitude, and then departed from the Glock village, getting sent off by Mariida and Ardis on the next day. Chapter 263. Chapter 263. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 2 months after Nicole had departed from the Glock village, the employees of the Lit Association started gathering at Mariida's new place one after another. Apparently having told by Nicole beforehand, they brought large amount of groceries and daily necessities instead of souvenirs. Thanks to that, their food stockpile increased to an extent that they don't have to worry for another month. As expected, the prices for food had increased, but so did the heavy iron ores. I guess the difference is about the same. A small house in the village. In one of the rooms that is now the operation building of the Lit Business Association, Mariida said so to Ardis while sitting between the desk full of documents. Did you manage to contact all your scattered employees? Ellie and the others are coming soon probably. Of course, Kyril is also there as their escorts. Mariida's childhood friend, the successor daughter of the Rovell Business Association, was only a one-time acquaintance to Ardis. However, Ardis knew well about Kyril, who admires that Ellie as his sister. When will Nicole return? His letter said that he won't be able to leave Kafs for the time being. It's lonely, huh? Ardis's unnecessary comment caused Mariida's expression to distort unusually. Ardis can say jokes like that too. I see. It's not like it was a joke though. Well, either ways, you haven't met Kyril for a long time, right? Not affirming nor denying, Mariida changed the topic instead. Kyril now, he's already 20, huh? Kyril, who was known the genius of the Mariules Academy, was no more than a dependable child. However, that child is now 20. Disregarding Ardis, the flow of time continued. You're looking forward to meeting him again, right? I guess. In the end, Kyril wasn't able to learn to see mana nor start to use arts without chanting, but, for Ardis, he's still a pupil he had taught. It's natural how his expression loosened thinking about how long has it been since they last met, and is it only Kyril that you wanted to talk about? Ardis asked because it was Mariida who called for him in the first place. If it's just about Kyril, there was no need to call Ardis when he's busy. Of course, there's something else. Mariida stopped her hands and removed her gaze from the documents. It's not a great news. It seems like the situation is moving for the worse. Saying so, Mariida conveyed the information she had obtained thus far from the gathered employees. Ardis tilted his head at the unfamiliar words that came out of her story. Rovell's alliance? The heck's that? It's the military alliance formed centering the Elmania Empire and Sanrajul monarchy that came from the southern continent. The now independent Thoria Kingdom and the Alban Kingdom that had been on good terms with the Empire for a long time is also in it. Ardis's expression became dangerous. A military alliance means, apparently they declared that they will dominate the entire continent with that alliance. The war isn't stopping yet, Anya, rather it might worsen from now on. Mariida said might, but it's pretty much confirmed to worsen already. Now that the Elmania Empire had swallowed the Nagaras Kingdom, there's no longer anyone with the power to stop them. Bronchel Republic in the north of the kingdom, the coalition on the Riaitan side, and several smaller countries in the west. After the kingdom's destruction, there are no other countries on the continent that has the power to go against the Rovers alliance. Although the Bronchel Republic is not a small country, due to its republic nature, their actions are slow, and on top of that, they don't have the military prowess to go against the empire that defeated the kingdom. It's certain that they will be absorbed by the Rovers alliance sooner or later. About this, did you tell Moore and the others already? I planned to tonight, but it's better for Ardis to know earlier, right? It's not just something that concerns the Glock village. As expected, the hidden village wouldn't be in risk of getting invaded, but Michelle, who had been peddling goods to the village, would be affected. and it's likely that Sarah would invite more people that are affected by the flames of war. Before discussing what to do for the Glock village, Ardis needed to confirm the actions of the hidden village. Even though he didn't reveal anything about the hidden village, it seems like Marie-Ida had known about it already. It could purely be her observational skills, or her prophetic dreams at work, but either ways, Ardis is thankful for Marie-Ida's considerations. Yeah, thanks. Saying shortly, Ardis immediately left the room. He had to return to the hidden village and get back to the Glock village before night falls. Despite getting a place of rest, Ardis cannot afford to lower his guard. That night, in Riatan under San Rogil monarchy's control, in one of the rooms in the largest building that was once called the castle, there were 3 men surrounding a table. One of them had sharp facial features and narrow eyes. One of them was a sloppy silver-haired man in a military uniform. And the last one is a tall man that looked stubborn. The supplies from the Empire arrived without problems. As scheduled, we will start marching to the nearest city-state from here on the next month. Be prepared with that in mind. Even though we had so many casualties when helping them fight the kingdom before, now we have to attack without the Empire's help. What a great feeling to be used. The silver-haired man was grumbling unsatisfactorily at the narrow-eyes man's instructions. His words were then taken hostilely by the tall man. Warn you. Not like before, we are now subordinates. Mind your words. It's fine. Although of course not when others are around. There's no need to be uptight when there are just the 3 of us. For me, we are all comrades that had lived the same life. It's just a coincidence that I was entrusted the position of a commander. Don't worry, I don't intend to flaunt my position. The thin-eyed man was indicating that he wasn't bothered by how the silver-haired man spoke. The calmest person among the 3 was the most suitable leader. Told you. It's only you that's so insistent on this and that. Can't agree. Relations must be made clear to not disturb the chain of command in an army. Even I will properly follow orders when on a battlefield. But spare me from being so uptight inside a meeting room. The thin-eyed man put a stop onto the 2 that seemed to start bickering until forever if left unattended. Just a little more. Your turn to shine in the battlefield is coming soon. That's what I like to hear. The siege this time was so easy that I'm yawning. Automatic chanting sure is convenient, but what to call it? It doesn't feel like a fight at all. But it's thanks to that we don't have many casualties. After all, it's not easy for soldiers like us to get supplies so far out from home. Automatic chanting is the prided magic technology that the monarchy had newly developed. Configuring it with mana beforehand, it was a revolutionary tool that enables even non-magician to shoot offensive magic. On top of its high cost, its power is weaker than when a magician directly chants, but, as long as there is magic power, it's possible to shoot offensive magic. And because of its delicate nature, there was a need to transport it extra carefully, and although not suited for a brawl, it's a very useful tool for a siege. This time, they had only used it during the night to hide its existence, as it was completely hidden during the day. They would barrage with the automatic chanting machine during the night, and the magician will take over during the day. And then, when the magicians go to sleep in the night, they then restarted the automatic chanting attacks. It's something no enemies can handle. Day and night, they are being sieged with no time to rest. Confirmation. Is the preparation for the auto-chanting machine complete? No problem. 3 of them can't be helped as there are missing parts, but the remaining 147 are in perfect condition. We can use the same tactic of only deploying it during the night to bait the enemy to make a mistake. In fact, Riatan thought that we had used magician throughout the night. Answering the tall man, the thin-eyed man was saying so as if pitying his enemies. Of course, no matter how much effort they put into concealment, it's inevitable that it will be revealed to the enemy sooner or later. The auto-chanting machine shouldn't yet be known to the coalition, so the next time and the next time should be doable. And what about after that? Either way, the most we can handle at a time is 5 cities. We must not get help from the Empire. After falling the 3rd city, we must not allow the front line to widen before our remaining army arrives. Did he think that the thin-eyed man was being passive? The silver-haired man grumbled irritatedly. Isn't it fine to use the Imperial Army since we've gotten an alliance and everything? Bad idea. Even if an alliance, it is not desirable to let the Empire expand more than this. It seems like he was more intrigued by the later parts of the tall man's words rather than his criticism about his idea, as the silver-haired man looked over at the thin-eyed man for an explanation. Is that correct? Yeah. Our aim is to create a stable foothold on this continent, and having the Empire expand its power too much is a trouble. We managed to get the Empire to agree on the condition that they will not put a hand into our conquering of the coalition because of our help with the Nagara's kingdom before. That's why we have to emphasize the fact that we can exert our control on the city just with ourselves. If they lent the Empire's hands and their influence remained afterwards, it's nothing but troubles later on. They must take control of the new territory without any influence from the Empire. Luckily, the Empire is now focusing on stabilizing its new territory after absorbing its long enemy. A good timing for us. While the Empire is paying attention to itself, the chance to destroy the coalition and make our country land here must be grabbed now. What a troublesome story. I'm more suited to just beating enemies in front of my eyes. These things are better off on you. The silver-haired man that gave up thinking waved his hand around and threw his responsibilities. The thin-eyed man who understood the silver-haired man's personality well didn't rebuke the words of his irresponsible friend, but instead offered what he wanted to hear. A right person for the right place, I suppose. Leave the troublesome things to me. As much as this, I expect your performance on the battlefield. Yeah, I will make a show out of those self-conceited bunch. Chapter 264. Chapter 264. The Rovers' alliance moved quicker than anyone expected. Not even 1 month had passed since Mariida heard that they started showing obvious movements. It was Thoria Kingdom that moved first. Together with the Alban Kingdom, they started invading the Bronchel Republic at the north. If it was only the Thoria Kingdom, it wouldn't be so threatening, but the story is different when Alban Kingdom crosses the Eastern Sea and invade them. On top of being forced to fight on two sides, the governing body needs more time to respond in the first place, and so they were being pushed back by the Rovers Alliance's army. On the other hand, the San Rogil army that had conquered Raitan started their invasion once again. There was a letter from Nicole reporting that there has been a warning letter of unconditional surrender from the messenger with the monarchy name. They probably sent similar letters to the other cities around the coalition. Although the monarchy army has lesser soldier compared to the entire force of the coalition, Ardis, who had fought with them once, knew their capabilities. Currently, the Empire seems to be devoting their resources to stabilize their rule over the former Nagara's kingdom and has not yet shown any obvious movements, but they are right behind the monarchy army. If each city-state does not come together, it will be a tough battle. Will the Imperial army come here? It was the signboard girl of the Sesragi Inn, Miller, who asked Ardis anxiously. They are currently in the new Sesragi Inn that Miller's father rebuilt in the Glock village. The only restaurant in the village is usually crowded during lunch and night when it turns into a tavern, but now that it's halfway into the evening, there were only Ardis, Mariida, Minerva and more occupying one table. They had just only finished an information-sharing meeting with the governing members of the village. After the meeting dismissed, they visited the Sesragi Inn for a late lunch, and just finished their meal. Miller was apparently free, as she had a tray in her hands while she conversed with them. As the tropic went to the Rovers Alliance, she asked with an anxious expression, probably recalling the time they escaped from the capital. They had declared conquest of the entire continent. As long as they know there are places that are not under their control, I think they will eventually come. Minerva's words expressed the expected future without any frills. Just as we started to settle down. It's depressing to say this right after your reopening, but the capital has regained its peace now, and since it's already under the Empire's control, it's unlikely to be caught up in a war again. Minerva raised one of the choices to Miller, who looked grim. In fact, there were a portion of the refugees that thought so and left the village heading back to their hometown, either the capital or the Nyrestia territory. Though, despite saying so, Minerva could never return to the capital. With her standing, there's no way they would allow a duke's daughter with the right of succession to live. Similarly, Moore, who has reasons that he can't return to the capital, continued. Well, living here or going back is up to their choices. Though, as one of the security guards here, I don't really want many to leave. You made sure they don't speak, right? Of course. But it's not like we can stop rumors. Moore answered Ardis's confirmation with a bitter smile. Even if nothing might happen in the near future, it's certain that they will put their eyes here sooner or later. How long do you think it can last? Not knowing about a small village of few tens people, Glock village now has about 3,000 people living. It was a scale rather than a village, more suitable to be called a town. It's too positively to hope that they wouldn't notice them. I guess it's up to the efforts of the Republic and the Coalition. It should be fine as long as they look the butt. After clearing them up, it's likely they will start cleaning up their territory of any rebels. Rather, don't they already know about us? Your bases? More prompted more from Mariida, who seemed to have thought of something. It's almost the limit to concealing the source of heavy iron ores. Although there's not a lack of buyers in a time of war, for them, they would at least be curious about the source that can produce this much yield. Ah, I see. If there's some place that produces large volumes of heavy iron ores that isn't yet under the Rovers Alliance's jurisdiction, it's natural for them to be attracted. Meaning? Unlike Moore, who believed it, Miller was still confused. In other words, the kingdom had developed this place for the sake of mining heavy iron ores, right? I know. But they never found a vein up until the loss of the kingdom. That's why, for the Rovers Alliance, this was a place that has barely any value. Up until now, that is. Up until now. But what is different now? It's like what we said just now. From their perspective, a large amount of heavy iron ores are sold on the market. They know that it's mined from somewhere not under their control. Despite so, they are right in the war with the coalition and the Republican. It's unlikely any merchants would bother to bring heavy and bulky ores over a battlefield. There's no need to risk themselves, as selling heavy iron ores has the same market price in every country. They can just sell in their own country. I still don't get it. And so, they will think there's somewhere remote within their own lands that hasn't fallen under their control yet, right? If they look over the documents that the former kingdom had, they could see that this place is heavy iron rich, and if they knew that there's been an attempt to excavate for veins here, I see. It would look really strange. When the Empire invaded, the heavy iron veins were not found yet. However, that's only during that time. Since then, they were able to find heavy iron ore veins thanks to Sarah and Ardis. Mariida had been supplying the market here and there using the connections of the Lit Business Association. Eventually, they will direct their gazes to the Glock village. Understanding that, Miller's face turned blue. Ardis had only taken this village as a temporary place to take refuge in, but it seems like there are refugees like Miller that thought it as a new home. Hearing that it might be swallowed by the flames of war not even after half a year, it's natural to be anxious. Don't worry. Unlike the surprise attack on the capital, we are always on guard, and thanks to Lit, we know about the Empire's movements as well. At the very least, I don't think we will be dragged into a war suddenly. You can secretly return to the capital when any signs of war start to show. Moore is correct. Unlike people like Minerva and Moore who can't return for a reason, majority of the refugees only saw this place as a temporary shelter from the flames of war. When the chaos subsides, it's possible to return to the capital. Naturally, their assets or houses might have disappeared, but, at the very least, it's unlikely that the Empire will kill any returning refugees. And that's the case. There's nothing better than living in peace back in the capital. Yeah, right. When the time comes, rest easy, as we will buy the minimum time for you guys to escape. Thank you, Morsan. I will depend on you. Leave it to me. Then, as advance payment, let me treat you to my special dessert for free. No, that's a little. Please don't be reserved. You are protecting us in a case of emergency. Let me treat you to a dessert at the very least. Leaving her words behind, Miller disappeared into the kitchen without waiting for a reply. There were 3 pitying gazes towards Moore, who looked utterly defeated. However, for some reason, Miller brought back 4 portions of dessert, as the 3 who were pitying Moore cursed their own misfortune. Nay, Miller, all 4 of them are for motivating Moore, right? Mariida, who had already experienced the baptism of Miller's home cooking, also known as the ultimate weapon of the Sezragi, and struggled in vain, because all she got was, of course not. I've prepared enough for everyone. Even though knowing Miller isn't someone that favorites any particular guest, Ardis was cursing at her spirit of equality. I'm confident this time. While hearing the words that he felt like he had heard every time, Ardis looked over at the dish that's put in front of him. It was red. It was poisonously red. The shape that jiggled when picked up by a spoon resembled the custard pudding that Ardis knew. However, Ardis has not once seen a red custard pudding in his life. No, maybe there's something like that somewhere in the world, but at the very least, it would not resemble the dangerous-looking thing in front of his eyes. 3 pairs of cold gazes flew to Moore. While condemning the foolish man who called for this situation inwardly, Ardis had no choice but to scoop up the red object and put it in his mouth. Spicy. It was spicy despite being a dessert, a spiciness that could numb his entire mouth with just 1 spoonful. Rather, It is close to pain. It was so much so that he started having illusions of being forced to chew on pieces of crushed glass. Looking beside him, Mariida was tightly gripping the spoon as she banged on the table repeatedly. Moore already had a dead man's eyes and wasn't even twitching. He might be trying to alleviate the pain by not moving. Minerva's eyes were bright red, and was swallowing the pudding with all her might with tears. "Don't force yourself." Seeing his pupil that was trying too hard, Ardis said so unintentionally. "Nee, compared to Nebulos this much is." Yeah. Ardis felt inexplicable having a sense of camaraderie with his own pupil. However, the spiciness that can be called malice was not so peaceful. Not able to complain to Miller, who treated them completely in good faith, Ardis was glowering at the owner who can't stop his daughter's assault every time. Unlike the time that they first arrived in the village, thanks to Mariida and Michelle, the problem with food is more or less resolved. However, it's not like wasting food is justified now. Miller's cooking was in fact consuming their supplies. Stopping that, forcing her the reality, making her listen. It is the responsibility of none other than the shop owner and Miller's father. The shop owner that was peeking at them was spooked when he noticed Ardis's gaze and quickly escaped. He escaped her. He's escaped. He escaped. No, he did. Their words overlapped. In the end, not able to be honest with their appraisals for Miller's cooking, they agreed with Mariida's restrained opinion. It was a little too spicy and dismissed it. That night, Miller's standard of spiciness soothed a little, but by the other standards, the custard pudding was still enough of a weapon with its vicious spiciness to knock several guests out without them ever touching alcohol. Chapter 265. Chapter 265. 5 months had passed since the capital, Gran fell. Since then, the world changed quite a bit. The entirety of the Nagara's kingdom is now under control of the Empire, and a new country, Thoria Kingdom, declared independence in its northern territory, and several cities of the city-state coalition fell to the San Rogil monarchy army that crossed the sea. The military alliance made between the three countries and Alban Kingdom had been conquering the land on the continent diligently. There's more again. Ardis, who visited Glock village after 10 days since his last, seemed tired seeing the unfamiliar people. Ardis-san, picking up the words not intending for anyone, the home tutor of Philia and Rihanna, the magician Kyril faced him. A month ago, the members of the Rovell Business Association received Mariida's message, and had gathered at the Glock village. Although Kyril was an alumnus of the academy, in a certain sense, he's also one of Ardis's student. Someone from the sidelines might think so, but the people themselves didn't think so. For Ardis, he is at most a child that he had faith with. But of course, Kyril, who he'd met at first when he was 12, is now 20. A splendid adult already. None of his young traits remained on his facial features, and his height had grown to about the same as Ardis. Moreover, if anyone who didn't know them saw, Ardis would be the younger between the two, since his appearance doesn't change much even when he got older. Refugees again? Yes, well, wars are frequent now after all. The Rovers Alliance had ignited war left and right. Thoria Kingdom and Alban Kingdom is invading the Bronchel Republic in a joint effort currently, and the San Rogil monarchy was taking down cities after cities with supplies from the Elmania Empire. With wars spanning over various land, there are many people forced to take refuge from the battlefield, since if their next destination would be attacked again, they will be forced to escape again. Because of that, the number of people arriving at Glock village is not insignificant. Although the hidden village where Ardis lives at normally is also increasing in population, it's not to the degree of the Glock village that can no longer be called a mining village. The Glock village has now over 5,000 people, certainly not a population to be a village. Not like I never expected it though. Seeing the refugees with a complicated expression, Moore, one of the governing members of the town, came from behind. Although there were problems with necessities, even more than that, if this town gets known more. Certainly, the most problematic thing that Ardis and the others worried about was the presence of Glock village being known to the Empire. A remote village that has no reason to be conquered because they have a small population and no produce. If the Empire continues to regard them as so, it will buy them some time. However, now that Glock village has more than 5,000 people, and had become a valuable heavy iron ore excavation site, there's no way it is still an insignificant village that can be ignored. The refugees that has nowhere to go eventually arrived at Glock village. That itself cannot be helped, but, rather than that, The important fact is that Glock village is gradually being known by the refugees as a safe haven. Although the name of the village is still a rumor, it's certainly attracting people. I think Oju-sama should escape to the hidden village already, but as long as the Glock village attracts the Empire's attention, it's inevitable Minerva's presence will get exposed. Despite never announcing it publicly, the first batch of refugees obviously knew who she was. Even if they tried silencing them, with 3,000 people around, eventually one of them will spill the truth about Minerva. Through the several refugees that left the village, the problem is apparent as the information is sure to spread everywhere. Moore thought that it would be night time to move to the hidden village, and Ardis is no more agreeable on that. However, the problem was Minerva herself didn't want it. The person herself is not willing her. As Ardis confirmed it, Moore nodded with a troubled face. She doesn't want to get treated specially, apparently, though it's not like she's the only one getting special treatment. Ardis is right. Unrelated to her, Sarah has also approved several refugees in the Glock village to the hidden village. Although Ardis don't quite understand the basis of her selection, at the very least, it seems like she had been properly filtering out people that are blindly faithful to the goddess, people that are narrow-minded or discriminates against twins. Sarah said as well, for a society that's closed and founded in a mystery, she has to select people well. In the end, there was only about 100 people in the Glock village that has migrated to the hidden village. The Empire, knowing that Oju-sama is in this town, is a troublesome. Rather, it's probably impossible to conceal her. Although commoners wouldn't be found out, it can't go by unnoticed if any fallen noble or merchant who knows about the aristocracy saw her, and it's as good as over if the Empire sent spies here. Moore's words intrigued Kyril. However, she's not a crown princess nor any direct descendant of the royal blood, only a duke's daughter. On top of that, she's not in line for succession, right? I heard her line in succession is low, so getting known shouldn't be a problem, right? Moore explained further to clarify. It's not like that, Kyril. Currently, no matter royalties or not, everyone that has the right to succeed are all already killed, or on the line to execution. Since the master and young master never did return after all, during the collapse of the capital, every royalty that tried to escape the capital are captured, and those that resisted are executed immediately. Minerva's father, Duke Nyrestia, when received the news of the fall of the capital, retreated from the border, but because of the pursuers from the Empire, he died in battle. And his brother, who was quelling the rebelling Thoria army, in the end failed, and also killed. Recalling Minerva's expression when she received news of the death of both her family members, Ardis felt pain. Although she has regained her calm now, there's no way her mental state is stable, as both her family members died at the same time. As a temporary measure, Rona is staying beside Minerva every hour of the day currently. There are only a few people like the Nyrestia's head and son that died resisting against the Empire. Most of them were caught and executed by the Empire trying to escape or stayed for too long. But as expected, they won't execute every one of them, right? Won't they just change the name of Lord Nagras and Lord Gran and put them under the Empire? Normally, yeah. Although he agreed with Kyril about the natural course of actions that should be taken, Moore further explained. However, it's a different story if considering the standing of the kingdom and the Empire. For the Empire that claims to the rightful successor of the Corsairs' kingdom, Nagra's kingdom is an unforgivable country that had been occupying the land that were theirs for a long time. As there's a need to crush their enemy to the very end, I don't think they will spare anyone that is related to the royal family, as long as they claim to be the successor of Corsairs' kingdom. Destroying the kingdom is the natural choice. If the kingdom won against the Empire, they would have probably done the same thing. As Kyril was born of the city-states coalition in Rhiannon, he might not know about the long fight between the Nagres kingdom and Elmania Empire. It's exactly a relationship best described as both parties cannot acknowledge each other's existence. Stacking on small conflicts in the beginning, the relationship became beyond repair after a long history. Moreover, the two countries never tried to walk side by side but denied each other's existence from the start. The winner will cleanse the loser of everything. As far as they knew, the royalties that got captured only waited for the day of execution. They're probably only kept alive for the purpose of calming the chaos in the former kingdom. Because of that, other than Minerva, all the other royalties are on brink of extinction. If so, She's the last person that has the blood of the Nagara's royal family. That's right, although there might still be a royalty somewhere out there. Yawah, that's Kyril, who had finally gotten the severity of the situation, gasped, as Moore made it clear. It's like that, as the only flagship that can be used for the kingdom's revival. In other words, she's nothing more than an eyesore for the Empire. I now fully understand both of your worries. The nightmare of the Imperial Army invading is more realistic now. Ardis then pointed out something that would make Kyril feel more unrest. Don't look that anxious now. There's still something worse coming up later. So you have some bad news? Hearing Ardis's words, Moore prompted. After all, Ardis had visited out of schedule. It's already likely that something bad happened. Although it might betray your expectations, Ardis with a serious face announced. The Republic already fell. ATCH, they only withstood 1 month. So pathetic. Unlike Kyril, who was surprised, Moore on the other hand was clicking his tongue at the Republic's unsightliness. Although they knew the Republic would lose eventually, the problem was how long would it take. But 1 month is too quick. As Moore said before, it isn't known that whether the Republic is too weak militarily or is the Thoria Kingdom and Alban Kingdom unexpectedly stronger. Gather everyone immediately. Ardis can go to the chief's house first. I will go there soon. Yeah, got it. Separating from Moore, who went to gather the governing members in an emergency, Ardis as well moved to the meeting place, that is the chief's house, ahead of time. It's not like they didn't expect the situation to worsen every day. The Rovers Alliance has been on continuous advantage even at the southern front line between the coalition and the San Rogil army. The monarchy army that had taken over 3 city-states stopped for a while at first. Opposing that, the coalition has finally formed an opposing army and moved in effort to fight for the final battle. However, they were a little too late. At the same time they finally gathered armies from different city-states, the monarchy has already sent their backup unit across the southern seas. There were 10,000 new soldiers that landed. Rather than backup, it's better to call them the main unit. Combining the original 5,000 soldiers, they now have 15,000 soldiers, and they have many soldiers over the 9,000 the coalition has. In one defense battle of a certain city-state versus the monarchy army, they were overwhelmed by their absurd numbers and the enemy's flying horse corps. The monarchy army that has been going around the coalition to conquer its cities proactively already has 70% of the entire coalition under control. However, the problem this time is about the north of the continent. Now that the Thoria Kingdom and Alban Kingdom had defeated the Bronchel Republic, it's likely that the Rovers Alliance will finally put their eyes here. The time for them to come has come. In the biggest meeting room in the chief's house, Moore narrated the inner voice of everyone there. Will they attack? One of the members, Elmer, asked in spite of that. And the chief's shoulder jumped in response. It's rather difficult to imagine them not. As if reading a script he'd prepared, Ardis immediately answered. That means, our town will become a battlefield? A healthy and strong-looking man was looking anxious like a lost child. It is the owner of the house, and the chief of the Glock village. Ardis answered the gaze of the chief that asked with a voice quivering. The possibility can't be denied. And no way. Why? The chief's face color turned worse as he got an undesired answer. He is the person that has led the Glock village before Ardis and the others brought the refugees here, when Glock village was still a small developing mining village. Now that the population has risen over 5,000, it's difficult for him alone to take helm of the entire village. That's why talents like Moore and Elmer are also acting as assistants to former council, and had been managing the town by means of discussion. The people that participated in the meeting is the chief, Moore, Elmer, Mariida, Minerva, a total of 5 persons. Depending on the situation, Ardis and Michelle will be around, but the members are the fixed. Basically, it operates under a system that can be said to be an oligarchy, where decisions are made under the authority of the mayor. On top of that, other than the original chief here, everyone else is close to Ardis. In fact, it can be said that they took over the village, but, since it's an emergency, Ardis had no choice but to cut in. Though, there's no knowing when this emergency situation will end. Why, you ask? It's a little late now. For the Empire, their grip on the former kingdom territory has stabilized a bit, and also the Northern War was settled, since room in the entire alliance is created, and the population in this town has grown to the point of not able to be ignored, and also it's the source of heavy iron ores that is useful for a war. Moreover, There's the presence of a royal blood that escaped from the capital. There were so many reasons everywhere. Marie-Ida glanced over to Minerva casually while she easily pointed out several points. It's something we expected from the start. Even if Minerva wasn't here, the Imperial Army will eventually come. None. I agree. Getting a sharp stab from Ardis's gaze, Marie-Ida agreed with a sweating expression. Disregarding those two, Minerva advanced with a "So then, I think we should give out food and send the people who want nothing to do with the war outside. I don't think many will stay in this town forcefully, but Captain Greystar, how many people can you escort in one go to the nearest town? Since we don't know when will the Empire attack, I'd at least have some people still left here. Though, we can't just hand out food easily like that too. Well, there are people that want to leave within the Guards Corps as well, considering that. About 7, 8 or 10 people at once, I suppose. Alright. Then, choosing the people, and strengthening alert. Will Priest Elmer be the one conveying it to the refugees? Leave it to me. President Lich should confirm supplies like weapons. Please do distribute them to the people that are sent outside the town as well. Even though I said calling me Marie-Ida is fine now. There were cold gazes showering the female merchant who asked the Duke's daughter to address herself by name with a suspicious smile. In any case, I will leave those matters to you, President Lit. And so, Chief, is there anything else? As Minerva was prompting the chief for a dismissal, Ardis suddenly stood up. The sudden action surprised everyone other than Minerva. Among them, it was Moore that asked straightforwardly, "What's the matter, Ardis?" But Moore's question immediately disappeared. Ardis and Minerva's gaze were on the entrance of the meeting room, and a person revealed herself behind the slowly opening door. Seeing the person, Ardis and Elmer's voices both overlapped. Sarah, Angel Sama, dark brown with red-tinged hair. The jet-black long robe and burning red eyes that are eye-catching. It's not someone that's normally here. Why are you here? Facing Ardis, who asked his natural question, Sarah opened her mouth and announced one-sidedly. The contents were very much surprising to everyone there. The Thoria army has started marching towards this town. Chapter 266. Chapter 266. The Thoria army has already started its march to here. Huh? Someone's mouth gaped. It felt like Sarah's revelation echoed many times in the frozen meeting room. Since Sarah's face is already familiar to every member present, they weren't surprised by the sudden presence of a young woman. However, their confusion was not why Sarah was here, but what she said. It was Ardis who regained himself first. Started their march. When? About an hour ago. About 1,000 soldiers headed west from Thoria. It's 8 out of 10 they're heading here. No wait, why do you know something that just happened? Moore thought it is suspicious, but, as usual, her answer was also something that Ardis and the others are clueless about. My daughters had told me. The daughters again, huh? You had daughters? Her unexpected answer warranted different responses from Ardis and Moore. Ardis frowned between his brows, while Moore's eyes were round at the unexpected answer. Something like that is not important, right? Stand our ground or escape. There's only 10 days for us to make a decision. Minerva took them out of the topic and raised another question. Is it possible that they are heading to the coalition as reinforcements for the monarchy army? Naturally, that's possible, but I don't think there's a need for them to be backing up the monarchy army now. It was as Sarah said. They had just gotten reinforcements from their home country, totaling their forces to 15,000 currently. Having an overwhelming upper hand in the war, there's no need for 1,000 more soldiers to join at this point. Since the war with the Republic is pretty much over, it's not strange for Thoria to set their eyes here. Unlike the Empire that has their own heavy iron sources back home, Thoria that has gotten independence has no supplies within their own lands. Right for them. They probably might try to seize the heavy iron veins no matter what. Marie-Ida predicted Thoria's plans calmly. If only they would sit still, Ardis muttered while seemingly clicking his tongue. Then, Moore continued. Either way, it can't be helped if they're coming. We should proceed with our preparation more urgently before the Thoria army arrives. They knew it will come eventually. It's just that the eventual is pushed forward. If so, what they can do now is, as Moore said, advance their own plans in urgency. Then let's notify the refugees immediately. I will also get some help from Ellie and the others. Elmer and Marie-Ida found their roles and left the meeting room quickly. Sorry, we might need your help again, Ardis. Of course. Ardis, who was left behind, nodded firmly to Moore. After that, the next 4 days, the Glock village was surrounded in a strange tension. The Thoria army advancement was announced, and those that are planning to leave the town are preparing in a hurry. They were lesser than expected. While seeing the people, Kyril called out to Ardis. It's not like they actually saw the Thoria army after all. There were people who won't believe if they only heard Elma's words. They will probably try to escape at the last minute when the Thoria army is close enough to see. Despite they already started gathering people who wants to evacuate, the reaction of the people were more lukewarm than expected. Considering 1,000 soldiers heading here, they would arrive in about 10 days. On the other hand, the defending side only has a total of 100 men, even including the guards of the Nyrestia house and trained conscripted soldiers. And they have to reserve escorts when evacuating the refugees. Everything Ardis and the others knew were publicly disclosed. Without any veils, it is up to the refugees to make their own decision. And so, those that wishes to leave are to be gathered 5 days later, but there were lesser people than expected. Of course, some refugees took the town as their new home, and chose to defend it. Though, the majority of the refugees didn't trust the information about the Thoria army coming in the first place. When they heard about the Thoria army has started their march today 4 days ago, normal people would suspect. Why would they know something that just happened in Thoria today? After all, they are unlike Elma, who regards Sarah as the goddess herself and don't doubt her at all. And Ardis, who knew that she's not a normal person, accepted it as fact despite being a little surprised. Moore and Minerva believe it as well, probably on the basis of trusting Ardis. As for Mariida, Ardis didn't know either. Since she has the power of prophetic dreams, she might have gotten an insight from the but she did not doubt Sarah's words at all. However, the refugees weren't like that. In the end, only about 30% trusted them, and the remaining suspected the falsehood of the information. There were also people among them that insisted they are trying to deter refugees with fake news. Most of them spent the day normally without realizing the approaching danger. Well, we gave them the choice. No need to hear their complaints after this. Everyone is not as strong as Ardis-san after all. Ignoring Kyril's bland-voiced accusation, Ardis asked, "What about Kyril?" "Of course I'm staying. Nay-san and Mariida-san is here after all. I can't be the only one escaping. And also, it's not like we can return to Riatan or the capital now either." "I see." Despite still thinking he's a little unreliable, Ardis thought that Kyril isn't inferior to any fully fledged mercenary, as he has the capability to walk around the Courses forest on his own after all. Most of the people who chose to protect the Glock village are volunteers that had only been trained for a few months and has no prior combat experience. Other than them, there's more guards of the Nyrestia house, former mercenaries and explorers that retired from the battlefield, but their numbers are small. Currently, for Ardis and the others, those that has graduated from the Mariul's Academy and has already experienced a war like Kyril and Elnoa is a precious asset. But will the Thoria army really come? Seeing Ardis being silent, Kyril asked without holding back. "Oh, Kyril is skeptical about it too, huh? Since I never confirmed it with my own eyes." "That Sarah-san girl, is she trustworthy?" "Girl, huh?" Ardis had a bitter smile at Kyril's wording. "Certainly. Sarah looks like a girl in her late teens. However, Elma and the older folks in the hidden village would know that Sarah's appearance had never changed for the past tens of years." Ardis and the twins who have a past case of near accepted it naturally, but, for normal people, it's a joke to hear that someone wouldn't age. Sarah, who had reported it, immediately returned to the hidden village. She probably thought that they should do something by themselves after she had warned them. In fact, as long as Ardis is here, 1,000 or 2 soldiers is not a big deal. Though, it's a different story if the opponents are mercenaries on the level of Ardis. However, even for bright stars of White Knight or more that are famous, they can't be opponents of a serious Ardis. Currently, in this world, those that can fight on equal grounds with Ardis is Rona, the demon beast king shooter, the timid but strong Upus, and also Nia. Do you still remember about Nia? Of course. She's one of the most memorable persons in a different sense than Ardis-san. With a reason unknown to Ardis, Kyril smiled bitterly. It seems like Nia is a niece of Sarah. Eh? The truth that was just revealed widened Kyril's eyes. Certainly, she looks very similar to Nia-san. Sarah, and also I don't really look like our age, so don't treat her like a normal girl. Ardis's sincere warning called for a sigh from Kyril. Really? Nia-san too? Those people too? There were only absurd people around Ardis-san. Ardis gave up objecting Kyril's words of resignation, despite feeling a little unreasonable. In the end, nearly 1,000 people had left the Glock village to protect the refugees leaving the town. 50 or so conscripted soldiers accompanied them. More than half of them are families of the evacuating refugees. With fewer people leaving the town than expected, the decline in defending forces is minimized. How much do we still have? 24 people of my own subordinates from the Duke's house. 82 volunteers that had undergone training recently. 65 people that have offered help for the battle. About 170 in total. More answered Ardis's question, and Kyril asked a frank question. Isn't it too little? They are currently within one of the guard posts that's newly built in the Glock village, one of its room. To discuss the defense battle, other than Kyril, there was the magician El Noah, the instructor of the guards corps, Kane, Indri and also Jake. As for the personnel that is unrelated to the battle, the chief, Elma and Mariida is not around. They don't feel any threat. They still really think our announcement is just a hoax. How easygoing. Will they not realize unless a sword is at their neck? Rather, it's probably because everyone hopes that nothing would happen. It would be easy if the enemies would retreat if we just hoped. Hey, you guys are going off topic. Moore pointed out at his subordinates that are going off topic one after another. So, how about it, Ardis? I can handle 1,000 or so, but there's a need to consider what happens after this. After listening to Ardis, who said that calmly, he folded his arms with a serious expression. After this, El Noah, who was beside Kyril, interjected. Despite it being a life-threatening danger, there was not even more than 100 people volunteering to fight. That's true, Moore said, so annoyedly understanding what Ardis was implying, and Kyril as well agreed. What does it mean, Kyril? Not understanding Ardis and Moore, El Noah poked the former classmate beside her. The problem they're worrying is about what happens after this. Even if we manage to drive away the Thoria army this time, it's not just because of our own efforts. It's because Ardis-san is here, right? And since Ardis-san can't be expected to be always here, we will have to think about surviving further attacks on our own. Despite so, there were only 65 people that are willing to take up weapons on their own to protect the town. In other words, the people in town don't think the Thoria army is something that concerns themselves. Despite excluding the females and elderly, considering the population, it should have been possible to gather at least 500 people. However, in reality, there were only 150 people, even after including everyone that are trained before. It is obvious to their eyes that they are underestimating the threat. Well, they might change their mind after seeing the Thoria army. Sorry, but Ardis, you will be bearing a heavy burden this time. I know. I will hit the enemy from the front. I will leave the ones that slip past to you. Of course, leave that much to me. With Ardis's ability, he can probably repel the Thoria army with a night attack before they even appear within the town's range. However, that would only endorse more ignorant behaviors among the town people. That's why, they would fight in a distance that is visible from the town, and make it clear to the town people, all while knowing that it's going to be a rough treatment. Chapter 267. Chapter 267. At a distance of about half a day left to the mining village, an army of 1,000 marched in a long line towards their destination. Several men were riding at the front with horses while the others followed behind. Despite their uniform, tools and equipment displayed that they are not a random group but are disciplined soldiers marching with a purpose. And among them, there were about 100 people that are wearing irregular equipment, mercenaries. Just when the war with the Republic finished, now the West can't catch a break, can we? Not like we can complain, Joe. A good paying job like this is rare to come by. Let's earn while we can. The brown-haired swordsman muttered to no one, but the large guy walking beside him laughed cheerfully and replied. Ahead of the two walking, there was another shorter mercenary that turned around and interjected. The voice that was high-pitched, unique to a female, agreed with the large man. Yup. Unlike the war with the Republic, it's just taking over a mining village this time. Isn't it a considerably easier job? The orangish eyes directed towards him, and the swordsman named Jaya seemed displeased. But there's too many of us for that. It's just a mining village. 1,000 people are a little overboard. What do you think, Gresh? Jaya, who was in search of a supporter, asked. The person walking beside the female mercenary, and the tall mercenary with a shield, turned around and showed a bitter smile. I know what Jaya is talking about, but Ralph is right too. It's rare to get a job as good as this. So it's better not to waste this chance. Look, Gresh is saying so too. Isn't it fine? If you don't like it, you can return now. Since we have so many soldiers already, just one man lesser probably isn't significant. Of course I wouldn't be grumbling to return now. Then don't say discouraging things like that. It makes us feel unmotivated. Not like I ever said it to you, Konya. Jao, Konya, leave it at that much. Since the female mercenary and Jao were starting a fight, Gresh, the tall swordsman, sighed before telling them to stop. It's not like they are really at each other's throats. It's just another normal occurrence in the party. Raised in the same village, the four had been walking down the path of mercenary together for a long time. Their ties are not weak that a small bicker like this can put a dent in it. Gresh and the others, 4 of them are active mercenaries in Thoria. It has been about 8 years since they started calling themselves costers, after their hometown. Despite many mercenaries disappear within 3 years, they are famous for not having even one member retiring after so long. After the top party, bright stars of white night disappeared from Thoria. Costers had been filling their spot. Well, I do think sending 1,000 soldiers against a mining village is overboard. But it could just be the general being careful, or he expected to a certain degree of threat from them. Which side are you on, Gresh? Of course, I'm on both. Gresh easily responded to Konya's complaint. In any case, it's true that it's a good job. But I also understand Jao's worry. It's fine if it's just plainly being more cautious. But if that's not the case, there might be more to this. We have to prepare ourselves and expect things like that too, right? So there's nothing wrong with being more cautious. Well, that's right. Konya, albeit unsatisfied, she didn't try poking for more. Leaving aside the times when they were all new, the 4 had already crossed multiple life-threatening danger already, and had repelled the malice of others together. The fact that just strength alone is not enough to survive, and the fact that nothing is all pretty is what they painfully understand now. Because of those experiences, they have the tolerance to accept what Gresh said. Just that unlike their younger times trying to reach for the top, they are now in the position being targeted by the chicks. What Konya didn't like was just Jao running his mouth this late in the job. Of course, it's not like they are having a serious discourse. That's just something they do to break the bore until they arrive at their destination. While doing this and that, Gresh and the others finally arrived at the mining village. However, at that time, what they saw was something unexpected. Hey, Jao. What is it, Ralph? We came here to take a mining village under control, right? That should be the case. And the mining village shouldn't have any military power, right? Of course. Though my confidence is dropping. No, I mean, there were probably villages that set up fences to keep out beasts, but the heck is that? Ralph and Jao, with half surprise and confusion, were conversing. It's natural. After all, they were gazing at a wall about 5 meters high blocking their road. The wall extended all the way out in their vision, and their edges circled further back. It's likely that it covers a certain radius. The end of it is probably, or rather the whole thing must be surrounding the entire village. Huh? Were we not headed to a mining village? Konya was looking left and right with a confused expression. It was not just them that is confused. The other mercenaries too, Thoria soldiers, and also the commanding officers were all confused at what they were seeing. What is this? It's likely a defensive wall. The commanding general that was riding on a horse howled at the vice officer. I can tell what it is. What I want to say is, why is there a defensive wall around a mining village? It's unclear. The insider did state that there are security groups within, but there was not a single mention about a defensive wall. Not a single mention. But now, what the heck is that? Is that insider blind or what? It seems like the Thoria army did not know about the wall in advance. Well, the reason why they had organized 1,000 soldiers was that they have scouted the mining village ahead of time. That's something that Gresh and the others guessed. However, it seems like they didn't know about the presence of the defensive wall. If it is just fences made from planks and logs, then it wouldn't be a problem, but seeing the wall in front of them like a fort, it's a different story. Even if the army is formed from soldiers and mercenaries that are pro in war, fighting enemies within a wall without any siege weapons or support from magic would warrant for many casualties. As the commander of the Thoria army was yelling angrily, there were movements from the village. Human shadows appeared on the top wall, and then continued to increase in number. Although it's still too far to make it out, it seems like most of them are holding bow-like objects. There's about 100 people, and they're holding bow. Jao estimated the number by looking. Some are not holding one at the middle though. Gresh told his allies, as Konya was trying to peer further by roving her eyes. Their commander? That's a possibility too, or maybe it's a magician. Gresh felt like something was tightening his chest. It was the sense of danger from his long experience and what our commander is intending to do. I guess he won't back off easily, having come this far out. They are out here because of an order after all, Ralph was muttering, looking at the commander of the Thoria army, and answered Konya with a tone expressing why ask when you know. Certainly, the Thoria army is unlikely to back off now. However, if they were to fight 100 archers from on top of a wall, and if the enemy had a magician, even if the army won, they would suffer great losses. For Gresh and the others that now know that it will be dangerous, they wanted them to reconsider, but they understood that the army likely wouldn't do so either. It's a bluff. It's only put there to intimidate us. No way they can build a fully encompassing defensive wall in a month. However, there's a possibility that it's constructed with magic. Absurdity. A wall like that, even with magic. They will need at least 10 court magicians. Are you saying that there are 10 of those magicians in this remote area? The commander's yell towards the vice-commander was even audible at where Gresh and the others were at. It seems like, unfortunately, the commander had chosen to push through with force. Gresh sighed. As a mercenary, they must fight when they are told to. That's the contract the army and the mercenaries signed. As they braced themselves for an uphill battle, there was one shadow that jumped from above the 5-meter wall. One of them jumped down, someone muttered, seemingly unaffected by the 5-meter jump and landing on the ground softly. It was walking towards the army casually. A messenger possibly? The commander's next order was merciless. Despite hearing what the vice-commander said, prepare to release arrows whenever they're in range. What are you saying? There's only one person. There might be a messenger. Leaving aside a white flag, they must be an enemy with that sword in hand. The Emperor's decree is to not be merciful to any who dares to resist. As the commander said, the shadow that was approaching seemed to be holding something long in their hands. It's likely that it's a sword. However, even if they're holding a sword, it's going overboard to fire all their arrows towards just one opponent. The vice-commander's panic was natural. Please rethink. If we can talk it out, it's better than fighting. No way people like them that are armed have the intention to give up. Their will to oppose is obvious. However, shut up, useless. Archers, step front. Ignoring the vice-commander's words, the commander gave his orders to the soldiers. About half of the soldiers stood front and took out a bow. Despite their movements that should be very visible to the opponent didn't stop walking. Oi, that guy. Does he not understand his situation? Ralph frowned at the reckless shadow. Despite killing on a battlefield is a natural thing, it felt wrong to see someone die like that pathetically. It was what Gresh thought as well. Release. However, disregarding what they had been thinking, the Thoria soldiers released several hundreds of arrows. Just when the arrows were supposed to kill the approaching human shadow without any doubt. What? There were a few short gasps from here and there. The arrows that should have skewered the person mercilessly all dropped to the ground as if dodging him. No, that wasn't accurate. The arrows that were going to land on him were hit to the ground by something. What's that? Something was floating beside the person. There were 3 pieces of something thin floating. The something thin moved around, and struck down the arrows easily. Second volley, release. The commander gave the second order. Another several hundred arrows was shot. However, similarly, the arrows was about to hit the person before getting struck down. And so, the person continued to approach the Thoria army. And when the distance closed, they can make out the opponent's appearance. It was a young man. A purple-colored short robe was around him. Black hair, and something like a cloth was swaying at the back of his head. And then 3 shadows floating around him. Seeing that, Gresh suddenly gasped. He felt familiar with that appearance. Konya. It's Ardis, right? Konya, who had the best vision among the 4, said the answer first. Her expression seemed to be shaking. Ardis, you said? Seriously? Joe and Ralph, who were both surprised, squinted their eyes and observed, and found out it is the truth. Why is Ardis there? Rather than that, Joe. Gresh's expression hardened. Arrows had been shooting towards Ardis already. Will he stay quiet? Not just Joe, Ralph and Konya. They were all speechless. The same conclusion was made by the 4 people at the same time. Scatter. Spread out. A counter is coming. Get away. About the same time, several yelling came from the surroundings. They all started running away to get away from the high-density area. Those that were confused at what was happening, those that escaped sensing danger instinctively, and those that yelled to those that were running. There were various kinds of responses. That was what determined life and death. Gresh and the others immediately turned tail and ran from the center of the army that had the most people. A tremendous explosion came from their back. As the shockwave hit their back, their body was blown away. Complaining that he's merciless as usual while crashing into the ground, Gresh's final thoughts were so before his consciousness cut off. Chapter 268. Chapter 268. About an hour before the fight with Thoria began. In the Glock village, Ardis and the others had been preparing, equipping the 150 people, splitting them into several groups, and naming a leader in each of them. Consumables such as arrows and medicine, water for extinguishing fire, they had been gathering supplies here and there from the village. As for Ardis, he's walking around the village without participating in their preparation. Of course, it's not like he's slacking either. He had been going around and changing the fences for fending off beasts to walls made from dirt and stone. Watching the 5-meter wall being created at an incredible pace, the people that don't know Ardis well was shocked. Should we be helping? No, it's better we rest to save in power. Ardis-san is well. It's Ardis-san after all. El Noah, who asked in worry, was responded by Kyril with a given-up expression. It took Ardis about 30 minutes to completely surround the whole Glock village with walls. Oh, that's a magnificent wall. With this, won't we be able to defend against the Thoria army easily? That's still up for debate, I think. Since it's quickly made, it doesn't have the toughness. In any case, dragging the fight for long is not beneficial. Ardis replied with a skeptical thinking. Even being humble, Ardis was doing something that would be extremely exhausting normally, making a wall that covers a village that 5,000 people live in. Although about 1,000 people had left the village, and now only 4,000 remain, it doesn't mean the village will shrink. Since their time is limited, only the looks was great. The toughness itself would not stand against an upper-grade spell. For defensive walls, their basic function is to be tough. But since Ardis hasn't been considering a defensive battle from the start, it didn't matter. If they prolonged the battle, the Thoria army might take out sieging weapons, and it would be a trouble for Glock village that doesn't even have any reinforcements. The defensive wall is just for the sake of defending against surprise attack. Ardis insisted that they will be taking the initiative to attack. Moore as well seemed to understand that, and only excluding 50 people for reserve guards, the other are focused for a frontal clash with the Thoria army. The enemy including mercenaries are about 1,000 men. On the other hand, the Glock village excluding the guards will only have 121 people. The difference in force was about 8 to 1, despite having the advantage because they are on the defensive side. Also, thinking about the fact they have the wall, they are still at a disadvantage. However, at the very least, there wasn't anyone around Ardis that seemed despaired. Eventually, the Thoria army showed themselves at the east of the village. It's exactly the number that Sarah said. From on top of the wall, seeing the Thoria army, Ardis's face turned sour. Seeing his displeased face, Kyril, who seemed to interpret it differently, anxiously asked, "Will we win?" "NN? Yeah, no problem there." Ardis reached out his hand towards Kyril, who was not that much different in height, and patted his head. Please don't treat me like a child." My bad. Seeing Kyril's face that seemed like inexplicable, Ardis once again faced back to the army. The army was heading straight towards the Glock village. However, now that they have reached just outside the range of arrows, they stopped moving. Rather than preparing to attack, it seemed more correct to describe them a little confused and stopped walking. Ardis understands them. After all, they probably thought they came to conquer a remote mining village as an easy target. However, their destination had walls like a fort. It's normal to be confused. Unlike the information they got before, the commanding general seemed really panicking at the sight that was unexpected. "They're not moving, Should I go and incite them?" Ardis asked more. Doing that purposefully is. There were weak objection and no one agreed. Their intention is us from the beginning. That's why, it's better to make the first move and take the initiative. In the end, the person that raised the idea himself, Ardis, had taken up the role. Disregarding the worried voices from the surroundings, Ardis himself scaled over the wall and jumped down. Floating himself just before landing on the ground for a moment, he started walking towards the Thoria army in leisure. While seeing Ardis heading towards the Thoria army, Kane, who was on top of the defensive wall, commented, "Is he really fine on his own?" No matter how strong Ardis is, There were too many enemies, right? Although he asked more, the one that answered was the female magician, Elnoa, from behind. I'm sure he's fine. Her voice was full of confidence. He had finished off 1,000 cavalries of the Empire before already. As a witness to that, there's no mistake he will be fine. Elnoa, who had gone for war as a student in the past, was saved by Ardis. The overwhelming magic that she saw during then is still engraved in her eyes. That's why she could watch Ardis go without a sliver of doubt. Hearing Elnoa, Moore had a bitter smile. When I look at him, I realize I'm just a lowly human. That much? Like Kane, Ingri, who is also Moore's subordinate, seemed skeptical. Moore is one of the best swordsmen in the kingdom, known by many. For them who has witnessed his strength in training and actual combat, they probably couldn't trust their powerful superior saying so. What will Captain do when facing Ardis in a war? Although it was purely curiosity, Kane raised a scenario, and Moore immediately answered, I will be escaping to a safe place immediately. Then think after that. I think the order is reversed though. So what? Reverse or not, there's no meaning if you died without knowing why. Moore seemingly didn't think that it was shameful. Rather, his expression was full of what nonsense are you spouting? Excluding Kyril and Elnoa, who was strangely calm, the remaining people were all a little suspicious. Well, seeing is believing. If Minerva is around, there would be another ally for him, but, honestly speaking, Moore didn't think too much about it. Probably taking Moore's words as a joke, there were quite a few people among the guards that laughed. However, he is sure that their expression will soon freeze. In fact, everyone there knew soon that Moore's words was not any joke. Ardis walked slowly towards the Thoria army. Opposite of that, the Thoria army seemed to be moving in response as well. Although hard to see from afar, the army seemed to spread out horizontally and few stepped front. Archers, someone of the guards said as the representative. It is a proper measure for an approaching enemy, and there was no one that didn't understand their actions. Will he really be fine alone? Someone of the guards seemed anxious, and while under many gazes of enemies and allies, Ardis advanced with no hesitation. Finally, their distance has reached to the point that he's in range of their arrows. Thoria army released several hundreds of arrows in one go. Flying through the greatest distance, the arrows like rain assaulted Ardis. However, the arrows that aimed for the maximum range did not hit accurately. Most of the arrows landed somewhere further from Ardis, and despite that many arrows, there were only a few that landed on Ardis. However, all of them were struck down by Ardis's flying swords. Wee, so cool. There's more. As if agreeing to those words, the Thoria army fired another volley. At the same timing, another several hundreds of arrows assaulted Ardis again. Thanks to him getting closer, the accuracy on their arrows were getting better. However, Ardis's stride is still leisured, as if taking a walk on an empty field. Same as before, the arrows that came his way were struck down. The three flying swords held by unseen hands were giving an illusion of three trusty escorts guarding Ardis. He's continuing forward? No, doesn't look like that's the case. Kyril answered Moore in place of Ardis, and at that time, a gigantic fire pillar appeared in the middle of the most concentrated spot of the enemy army. Wow, so flashy. There's no need to say whose work it is. As the Thoria army panically tried to spread out, Ardis's explosion happened a second time. Ardis, that guy, he's not planning to clean all of them up, right? Moore, who was frowning between his eyebrows, was complaining at Ardis from afar. In this fight, it's not good to just win. There's a need to impose a sense of danger to the people living there. For that, Ardis must not overwhelm the enemy on his own, and there's a need for the guards and the volunteers to obtain victory by themselves. Although Moore's words didn't reach Ardis, he stopped at the second explosion, and then started walking again. It seems like he's intending to deal with the remaining directly. Good, that's fine. While muttering towards the back figure that headed to the enemy on his own, Moore shouted towards the people from the wall. It's time. Teach the people of Thoria that betrayed the kingdom a lesson. And so, the fight of the guards in the Glock village and the Thoria army started. Chapter 269. Chapter 269. They're more annoying than expected. Ardis said his thoughts after repelling the Thoria soldiers from all directions. Two explosive greetings to the concentrated Thoria army later, Ardis charged straight into them. Not continuing any further Art's attack, storing his flying swords across the gate, he started fighting only with skies of myriad colors in his hands. Keeping the overwhelming power under check, It is more tiring than expected to not crush their will to fight. If just chasing away the Thoria army, it's easy. Taking down their commander is possible, and blasting them with more arts works too. He can dodge every attack of the enemies, and if he has 10 or so flying swords, then no one would be able to touch him. However, in the current scenario, it isn't a choice. Ardis's role here is to stop the Thoria army's advance, and also let some amount of soldiers get past him. There is a need to let the people living in the Glock village to stop taking the situation naively. For that, Ardis was fighting with many limitations. First thing is to not let the enemies run away. He can't kill the commanding general, nor deal too much damage. If he showed overwhelming power, the enemies might run from fear. Though, if the enemies gain in momentum, soldiers more and the others can handle might slip through. That's why, while Ardis limited his damage on the army, he had been adjusting the fight to constantly attract their attention, not letting the opponent get too cocky, but also not scaring them away. A magnificent balance. Ardis alone was making such a scenario. Naturally, it's very troublesome to do so. What are you all doing? He's just one person, the enemy's commanding general shouted from afar. However, General, the mercenaries are calling that enemy as the Countless Sword Sorcerer. If that's true, he's not an opponent that we can take lightly even if he's alone. Countless Sword Sorcerer you say? What about it? He's just a lowly mercenary. There's no human able to win against our number. Look, the defending side is not even lifting a finger. Certainly, but it's also the truth that he alone is stopping our army's advance. Then assign a group to him. The others will circle around and attack the village. Yes sir. Then 100 soldiers to that man. The other soldiers and mercenaries will head on to assault. It seems like as Ardis wanted, Thoria army split into 2 groups. But isn't 100 people too less? While looking at their exchange from the sidelines, Ardis scoffed. Circling around Ardis's fight with the other soldiers, the Thoria army was charging towards the village. Although there were only 100 people on the defensive wall, a defensive battle is advantageous from the start. And also they have magicians like Kyril and Elnoa on their side. There's no problem if it's only about triple the amount. 1, 2, about 300 ha. While fighting, Ardis was counting by estimation. While slashing the soldiers that gathered with skies of myriad colors occasionally, he called out the flying swords over the gate again. 20 flying swords appeared from thin air, and they assaulted the enemy soldiers that were going to attack the village. What? Yawag. The swords. The sudden attack caused confusion all over the Thoria soldiers. The flying swords cut down the stopped soldiers one after another mercilessly. There's a limit of entry. Sorry, but you will be going back. Just by himself, Ardis stood in front of the Thoria soldiers and blocked. The 20 swords stood strong, lining up with bloody soldiers behind them. Feeling creepy at the strangeness of the scenery, the soldiers took a slight step backwards. What are you doing? Quickly finish him already. The officer riding on a horse behind the soldiers yelled. There were about 500-600 soldiers that Ardis stopped, and among them are 12 officers on horses. They're probably company and platoon leaders. Ardis decided to finish them off first, aiming his hand on one of the horse riders and compressing a small sphere of mana. The next moment, a thin bridge of light formed between him and the target. The mana reached speed unable to be seen with eyes and struck between his eyebrows. While the other soldiers became speechless, the one that got sniped fell from the horse. Ardis as well moved his flying swords to the other officers. A mere sword. The people getting attacked drew the swords on their waist and fought back. However, despite having no hands, the flying swords reproduced Ardis's swordsmanship perfectly. It is not defendable with a half-assed countermeasure. Gawak. The officers that became praised to the flying swords fell one after another. Their bloody body only twitched a little reflexively. They can no longer move. Hick. The commander. A monster. The soldiers that lost their commandos were agitated. There were only few tens of squad leaders left now that Ardis had taken care of the platoon leaders. Even if there were many enemy soldiers, a squad leader can't possibly take care of this many people. The Thoria army that lost its commanding structure broke down. Once the fear was conveyed and they start losing their will, the rest is quick. With one of the corners of the army started running away as the trigger, the others soon followed in fear. While looking at the Thoria soldiers scattering, Ardis looked back to the town. It seems like the fight has started over the two. Although the enemies are 3 times more than them, since they are defending and also having magicians by their side, The Glock village is a little more advantageous in terms of combat power. Ardis, who is certain on their victory, didn't do any more than that. A casualty or two is within tolerance. Moore and Minerva both understood that. The 300 Thoria soldiers that are attacking the town's defensive wall hasn't noticed the fact that no one of their own is following behind them. Also that their own allies are getting trampled on. The commander probably thought that even without sieging weapon and magic, they can push through with numbers. However, it's not like they expected Ardis to be controlling their numbers. Just as he raised up into the sky to verify that there aren't any flanking armies, under his eyes, a big explosion erupted. The explosion erupted among the attacking Thoria army. It was probably an offensive spell from Kyril or Elnoa. A defensive battle where a magician can stay in a safe spot and bombard with spells is a place where they can shine the most. Of course, there's a possibility that they can get struck by stray arrows and soldiers that got past, but Moore was protecting the magicians, so it's unlikely to happen. And Kyril has the gloves that Ardis gifted as well. As the gloves are infused with a defensive spell, there's no need to fear arrows that aren't imbued with mana. The outcome is decided. As Ardis said, the great damage done by the explosion forced the Thoria army to break down and start retreating. Among them was one officer riding on a horse standing out. The equipment that are evident of a higher position. It's probably the commander of the Thoria army this time. The man called as the general was accompanied by several cavalries and headed towards the east. I guess I will take care of them, since they are fighting a defensive battle. The timing of retreat is decided by the attacking side. Moore and the others that are fighting on the walls can't pursue. But thinking about what happens after, it is better to reduce the commander class people as much as possible. Judging so, Ardis took out flying swords over the gate in the air, and then dropped with the swords as escorts. Several ice spears struck the ground ahead of where the enemies are running. The sudden happening caused their horses to stop. What now? They probably never thought they would be attacked from above. Although confused at the sudden occurrence, the enemy general and the surrounding cavalries managed to rein in their horses. If they stopped their legs, they are a good target for the flying swords. The flying swords released from around Ardis quickly slaughtered the enemies on horseback one after another. Enemy? From where? Landing behind the enemy, Ardis slashed at their back with skies of myriad colors. Why, you countless swords, sorcerer! The last remaining general glared at Ardis hatefully. For him, Ardis is only an enemy that obstructed his mission. It's natural he hates Ardis. But of course, for Ardis and the others, Thoria army was the uninvited guests. So they are enemies to be cut down from the start. Leaving aside the soldiers that could only follow orders, Ardis has no intentions to leave the commanders alive. The soldiers will be enough to tell the message of your defeat. That's why, you won't be escaping. Accept your death here. A lowly mercenary would dare. The general drew his sword and slashed at Ardis. However, his movements are multiple magnitudes slower than Moore and Nicole. So you mean being an army officer is better? Ardis, who had room to spare, took the general's back. There's no meaning in position from the sword's perspective. Ardis said so boorishly and drew his own sword. The blade that would have normally sliced off the general's head bounced off with a hard sound. Along with the shockwave, an elliptical shape shone in the empty space. What? The unexpected occurrence surprised Ardis. An invisible barrier that blocked his sword. The toughness was not weaker than Ardis's own physical barrier. At the same time, he sensed the surrounding mana and looked up. There was one person flying up there. Ardis's eyes widened, with joy and surprise rising. At the same time, his mouth spoke a familiar name. Victor. Chapter 270. Chapter 270. Victor. Ardis muttered a name that he hasn't called for 10 years. A tall man looking down from above while flying. A little too old to be called a young man, but a little too young to be called middle-aged. The wheat-colored hair blew in the wind, and the grey pupils were looking at Ardis as he spoke. That face is Ardis? No other explanations than you getting smaller, but seriously, what the heck is this world? Ardis's name came out from his mouth. In other words, he is the same person that Ardis knew. You recognize me? Victor slowly landed on the ground. Phew. Of course I would. He approached Ardis and laughed a little. Who do you think taught a young Ardis that didn't even know how to use flying swords properly? The gentle tone is warming his chest. There's no doubt that he's the person that Ardis knows well. He's one of the members of the same mercenary band that Ardis used to be in. A person that can only be a genius with his capabilities. When Ardis was still in the band, He's the person that had saved Ardis and trained him for many times. In the end, it wasn't even a reference. You see, I'm not actually responsible for a student's excellency. Although a genius, Victor can do better in teaching. Majority of his lessons were just about feeling, and even Ardis himself quitted along the way. Isn't it the instructor's job to make sure even a bad student can perform well? I'm different from the captain who takes interest in raising people. I only show a thing or two when I feel like it. After all, while talking about their benefactors, Ardis finally had the chance to ask about what he wanted to ask the most when he meets someone he knows. The captain, is everyone alright? What happened to Sarkandelian? In an instant, Victor's expression turned for the worse. You don't know? He didn't know. No way he could have known. If he knew, he wouldn't have asked a friend that he now meet after 10 years. It's been 10 years. After losing to that woman without even able to do anything, 10 years had passed since I've landed in this world. Finding a way back. I managed to regroup with Rona, but it stagnated after that. Victor, what have you been doing until now? Since when you have come here? It's already 2 years since I've come here. No, is it 2 days? This inconsistency is so troublesome. For Ardis, it's been 10 years, but in the incident with Minerva, he found out that there's a large disconnection between the time flow of the two worlds. 1 day over there would be 1 year here. For Ardis, the fight had been 10 years ago, or in another sense, only 10 days ago. Victor as well seemed to understand. 2 years in this world, in other words, Victor had come here about 8 days after the fight. Victor would have experienced 2 years and 6 days in total. If you're alive, then the band is still the right. What about the captain? Those that survived? Ardis had been gathering information from all around the world for the sake of confirming that. However, no matter where he went, not just any surviving allies. There weren't even any signs of them. It's natural, after all. The world itself is different. On the other hand, the captain's name is told as the evil god, and the hateful nemesis is regarded as the goddess. Ardis, who couldn't give up because of that connection, finally had a chance of grasping the situation after meeting with Rona. Albeit temporary, he was able to return to the other world. Ardis finally had a glimpse of hope. The hope of able to get revenge. What are you going to do knowing that? It's obvious. Regroup. To fight that woman, don't we need more people even if it's few? He can't leave the twins and Minerva and the others and go on a journey yet. However, the flow of time is on Ardis's side. Even if not immediately, he thought there would be no problems to depart after a few years. After all, the other world would have only passed several days. He won't be too late. Just give up. She's not a person you can stand against now. Also, the band is no longer there. It's already annihilated back then. Annihilated. I see. However, Victor only had the harsh truth for Ardis. Although he expected it, having told all of it suddenly, his regrets still nonetheless swelled up. Victor, who is full of talent and has a good brain, may have been able to escape from that hostile land alone. Thinking that he could no longer meet with his benefactors and allies, Ardis bit on his lips. It was at that time. Whoa, don't simply move. Victor suddenly wielded his sword. It was so fast that even Ardis couldn't react to. Guac! The Thoria army's commanding general's legs were severed, and blood spurted out. He was probably trying to escape while Ardis was talking with Victor, but there's no way he could escape from people that can sense positions with mana. Victor burned the stumps on the general's legs. Falling on the ground and not able to move, to not let him die from bleeding, the stumps were charred. It is a common restraining method that he often saw when he was still in the band. Victor's execution was smooth as expected. So you're not the Thoria army's ally, huh? Victor was the one who blocked Ardis, but seeing how he cut off the general's legs so easily, it's obvious that they aren't allies. Thoria? Ah, the eastern city that declared independence a while back, huh? It seems like Victor didn't even know what army this was. Victor said so towards Ardis, who looked surprised. I'm ordered by my current superior to gather information of the eastern country, and I've been hearing your name quite often now that I'm here. I thought it was another person as the age didn't match, but to think that you rejuvenated, huh? Ah. Here means the eastern country. My current place is at very far west from here. Superior? Ardis felt something was clicking from Victor's words, as he tried to be understanding. So you're just here coincidentally? Yeah. While flying here and there to gather information, I saw you fighting. And since it's about to finish, I thought to catch some people for interrogation was suitable. Even if 1 or 2 of them never returned, with no witnesses, they would be concluded dead in the war, right? Kidnapping people just because he thought it was suitable. Ardis smiled bitterly at the values appropriate for the other side. The fact that people who can't fight should never set foot outside a town. Ardis learned that it's an absurd story in this world in the past years. And he's the commanding general after all. He should know a few more things than the average soldier. I thought to bring one from that side too, but well, fighting you would be a pain, so I will spare you on our past ties for today. This general is enough. Was it because that he started working for his new employer? His tone felt foreign for Ardis. Speaking as if everything is in the past, Ardis condemned him. Victor, have you too forgotten your hatred to that woman? Hate, anger, resentment. The emotions against an enemy were still lively in Ardis. Is he different? Was it only Ardis who thought they were all bound by a strong family bond? Did he not hate that crazy woman for playing with their family as she liked? Ardis's expression was taken over by anger. What that woman did to us, have you forgotten already? Do you not think to take revenge for those that died like that? Staring at Ardis, who has the glares to kill someone, Victor said so firmly. You can't win against her. Ardis was irritated with the answer that didn't answer his question. I didn't ask dash. Suddenly, his words cut off. A slight discomfort. That discomfort was pouring cold water onto Ardis's anger. Victor has called that woman as her. It's never how anyone of the band would. After all, for everyone, she is the culprit that has been playing them like toys. Finally, Ardis looked at Victor's equipment closely. His eyes widened when he did so. The displeasure, as if his heart getting grasped and dirt getting poured into his stomach. The reason was behind the design of the equipment Victor wore. That equipment, leather armor partially reinforced with metal plates, greaves with protrusions on the toes, and long arm guards with plant patterns. It is the equipment of the enemies that Ardis had seen many times before 10 years ago. He could never forget. Every one of that woman's subordinates wore the same thing. The reason Ardis couldn't immediately tell it apart was not because he was excited over the reunion with Victor. The current Victor wore equipment with the color of red. Until 10 years of that day, Ardis had never seen an enemy with that color. Was it because he had never encountered them, or is it another group that was formed within the last 10 years? He didn't know. However, one thing was certain. The fact that with a different battlefield, an ally could be an enemy. It is the most common knowledge for any mercenaries. What? Have you only noticed it now? What a narrow-vision child as usual. It was obvious if he thought about it. How did Victor arrive in this world? He's unlike Ardis, who arrived accidentally, or Rona, who was always able to. There was someone else that certainly had the knowledge to cross the two worlds. If not, this world would not be regarding that woman as the goddess, and the captain, Gruth, as the evil god. It's not strange to think there is someone that can tell the two worlds apart and can actually travel between the two. It can be that woman herself, or someone under her ranks. At the very least, they are not Ardis's ally. The sole conclusion that he can make after seeing Victor's equipment. You betrayed us? Ardis's eyes became filled with hostility. On the other hand, Victor was void of emotions, replying coldly, Hey, Ardis, don't be so naive. A mercenary aren't like knights. They don't have to follow the same person forever. Throwing a ruckus just because their positions has changed is, Victor was talking like he's educating an ignorant junior. Very unsightly, so stop it. It was only a moment that Ardis was stunned. Again, Victor didn't answer Ardis properly, only increasing his anger. Is that your answer? Closing in an instant, Ardis swung skies of myriad colors. However, Victor easily deflected it away. So what if it is? Victor was provoking him. The emotions in Ardis ran wild. Calling over 20 flying swords over the gate, they cut at Victor from all directions. That looks quite interesting. Although intrigued by Ardis, who manifested swords across the world for a moment, he quickly regained his cool. But Ardis, haven't you been too spoiled by the peas? What? The next moment, the control over his flying swords were taken away. The 20 flying swords changed target from Victor to Ardis, and slashed at their owner. Chapter 271. Chapter 271. Shit. At that moment, Ardis realized his defeat. He immediately jumped back and took distance from the assaulting flying swords. Looks like you're too used to fighting weaklings. Since there's no one around that can control flying swords, I bet you started to think numbers are everything. Just as Victor said, Ardis realized he is too used to fighting in this world. Didn't the captain say it too? Don't aimlessly add swords. The 20 swords that were stolen by Victor approached Ardis again. Shit. Understanding his own mistake, Ardis took out new swords over the gate again. It is the yellowish-green blade Springtime Mist and white blade Moon's Blizzard, including skies of myriad colors in Ardis's hands. He counterattacked the flying swords with the 3 swords. The 3 flying swords made from heavy iron that flew towards him were cut into half easily. What Victor took over were only the mass-produced heavy iron swords. On the other hand, Ardis had the 3 swords made from Leshore powder. It's obvious which is more advantageous once they clashed. They're quite nice swords. Victor, who tried to recall his flying swords, showed an opening that Ardis can't miss. Among the 17 swords in Victor's control, 4 of them were successfully taken back. The number of flying swords is proportional to the user's mana. Taking note of the enemy and your own mana, taking over control of flying swords that are beyond the user's capabilities is a common sense in the other world. Ardis, who had been controlling more than his capabilities because there hasn't been any threat lately, was reminded of a cruel lesson. If comparing Victor and his mana capabilities, it's probably 2 to 1. In other words, the balance would be 13 swords versus 6. If you knew it, then you should have done so from the start. Annoyed by Victor's tone, who is lecturing him, Ardis took the initiative to attack. With the heavy iron swords as backup, using Springtime Mist and Moon's Blizzard, Ardis reduced the enemy's sword number. Ardis himself charged towards Victor with skies of myriad colors in his own hands. With this, you have not learned, Victor commented uninterestedly while deflecting the slash with a physical barrier. Linking his sword attack fluidly with a kick, Ardis collected mana in his free hand and released a fireball at a close distance. Useless. Victor, without panicking, deployed countless small magic barriers. The magic barrier that are small like knives split Ardis's fireball into many pieces. On top of that, each of them were adjusted with meticulous angles, deflecting the heat away from himself. Then, what about? Ardis changes his position and took to the sky. Victor, on the other hand, calmly observed and waited for his next hand. Ardis, with his palm facing to his enemy, manipulated mana. What appeared ahead of him was a small whitish sphere filled with tiny lightning. It is the unavoidable lightning spell that he had learnt after coming to this world. This, as expected, even the prodigy who had never seen such a spell before can't deflect it. If so, the most he can do is to deploy as many magic barrier as he can and brace. Whoa. Naturally, Victor was surprised, as expected of him, to have immediately put up 8 layers of magic barrier, realizing the threat of the lightning. But it's not like Ardis expected it to work on him anyways. The lightning broke half of Victor's barriers. But in other words, even Ardis's lightning at his full might could only destroy 4 layers. How interesting of you to be using lightning now. Facing Victor, who had defended against the lightning attack calmly, Ardis sneaked up from behind with the flying Springtime Mist and Moon's Blizzard. He tried for a surprise attack when he's occupied with the lightning. I suppose it's appropriate enough for a diversion. Victor revealed that he had seen through Ardis's intentions and easily escaped the swords by flying upwards. Thought so. And Ardis was waiting there with a sword in his hand. Using the lightning attack and flying swords as diversion, Ardis finally grasped a chance to directly attack Victor. It's still too naive. Commenting that it is still too naive of Ardis while deflecting Ardis's sword with a dagger, he finally realized something. It was because the sword in Ardis' hand was not the bluish skies of myriad colors but a dull heavy iron sword. The next moment, a gate opened right beside Victor's arm that was in the midst of deflecting his attack. It was the skies of myriad colors that appeared. Ardis had temporarily put it away while he casted the lightning spell and the subsequent flying swords attack. The skies of myriad colors that manifested waited no moment and immediately sliced at Victor's abdomen. Impressive. Victor praised him. His expression was overjoyed to the point it didn't look like he was in a grave spot. Ardis has 3 advantages facing Victor. The 3 swords made from Leshore powder, lightning arts, and lastly manipulation of gates. Despite it being the only chance that Ardis finally grasped after utilizing all of them, Victor's strength still overwhelmed it. Victor with his other free hand drew out another dagger. While deflecting Ardis's sword with one hand, the new dagger reached to parry Ardis's skies of myriad colors. Of course, that's not enough to make it stop fully. However, a talented person like him, a moment is enough for him to deal with the rest. Inches before the skies of myriad colors sliced open his abdomen, A tough pinpoint physical barrier was deployed. TCHH. Not able to deal any damage with his only chance, Ardis can only renew his recognition of the enemy's strength. Ardis has certainly become weaker. If Rona's inference is right, Ardis had split into two during transportation to this world and lost more than half of his power. Even if he couldn't reach the woman general with his original strength, he thought he can battle Victor fairly well. While facing Shuda in the Kenobi's mountain range, he thought that he was improving considering there were lesser occasions getting pinned down. However, he didn't find a way to regain his original power, and is forced to steadily reacquire them. For Ardis, who had been doing so while feeling pathetic, it's difficult for him to accept Victor's decision to side with the woman general. If you're that strong, why? Isn't it because that I'm a mercenary? For someone who had always stayed in the same band, you might not understand. The flying swords that Victor controlled surrounded Ardis. Well, you have the matter with Lucille too. I won't tell you to come over this side, but his composed self-confidence is built on his strength. A warning was forced onto Ardis one-sidedly from his past comrade. Please don't be an obstacle. If you stay put, I won't mind sparing you one. Who would? He spoke as if pitying Ardis. Ardis came to know of another anger different from towards the nemesis woman general. With intense anger and heat dancing within his eyes, Ardis took up skies of myriad colors once again and slashed. While deflecting that sword with a composedly, Victor faced him with a pitying expression. Certainly, you got a little stronger than then. But your way of fighting is too rough. It was more difficult to deal with you in the older days. Don't jest. Ardis, like a child who is throwing tantrums, continues to slash as much as he can without any ingenuity. Of course, his every slash should have been powerful enough to destroy armies and kill any demonic beings. Seeing how you can't win against me, there's no way you can stand against her, right? However, all of them were dodged with room. Victor, who easily deflected them with a mass-produced dagger, showed overwhelming strength. However, the one-sided offense soon ended. Seeing an opening in his violent slashes, Victor kneed Ardis in the abdomen. As his body paralyzed for a moment, the hilt of a dagger crashed into his chin. A moment of nauseous, a shaking vision. If you don't like it, then win against me. With those words, as the last, Ardis's consciousness departed. Chapter 272. Chapter 272. A grim atmosphere surrounded the darkness. The silence of the night filled the room that has backless long benches. It wouldn't be so strange if there isn't anyone there. However, in the room, there were several human-sized shadows sitting on the long bench silently. A total of 12 people looking in their late tens. Strangely, all 12 of them were like split image of each other. The black hair that was overgrown and hardened with bodily oils. The lethargic and hollow black eyes were vaguely focusing at a point in empty space. He is also one of them. But of course, the fact that he himself looking exactly like the others is something he couldn't have known in a room without mirrors. In his eyes, the other young men were all there only for the sake of it. Probably not much different from the bench he was sitting on. He didn't know who he was, nor why he was there. The thought of that didn't even come up. The life of only being the continued. Occasionally, there are changes too. Several of the surrounding young men would get taken away, and return at some point. An insignificant event, with nothing more than the occasional events. A feeling of having spent a long time like that enveloped him today as well. One day like that, one young man beside him suddenly muttered, "A four-legged beast. It ate my legs. Then my arms too." It was so painful. A first-time event. However, despite something strange like that happened, the young men didn't respond a single bit. Everyone was not interested. It was only him who was slightly intrigued. He moved his head for the first time in a while. The young man who muttered was acting natural, recalling something, but for him, it was an action he felt like he hadn't seen for a long time. Come to think of it, I died in various ways too, he thought. Stabbed to death with a sword, limbs were crushed. He was given some strange medicine. He died every time. The memories continued after his death, and death visits again soon. However, for the young men, they didn't have the intelligence to realize that it is something strange. It wasn't anything worth getting happy over, nor was it interesting at all. It was just an insignificant afterthought. Still, the young man beside him continued to mutter, "My legs, they were eaten." Huh? But I have them now. While saying so in a confused tone, the young man looked down at his own legs. Were they not eaten? No, I'm sure. But why? My legs are still here. Something much like emotions are starting to show from the young man's words. However, there was still no one responding to the young man. How dare they eat my legs like that? Eh? Did they? Then why is my legs dead, but alive? No, I'm dead for sure. Gradually, heat started appearing in the young man's voice. His voice became louder and louder, and then he stood up, starting to hug his own head and scream. There's no way. I died. Then who am I? Why am I here? Am I not myself? No, I must be dead. I was eaten. There's no way I should be here. As for the fact that the young man's voice reverberated in the room, it's still nothing of concern to him. Not even giving a night to the screaming young man, he only stared at the wall. Right, where's here again? While thinking about that, he tried to look for an answer within himself. No, I'm still alive, because I died. I definitely died. It was so painful. It was so sad. I was so regretful. Return me, my legs, my arms. Stop. Don't eat. Don't eat them. They are mine. There are no windows in the room. The only exit is the metal door, and the tiny metal sliding window on it is the only connection to the outside world. The screams must have been heard through the window. The door was opened, and a few men entered the room. The men tried to suppress the screaming young man at first, but, eventually, they sighed and gave up. This guy's a goner, too deteriorated. It's going to the disposal. While saying so, the men pinned the young man on the wall and restrained him. The men that faced the young man put their hand over the young man's head, and then the next moment, a ring-like light appeared from his head and moved to his chest. Unknown as to how it happened, the young man that had his light taken out started bleeding from his ears and nose. The noisy young man lost his energy and collapsed on the ground, becoming wordless remains. Despite witnessing the ruckus, there was not a single response from the other young men sitting on the bench. Clean it thoroughly, make sure the others aren't affected, one of the men instructed, and then after the young man's body got carried out, the room was visited by silence again, just like how it was before. As if nothing happened. Suddenly, he looked over at where the young man was executed. Something was dropped there. Rather, it wasn't something. It was a small piece of fluttering light. It was mostly done without thinking. However, at the same time, it was something that he would have never done normally. He reached out with an empty expression, and grabbed the light. The light that he had cupped with his two hands was absorbed into himself suddenly. At that moment, something warm spread out within him, and he felt happiness without knowing why. It was at the same time, tears fell. Something other than painful moaning was heard from his mouth in a long while. He had not yet understand what was he feeling. A few days passed. He experienced some changes. He who used to be uninterested started to observe the other young men. The young men were as usual with their lethargic expression, only sitting on the bench blankly as they waited time to pass. Occasionally, one or two of them would be brought away by the men, and then eventually return. Luckily, the men had not noticed that there was such a slight change in him. Moreover, it was also fortunate that the men never chose him to take away. He continued to observe the other young men. Doing that, there was something he found out. The young men were all looking lethargic similarly, but he noticed something different as he paid more attention. The young men that have the same exact face. One of them looked at the tattered piece of cloth flying in the air, staring at it forever. Occasionally, every time he moved his hand, the piece of cloth flew unnaturally. Another was staring at the ceiling. Looking at what he was staring, there was a small vortex where all the surrounding dusts were gathered. Why had he not noticed all of them till now? The young men that had been sitting blankly was actually doing something strange, and every time they did something strange, there would be a small radiance around their chest. It was the same light that the screaming young man left few days ago. He reached out his hands to the chest of one of them nearby. The opponent didn't react particularly to what he was doing. His action was probably noticed. However, there was no reaction at all to what he was doing. His hand touched the young man's chest. In an instant, the small light at the young man's chest blinked, and then absorbed into him. The young man's body disappeared along with the light being absorbed. It was a strange image. However, he did not feel any remorse at the disappearance of the young man, but rather reassured by the warmth of the light he obtained. It was warm. It was lovable. It was happy. His emotions shook after regaining the light. I must gather them. Suddenly, pushed on by an urge without knowing why, he went on a spree and absorbed all the light from the young men. It wasn't long before he absorbed all the light from the young men. It was then he noticed. Here is, where his eyes were no longer hollow like yesterday. The light of intelligence, the proof of being a person, was definitely there. Why am I here? Chapter 273. Chapter 273. Where he is at, who is himself. The frustration of seemingly unable to recall something he should remember. He felt something other than his reasoning was whispering to him that it's not enough. Suspicions, impatience and sense of loss, the emotions that he never experienced before he retrieved the light from the surrounding young men. An unknown feeling told himself that he is not the original him, and at the same time, he also understood that the something he is lacking can't be retrieved. The light he retrieved was not all of it. However, it's unlikely that there were more outside the room he was in. The realization of something that he couldn't get back anymore left a hollow spot in himself. He could understand at least that much. However, now is not the time for him to be drowning in sadness. As he shook his head, he can't stay here. From the memories, emotions and thoughts he regained, everything was warning him. Though how? A self-directed question within the empty room. Despite not knowing the purpose of those men making this place, at the very least, he could understand that he is not allowed freedom. He can tell after regaining his thoughts. Though in the first place, for him who hadn't been thinking of anything till yesterday, never had thought of escaping at all. It's about the mealtime, huh? There's a fixed time when the caretaker brings food to himself and the other young men. The only chance he can escape is during that. Now that the room that originally had many other young men had become empty, it's obvious at a glance that something abnormal happened. However, at the same time, it is a chance to escape. There's always only one person that brings the food. If he ambushes and neutralized that person, he would be able to leave the room without any noise. I can only do it. He didn't have any hesitation. It was natural, considering that he has no other choice to be hesitating with. While thinking more on his plans, he waited for the caretaker to come. A period of time that was extremely long for him passed, and finally, there was the sound of someone pushing a cart from outside the room. The sound of the door getting opened. A cart with food entered the room through the opened door, and then the caretaker followed behind. Area? Did I Mr. Gak? The caretaker muttered to himself, seeing the room void of the young men, but it was immediately halted forcefully. His hand stretched out from within the shadows, circling around the caretaker's neck, and then hit into the wall. Kahak, why you? While suppressing his opponent by strangling his neck, he skillfully closed the door with his foot. The caretaker that was stuck in his arm lock threw punches into the air desperately, and kicked in his stomach. After many times of struggling, the caretaker eventually lost his power, and finally his arm fell down. To confirm the caretaker has stopped breathing, he investigated the pulse, and after thoroughly confirming his death, he finally released him. Despite having just killed someone with his own hands, there were no waves in his heart that didn't even have an ego. Till yesterday, it's not his first time killing someone. He felt like there were some that begged for their lives too. Was it his own memories, or memories from someone else? What he could say for sure was, even if he didn't wish for it, it's certain that he had robbed lives with his hands. And it's also the truth that it's something as common as a daily occurrence for him. Killing just one more person would not make him feel more guilty by now. On the other hand, there was still something within himself telling that he had done something bad. A childish emotion unthinkable for himself. Ignoring it as insignificant, he approached the caretaker's cart. He dipped 2 fingers onto the paste on the cart, and tasted it. The not particularly delicious or bad, but strange taste induced his irritation. Only for the sake of providing nutrients, a paste made only to swallow. That was what he and the young men were eating. It is the last thing he would ever consider as a meal, focusing only on efficiency. Despite so, it is his precious source of nutrients now. Even if he managed to escape or get caught after this, there's no knowing when he will have his next meal. He quickly finished 3 portions of food, and stripped the caretaker, wearing it for himself. Luckily, everyone that came to the room wears the same coat. It was a pure white cloak that is long enough to wrap his entire body and reach his ankles. There's also a hood that can cover his face. It's convenient for avoiding others' gazes. He pulled the corpse to a shaded place where it isn't visible from the window of the door. Although the sight of the young men disappearing is already enough of an abnormal event, it's still much better than immediately discovering the corpse of the caretaker. After completing his preparation, he listened at the door, making sure that no one was on the other side. He peeked outside from the window. Will I make it? He slowly opened the door, suppressing his anxiety. Beyond the door, A gloomy corridor extends to both sides. Hiding his face with the hood, he exited the room and locked the door with the keys he stolen from the caretaker. Right or left? He could only see this corridor from the window of the door. The best he could do is to leave it up to luck, since he was lacking information. It would be a gamble no matter what he does. Still, he cannot falter now. I won't know even if I thought. As there was nothing to act as a basis, all he could do is follow his instincts. Dispelling his hesitation immediately, he chose the right side where he thought the caretaker came from. Only the shoes he stole from the caretaker made rubbing sounds in the empty corridor. There were lesser people than expected, or was he just lucky? Without encountering anyone, he came to a place with multiple doors. There wasn't any lock on them, and peeking inside the room that was already opened, he could see shelves of books and several long tables and chairs. The desk was occupied by tools messily, and documents that probably spilled from the desk were scattered on the floor. It should be something he saw for the first time in his memories. Despite so, he was convinced that it is so without feeling anything out of place. He looked left and right, trying to find if anything would be useful, and he found a stick glowing strangely at the edge of his vision. This seems useful. After pocketing some small knives that were on the table, he searched the room for more things that might be useful. Is it this? He picked up a candle stand and some candles, and a tinderbox that seemed to be used for emergency. Somehow convinced that it is something used to make fire, he gathered items that seemed easy to burn like the books and a bottle of liquid, and lit them on fire without hesitation. Expecting that the room filled with combustibles will burn uncontrollably, he left the place while the smoke started to rise, and continued finding the exit. In any case, he didn't even know how big is the building he's in. Not just that, he had no idea whether he was below ground, or a normal building. The corridors are quieter than he expected. There were only a total of 2 people he passed by after so long, and both of them wore their hoods deep, showing no interest. They were carrying experiment tools and were heading somewhere. Not meeting many people on the way, he continued down the gloomy corridor and arrived at a room. There's really no one around. This room is empty as well. Although there were various more strange tools lining up in this room than the earlier one, he didn't know what they meant at all. However, his face was frowning for some reason. There was a sense of discomfort assaulting him. It was at that time when he thought to leave. There was a soft cry reaching his ears. A corner of the room. A cry of a girl came from the corner surrounded by a curtain made from a mysterious material that is not cloth. What? He muttered softly. At the same time, he headed towards the source of the sound. Normally, he would avoid contact as much as possible. Despite so, his legs moved before his thoughts. As for what he heard, it was too weak to be considered a threat. Rather it was a grieving cry as if seeking help from someone. Pushing away the mysterious curtain, he found a girl lying on a bed with a strange shape. No. The girl about the age of 15 expressed rejection. The black pupils exuded fear for him who was wearing a white coat. The undergrown and thin body was shivering. She tried to escape somehow from him by twisting, but, with her forelimbs and her abdomen fastened to the bed with leather belts, she had no way of accomplishing anything. Only her free head was shaking left and right, and her black hair followed along. Stop, go away. The girl's face distorted. Her nose was red, and pleading words came from her mouth. I did everything already, please let me go home. Who are you? Eh? The eyes full of tears seemed confused. Her words indicated her confusion, and the girl became quiet as if time stopped. Do you know where is this? What? Why? The girl was confused by what he asked. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm wearing this to fool their eyes. Saying so, he took off his white hood and showed his face. Although he didn't know why, the girl who saw his face seemed to calm down. Hatefully, my memories are vague. I don't know why I was caught here. Do you know anything? I don't know. I was here by the time I knew to. Even if you ask, I want to know too. I see. As he was disappointed that he got nothing useful, suddenly, he noticed something as he listened to the entrance. What? Quiet. Shutting the girl up, he listened to voices that came from outside the room. The fire is still going. Isn't it some flammable chemical that ignited? Which idiot? That's why chemicals must be managed properly. While clearly irritated, there were people running busily, and their voices distanced. It seems like the fire he made a while back had successfully garnered attention as he wanted. I lit some place on fire just now. They probably discovered that. Fire? Isn't it better to have a distraction if I'm escaping? So, What about you? About me? You have two choices. One is to come with me and escape this place. Of course, there's nothing guaranteeing escaping alive. You might die, and if you get caught, there might be even worse treatment. The other is to stay here. Personally, I wouldn't recommend so, but that's up to you to decide. Are you escaping? Of course. I was only waiting death to come as an experiment guinea pig. If I were to die, be it as a human at the very least. With his little memory, he could understand that the treatment to himself and the other young men were not humane in the least. Sometimes, there were more of them, and sometimes, some of them disappeared. Thinking about how they lived so far, it's easy to imagine that he and the others were being used as a consumable experiment guinea pig. The girl showed some hesitation at his answer, but there's not much time to waste in this situation. His and the girl's gaze locked, and a silence while they seemingly tried to grasp the other's mind. With a firm expression, the girl spoke. Please bring me. Got it. As he got her answer, he took out one of the small knives hidden in his pocket, and sliced open the leather belt that restrained her. But don't misunderstand. I'm not bringing you. You are following on your own legs on your own will. After saying so to the girl that got freedom back in her arms and legs, he looked around the room for anything useful. Finding a white cloak similar to the one he was wearing hanging at the door, he threw it to the girl. Sorry, but I don't have the room to be a saint helping you now. I won't hesitate to dump you if you are being slow. The girl who received the cloak showed a face of resolve without saying anything. Locking gaze with him, she nodded firmly. In her black pupils there was the strong resolve of someone determined. Chapter 274. Chapter 274. There. Found them. There were multiple people running through the hill covered with trees. Ahead of them are him and the young girl wearing a white cloak. The two that were pursued occasionally looked back, all the while threading the terrible topography. There are more than 10 men chasing after them. While holding non-lethal weapons in their hand, they were pursuing the two to catch them. My legs. They can't run even if you can't, he yelled at the young girl who was letting out a pathetic noise. Thanks to the distraction and chaos from the fire he set, both the girl and himself managed to escape from the building without getting caught. However, despite getting out of the building successfully, their actions were immediately discovered, and not even half a day has passed before the two were discovered by the pursuers. How much time has it been since they were on the run? Leaving aside people that had received special training, both himself and the girl's stamina is already nearing the limits. Kaya, it's natural that fatigue will affect one's legs. The girl slipped. She reflexively tried to grab a branch from a nearby tree, but her hand barely missed and swiped the air. There was nothing to hold up the girl from falling. If she were to fall now, she can't avoid the fate of getting caught by the men pursuing them. Did she realize that, at that moment, the girl's face turned dark? However, her hand that only grabbed thin air suddenly gained support. He grabbed the girl by the wrist tightly, with his other arm holding onto a branch nearby. He managed to pull up the girl somehow. Don't stop. Move your legs. Ignoring the girl's confusion, he shouted. Even while breathing raggedly, thanks to him pulling the girl by her hand strongly, she managed to get back on her feet. There's not much room in his eyes. It's not a situation for them to be saying unnecessary things. Suddenly, there was someone jumping out in front of them, blocking their way. Stop. Shit. Did he circle from somewhere? There was one person wearing a white cloak blocking their path. Although he wasn't armed, he's still someone with a better physique than the two. Leaving aside landing a surprise attack, they can't possibly be his opponent from the front. He glimpsed at the people chasing after them. There's still enough distance. However, if they were to stand around any longer, the pursuers will catch up. If that happens, they will be at a disadvantage facing many of them. He couldn't possibly face all of them on his own. It was only a short moment when he verified their backs. However, the man at the front jumped at him, seeing the chance. Stay still. Who would? Not able to dodge, he was pinned down by the man. The man held him by the head with one hand, and pushed down on him with his body weight. Because of the difference in stature, his hand couldn't reach the man's face even if he struggled. While it happened, the pursuers only caught up more. There was not much time left. Managing to find a fist-sized rock outside his vision, he threw it with his all towards the man's face. Whoa! The man seemed to notice his actions. Despite it being from a close range, it was dodged. However, thanks to that, the man's body weight was shifted a little, and he was able to get back some more freedom in movement. Eat this! While screaming so, His fist drove into the man's groin. Jagag, with a pathetic yelp. The man completely passed out. Using the chance, he quickly got out of the man's restraint, and kicked a nearby rock, hitting him. The man was struck by the momentum and slipped. "Let's go." He once again pulled the girl by the hand and started running. He would occasionally kick and twist off branches or boulders that looked movable to buy some time. Probably thanks to their desperate effort in escaping, by the time the sun set, they finally managed to shake off the pursuers. The hill in the night is dangerous. On top of that, the fatigue they accumulated cannot be ignored. Discovering a small cave that is covered in shrubs, they finally got a chance to rest. Without a warm bed, nor any light, a cave that only shielded them from the cold hill winds. In any case, it was much better than being outside. A distance formed between the two that sat within the cave. It can't be helped, considering they barely knew each other despite moving together for the whole day. To not be discovered by their pursuers, they didn't light any fire in the cave and only relied on their own body warmth. Although it was cold, it's lucky that the weather isn't snowing. The young girl broke the silence between the two. Tired person. "Say, what?" Showing some hesitation, the girl still asked nonetheless. Why did you save me then?" "What are you saying?" "Just now, you helped me when I slipped, right? Even though you said you would leave me." It was what he said when he brought the girl out of the building. "Sorry, but I don't have the room to be a saint helping you now. I won't hesitate to dump you if you are being slow." However, despite saying so, in reality, it was him that offered a hand to the girl at the most critical moment. Needless to say, it's more likely he could escape if he abandoned the girl there who is only being baggage. In that situation, the pursuers would no doubt focus on catching the girl. If he took the chance, he could have probably outrun the pursuers long ago already. "I just kind of did it." "There's no reason." With a displeased face, he answered. He himself didn't know why he did such a thing. In the end, the result was they were both alright, but the time he used to save the girl might have been time wasted and the reason for them to get caught. In that sense, he didn't understand why he did it either. "Don't expect me to help you the next time." I understand." It wasn't a camaraderie between the two. They are only pedestrians that coincidentally have the same destination. Naturally, there's no reason to help out each other's fatigue, nor there was any purpose in speaking to brighten the mood. Only an awkward silence remained after the two communicated the bare minimum. "But still, thank you for saving me." The girl's thanks was very soft, but, despite so, he heard it properly as the cave was very quiet. Did he feel uncomfortable from those words? He wordlessly stood up and walked outside the cave. The girl sounded anxious. "I will be back." Although he didn't know why he said that, he left the cave quickly. After sighing from a little distance from the cave, he shut his eyes while standing. The chilly wind rustled the leaves. Sounds that probably originated from nocturnal birds were heard. A quiet night. While his eyes were still shut, he heard soft footsteps reaching his ears. "Pursuers?" While muttering, he carefully approached the source of the sound. Moving between tree shadows covered by the sound of leaves rustling, he caught sight of the person that seemed like a pursuer. The pursuer was strolling without any signs of nervosity. It didn't seem like he knew where him and the girl was at. However, the problem was with his direction. If he continued to advance, he would undoubtedly arrive at the cave where the girl is at now. "It's bad." He climbed onto a tree that had more leaves and hid there. Eventually, the pursuer could be seen clearly. The guy from before. It was the man that ambushed them from the front and somehow managed to shake free from a while back. The man was walking closer to the tree where he was hiding in. Why do I have to search in this darkness? I mean, I did get careless and let them escape. But if that's the case, what about those that can't even catch up? Shit. While the man cursed, he was able to grasp the situation. It seems like the man was blamed for their escape, and was punished to search in the night. As if I would even climb this stupid slope. I guess I will just loiter around and return whenever. While saying so, the man was about to pass directly under him. However, he didn't intend for the man to continue walking. His decision was made in an instant. He took out a small knife from his pocket, and held it in a reverse grip. Just as the moment the man passed below him, he jumped from the tree without making a sound. With the speed of his descent, the sharp blade easily stuck into his nape. "Yugk!" The man yelped in pain. And then, a ringing sound of metal breaking. The thin knife could not withstand the impact and snapped. "Gak, Wayo!" The man turned around and saw him. Despite the attack with all of his body weight, the lacking integrity of the knife could not deal a fatal hit. Though, with the knife sticking into his back, the man could not move easily. He took out another knife from his pocket, and slashed at the man's neck. It was undoubtedly a fatal wound. The man's neck spouted out fresh blood. Being showered in it from the front, he judged that there was no more danger before he took a step back. The man glared at him with a painful expression, but, with his neck bleeding from the front and the back, he could not be saved. Eventually, he fell flat on the ground, and stopped moving. Chapter 275. Chapter 275. Even while showering in blood, he stood at the same spot for a while. He isn't so innocent to feel anything from killing the man. In the first place, it was a situation of kill or be killed. It was none other than the pursuers who taught him that. It's just that the man is unfortunately on the killed side now. What do people say about that normally again? What goes around comes around, I suppose. He didn't know how he knew that, but he muttered so nonetheless. In any case, better wash this blood off. Leaving aside killing one of the pursuers, he recalled that he was still drenched in the enemy's blood. Dragging the man's corpse into a bush suitably, he walked towards the small spring that he saw before they found the cave. So it will be fine until dawn. The man said that he was alone. If so, even if the man didn't return for a while, there probably won't be any search party immediately. Though it doesn't mean he can let his guard down. If the man by himself was able to reach them, it meant that they are not far from the pursuers. It's better to assume that the pursuers will have the upper hand if they waited for dawn. It's better to move earlier. Arriving at the spring where he recalled, he washed away the blood splashed onto himself and his clothes. The moonlight shining between the leaves illuminated him, who stood up after rehydrating and heading back to the cave. The spring water turned the depression in the ground into a makeshift pond, making it the precious source of water for any wildlife here. The moon was visible on the surface of the water that was slightly wavering. As he looked over at the water surface without any particular intentions, it reflected the face of the young men. It was at that time his eyes widened. It was a mutter without meaning. The surprise of seeing a face that he was familiar with. Touching his own nose, the image on the water surface similarly touched its nose. It's natural. The image on the water surface was reflecting himself after all. It was the same face as all the other young men in the same room before he regained his own will. My face. He was confused by the fact that his face was the same as all the other young men. Is this me? The people that he thought was just his roommates. He thought that it was strange for all of them to have the same face. However, thinking they were the strange ones, he finally came to realize for the first time that he's not an exception. With the truth now revealed, he was shocked. They were me. A new drop of water that landed on the water surface rippled. His face and the moon visible on the surface rippled as well. However, even if the surface did not ripple, the image of his face was still shaking. He was trembling by the time he noticed. After regaining his will, he followed on his own survival instincts and escaped. And albeit a little too late, the question without any answer assaulted him. Who am I? Despite having a clear ego now, his memories is vague. The memory before he regained himself is still full of haze. Killed many times, chopped many times, self-destructed as ordered, the memories of dying emerged without any connection between the front and back. Which of it is his earliest memory? He himself isn't clear. On one hand, it felt like all of them were his own memories, and on the other, it felt like all of them were someone else's. The boundary of his self-awareness was so vague, like in a dream, and the memory that indicates the cause of that could not be found. Despite regaining his ego, the sense of loss of something critical was still there. He looked at the face reflected on the surface. He lifted his bangs with one hand. There were words written on his forehead. Was it burned in, or was it carved in with some other method? He was confident for some reason that the digit on his forehead would not disappear even if he washed it. Recalling back, the other young men too had similar words engraved on their forehead. Although never reading them, he was aware that every one of them had different engravings. Despite having the same appearance, the engravings were different. Just that fact alone is enough to tighten his heart in despair. Am I not a person? He thought that the engravings were reminiscent of man-made tools. At the same time, a discomfort expanded, thinking that his whole existence is something undesired. He dropped to his knees. With all four limbs on the ground, his disgust was enough to stimulate his gastric juice to reverse its flow. Despite so, he forcefully swallowed it back down. before exhaling while sweating uncomfortably. The acidity burned the back of his throat. Ha ha ha. Heat was behind his eyeballs. He felt nauseating. What am I? There was no one to answer his question, and his yell was covered by the sound of the spring water. For quite some time, he sat quietly beside the spring water. Even if he wanted to know who he is, with his vague memories, he could never know. Feeling like his own existence is an unknown monster, the discomfort and fear enveloped him. Eventually, as if given up, he stood back up swaying, and returned to the cave where the girl was waiting. Considerable time had passed since he left the cave. The girl had already laid on the ground, and was in a slumber. "Mum." There was a soft voice pleading for help from her. Something glimmered at the edge of her shut eyes. He muttered after sitting down a little distance away from the girl. Parents, huh? In his memories, there were no parents. He knew what are parents. Despite knowing, there was no such existence in his memories. Memories of being a child, memories of his family, memories of his hometown. Despite knowing them as a knowledge, there was not even a fragment of memory regarding them. Was there none from the beginning? It was a scary thought. However, it was also strangely convincing. He thought he lost his memories because he couldn't recall the past at first. If so, he thought that it might be possible that he recalled them eventually. But there was something in him that kept insisting that it isn't like that. It was because the existence of the young men in that room, having the same face except for the words engraved on their forehead, strange existence that he could assimilate with despite not knowing why. Regaining his awareness, he could now realize how absurd it actually was. Exactly because of that, he understood that he is not normal, and can deduce that the reason why he cannot recall the past is not a simple reason like memory loss, a number engraved just to identify individuals. Moving as instructed, a guinea pig that wouldn't complain even when wounded. It could not be a person, only a thing. If so, isn't it just like dolls mass-produced from a mold or something? He doesn't want to think that he is just a thing. However, the memories he had, the number that is engraved on his forehead, all of them didn't allow him to deny it. He looked over at the forehead of the girl that was sleeping. There was no number engraved on her forehead seen through her bangs. From what she was saying in her sleep, she has memories of her mother. Memories as a child, memories of her hometown. She has them. The girl is undoubtedly a person. Then, Chapter 276. Chapter 276. The next morning, he and the girl moved before the dawn broke. With bad visibility, they were walking away from the direction of the building in the dark mountain. By the time the sun rose, they had already crossed over the peak of a mountain, and there's now a steep descent ahead of them. While sensing the presences of pursuers, they descended the mountain slowly by hanging onto tree branches. Eventually, when the sun was about to hide behind the horizon again, the downward slope became gentler, and the dense trees cleared up slightly. Then, the scene he saw next was enough for him to frown. This is again. Ahead of them spread out vast unobstructed earth. However, it's not in a condition to be called lush. As far as he can see, it's a wasteland covered in only sand and boulders. It was as if another world completely void of life, unlike where they were. Is it better to turn back? He muttered reflexively, but he already knew that wasn't a choice considering the enemies are behind them. Even in the dimming mountain, they could see the presence of their pursuers. Of course, it's not like they could see them clearly, but they are descending the mountain too with a torch in hand. It's very likely that they will be caught if they turned around now. Their location wasn't known yet by the pursuers. Luckily, the sun is almost set. Although there were no trees to hide in the wasteland, with the darkness on their side, they could probably avoid getting seen. Hopefully, the pursuers will think that he and the girl is still hiding in the mountain. He glanced at the girl once, and then at the wasteland, and lastly behind them, and then faced the girl again. Let's go. Only saying those words, the girl nodded before they started walking towards the wasteland. It's been the third day since he and the girl escaped from the facility, and 2 days had passed since they started walking on the wasteland. There's no longer any presence of pursuers. However, even if there were, they are not in a situation to be worrying about that. Occasionally taking a rest at boulders that would shield them from the sun, the two continued in the direction that took them further from the mountain. It's hot, he muttered looking at the sky. The sun reached the peak, and burned the wasteland. Let's take a rest. The words they exchange are short. The girl, who seemed too exhausted to reply, followed behind him despite stumbling and swaying, going towards a boulder that needed at least 10 people to make a perimeter around it. They immediately collapsed on the obvious black spot in the wasteland. The sensation of the colder sand was comfortable. Taking off the coat, he exposed himself to the lukewarm wind. Although it's not at all a desirable situation, it was many times greater than getting directly toasted by the cruel sun. The morning is still fine. It will take some time before the heat in the earth dissipates even after the sun sets. However, the problem is when the sun reaches its peak. The next morning after they entered the wasteland, the overly hot weather forced them to give up moving in the afternoon. In the end, they would use the hottest period of time to rest behind a boulder, and early in the morning or in the night they would move again. Naturally, they could not take a comfortable rest, and the fatigue over many days piled up. And the most problematic of all is with food and water. Unlike the mountain that was rich in plants, they are in a brownish wasteland that unfolds everywhere. Naturally, there's no spring water nor any river. There is not a single place in sight blessed by greenery. Although there are some short grasses growing here and there, it's also very few in quantity. Just with a glance. Drink. He used his hands as a makeshift container, and created water within. The girl with ragged breath then neared it and gulped it down quickly with her dried and cracked lips. Although the girl was surprised at first at such a sight, it is now commonplace. Rather, she didn't even have the energy to be surprised. He didn't know how he did it either. However, on the second day they entered the wasteland, he could not bear the dryness and so wished intently for water. It was at that time, transparent liquid appeared from the air where there was nothing. It was only a moment that he was confused. Not having the room to be surprised by the strange phenomenon, he could understand it was indeed water after consuming it. And just like that, without knowing how he did it, he managed to procure water, and with the nuts and tree sprouts they gathered while in the mountain, they were surviving in the wasteland with barely any grass. It's not like he can create water indefinitely as well. The most he can do in succession is only about 10 handfuls. He tried to make more but it wouldn't appear. Although he can make more some time later, he still didn't know what limitation is it. And so, the water he created was shared by himself and the girl. Their dehydrated body complained. Although their instincts understood it's not enough, it couldn't be helped. That's the most he can create after all. Thank you. Whenever they stopped for water, he would take out nuts from his pocket and offer to the girl who would thank him. Eat. Looking away from the girl that started biting on them, he found some grass growing in the shade and ate it after simply dicing it. They were tasteless weeds that only reeked of greenery, but it's still better than eating nothing. While frowning at the sandy texture, he continued to chew it until it finally disappeared from his mouth. The nuts. Not eating? Yesterday too, you didn't eat any. He stood up and answered without hiding anything towards the girl who was looking at him strange. It's the last piece of food from the mountain. After this, we can only eat random things on the road. In the first place, they didn't have a bag to carry, because it might be a hindrance to their actions. He only put enough food from the mountain to fill the pocket on his coat. Even if they conserved, there's not enough for 2 humans to eat for few days. Only if he had gathered more, he thought, but it's too late now. It was unexpected that the direction they headed in was totally stranded and had no water or food anywhere. But even if he did know about it, getting pursued wouldn't get him enough time to prepare either. Don't worry about me and eat. He said so without looking back. A few breaths later. It wasn't a long period of silence. As if wanting to say something, her gaze alternated between him and at her hands meaninglessly. He saw the girl's conflict there. She was probably feeling guilty for eating the only decent food they had, and also making him having to endure starvation. However, the words of offering to share the remaining did not come out. Rather, it felt like she was on the verge of saying it many times, and every time her expression would look like she was suffering. Could it be that she was raised in a good environment? He can see her ethics and morals are conflicting with her instincts to survive. Eventually, the girl looked down, and resumed biting on the nuts she had in her hands. There was a soft voice between her actions. Sorry. While eating, the girl was crying. However, there were no tears. Her body is no longer hydrated enough to even produce tears. Their hunger have long passed the limit. After leaving that building, the food they could obtain is only a little. It was a situation where their instincts to survive as a creature is overpowering reasoning. There's no way she could go against her own instincts. That's why he could accept the girl's actions of prioritizing her own survival. Rather, It was surprising for him to see her hesitate and conflicted. Even while she repeated sorry to him, she never gave up to survive. That's also because she's a person. And that is great, he thought. He had neither memories of his family nor a place to return. He only escaped because he didn't want to stay at that place. After starting to think that he's not a person but something else, rather than himself, who has no one that would grieve even if he died, he thought that the survival of the girl is more valuable. Pulling along the girl that is fatigued, he gave away what little remain of their food to the girl. Completely going against what he said at first, he's now acting like a guardian angel for the girl. He will bring the girl to at least a safe place. It is sole reason motivating him currently. If he doesn't think about unnecessary things, he wouldn't have to suffer conflicting over his reason of existing. Was it evading from reality, or was he being desperate? That was something that even himself didn't know. As the sun fell, after the temperature dropped, the two started walking again. Enveloped by the night, only relying on the dim light of the night sky, the two continued. Luckily, they haven't encountered any aggressive beasts. That's why even though it's in the night, they can proceed safely. On the other hand, it meant there's nothing to hunt as food. Under the prolonged silence, only two footsteps continued. Suddenly, one of them stopped, and then a loud thud. Turning around, he saw the girl collapsed on the ground. Oi, what's the matter? He panically picked the girl back up, and noticed her expression was abnormal. Are you fine? Oi, you. The girl's consciousness already seemed vague, as only a weak sigh can be heard from her quivering lips. Shit. He looked around while cursing. Finding a boulder that seemed able to shield them from the winds, he carried the girl there. After laying her down, he tapped her cheek and called, Oi, stay strong. However, there was no response. The girl that seemed to have passed out could only be seen shivering as her teeth grinded together. Is it cold? Seeing her like that, he immediately took action. Taking off his own coat, he covered the girl with it. Then, he leaned on the rock, and then rested the girl on his lap before hugging her. In a wasteland that has no trees or grass, the temperature at night drops to the point that the heat in the day is like a lie. Leaving aside healthy people, it's a terrible environment for the girl that is now shivering from cold. He covered the girl with an extra coat of his own, and then added on his own body warmth. All he could do is that much. While feeling the coldness from the earth and the trembling from within his arm, he fell asleep while hugging the girl. Chapter 277. Chapter 277. The next morning, he woke up to foreign presences. A danger alert in his head rung as soon as he woke up. It's a wasteland where there's not a single creature in sight in day or night. And someone is now here. In other words, it's unlikely to be anyone else other than the pursuers that's looking for himself and the girl. He looked at the girl within his arms. The light of the morning sun bounced off the surface of the boulder, and illuminated the girl's face. She still looked like suffering, although she looks much better than in the night. Even so, her shivering had not stopped. As the girl has not regained her consciousness yet, the choices he has is limited. Whether they get caught obediently, or he escapes by himself leaving the girl there, or becoming a decoy by himself and leaving the girl there. The first choice is out of the question. And naturally, the second choice is not logical either. Leaving aside when they first escaped, now that taking the girl to a settlement safely is the only reason of existence he has now, abandoning her will equate to denying his own existence. The third is not logical either. In the first place, there's nothing guaranteeing that the girl won't get found, and also even if he's lucky, and she isn't discovered, it's strange to think that she can even live another day by herself judging by her condition. Moving silently while the girl is still in his arms, he moved to a position opposite to the directions of the footsteps. Although changing his position by a little doesn't mean much, he thought to reduce the chances of getting discovered even if it's tiny. What he can do now is to hope that the footsteps thought to be pursuers head for another direction without discovering themselves. However, going against his wish, the footsteps are certainly nearing the boulder where he and the girl are hiding. 4-5 of them? His face turned ugly. He might be able to do something if there were lesser of them. Ambushing one of them, and facing from the front for another. That's the limit of what he can do. However, the footsteps approaching them is not just one or two. Even if he tried ambushing them, it's over the moment the remaining enemies surround him. There? Yeah, there's certainly two of them, though it's really weak. Could they be spies from the Empire? If they're spies, they can at least hide themselves. Darnless, some wild beast. Guess not. Well, Even if it's a wasteland here, it's not like it's totally impossible, but there's no reason for them to come here of all places, right? He heard multiple voices. All the voices sounded like rugged men. From the content of their conversation, it's clear that they know his own and the girl's presence there. Seriously, you geese don't have any nervousness. Either way, we will know once we see. Getting so arrogant, saying an obvious thing. Are you picking a fight? Thinking that it's the end, he bit his lips. Being treated as an experiment guinea pig while not knowing why, with many coincidences and luck, managing to get out of the facility thanks to his own wits, in the end, never getting the freedom he wanted, and couldn't even help a lone girl. Powerlessness and regret drowned him. You guys, keep it at that much. A clear voice reverberated condemning the noisy men. Although the tone was relatively quiet, there was a compelling pressure in his voice. And suddenly, the voices between the arguing men died out completely. Two of you go from the right, one stay here. The same voice instructed the others. The footsteps split into two. It's evident that he cannot escape now. He took out the last small knife he had keeping in the pocket of the coat that is now covering the girl. Laying down the girl as if handling something fragile, he put up a stance quietly. The footsteps are getting nearer. He gripped the knife in his hand tighter. The shadows of the men are right by the corner. The moment that the first face showed up from the other side of the boulder, he jumped out with all his might. It was a young man covered in a purple coat that he first saw. Aiming for his neck, he swung the knife. Whoa! However, the knife never reached the man that was surprised, but hit something hard and deflected away. A sensation of having hit something solid came through his hands. The enemies looked calm despite getting attacked. They only had an expression that looked a tiny bit surprised. Knowing his failure, he immediately moved to his next step. Glancing over quickly, he moved his target away from the 5 men and to the lone one. A man in the 30s with short hair. It's likely the man that scolded the others earlier. Identifying that he's the one taking command of the group, he ignored the others and jumped there. After getting one of them by surprise, aim for the head of the group. That was the most logical choice that he thought of. But now that his first move failed, the remaining chance he has depends on whether he can capture that man. Capturing the leader of the enemies, he can take him as a hostage and make them go away. Although the enemies might not negotiate, he hasn't found any better choice other than this considering the unconscious girl. This guy is, the leader seemed to grin interestedly towards him who ignored everyone else. His arm gripping the knife extended. The blade is aimed towards the stomach. Just when the distance was close enough, something hard hit behind his head. The vision that turned dark as if night suddenly visited. His body lost control. While that happened, the man's intrigued words were what he heard last. Interesting fellow. By the time he regained his consciousness, it was not a bright sun or blue sky that he first saw. As he recognized that it was a ceiling of some sort made from fabric, he realized that he was lying down. He was stupefied for a moment, not able to grasp the situation, but he soon recalled what happened before he passed out. We were captured. Despite betting the tiniest chance and attacked the man thought to be pursuers, he was taken down easily. It's likely this tent is what the men used too. However, thinking about it, it was unnatural. The first thing is that he's not restrained. Normally thinking, it's obvious to get restrained if he's been caught. Not seeing any signs of him getting tortured, other than the pain still residing behind his head, there was no other discomfort. After verifying his own conditions, he suddenly realized that girl. Looking around in a panic, he saw no one. Just as he was about to get up and leave the tent, there was a voice stopping him. Getting energetic is fine and all, but go sleep. You're really weak now. Along with a voice, one man entered the tent. Seeing his appearance, he immediately tightened up. A short hair, well-proportioned body with supple muscles, and a purple cloak. It was the face of the leader that he tried to attack at the last moment. Immediately, he looked left and right for any weapon. Obviously, there's no way I left any weapons round you. Seeing his reaction, the man said so stunned, before snorting and continuing. By the way, with how amateurish you are, don't think that you can win against me. There are no idiots around here that will lose to a little brat that don't even know how to fight. Those words didn't have a sliver of fakery or lie. After all, he himself had experienced the vast difference in strength. His amateurish attack on the man was immediately stopped, and he was incapacitated in one strike. While aware of the pain of his life grasped by him, he asked. The one thing he was concerned. That girl, where is she? Don't be so alerted. No need to worry. We didn't hurt that little miss anywhere. Someone is looking after her now. She hasn't woken yet, but she should be fine when the heat goes down. Let me meet her. Be patient, I said. I don't know who are you guys, but I won't be doing anything. He reacted to those words. If what the man said, I don't know who are you guys, is the truth, then they are not the pursuers. Though in any case, there's no way he can trust them easily. After all, he had no way to verify if the man spoke the truth. I will see for myself. Still intending to see the girl, he glanced at the entrance of the tent that the man entered from. The man sighed. As I said, seeing that opening, he tried to sprint out the tent, running past the man. Not now. However, before he could even step out of the tent, the man stopped him by grabbing onto his clothes. Then the next moment, his vision overturned again. A dull impact onto his back. He was on the ground by the time he noticed. It was after that he understood he was thrown onto the ground. You're still in quite the dangerous state. I know that girl is important to you, but stay still and prioritize recovering yourself first. Leaving that behind, the man left the tent. Chapter 278. Chapter 278. The man that exited the tent called to another young man that passed by. Ah, Victor, you came at just the right time. The young man called Victor turned around. With wheat-colored hair, a man that has the looks to be taken as a noble's son replied. What is it, Captain? Help me prepare one portion of food and take it to that tent. Ha, I bet you picked up kids again. Seriously, Captain really liked to do that. When did the Wisteria mercenary band become an orphanage again? His bluish eyes dumbfounded while he commented harshly. However, the man who received those words looked like he didn't feel anything. Two of them looked like dying. You would know. Of course I can't let them die either. A normal mercenary band would though. Upfront investment. It's called an upfront investment. Train a kid to be a mercenary from young, and they will become more useful than amateurs out there. Yes, let's leave it at there. So, any prospects? Don't know about the girl, but the kid has some potential. He didn't give any eye to the others and jumped straight to me. Even if he doesn't have the strength, his eyes are good. The man called as the captain, as if found useful equipment, was grinning. Couldn't it be a coincidence? Nope, those are the eyes that managed to discern that I'm the leader in that group. In that situation, it's not a bad choice to take me as a hostage. Moreover, I don't hate how he took the bet in that desperate situation even when the chance to survive is tiny. Well, if Captain says so, it's not like I can say anything to stop you in the first place. Victor, who shrugged as if he gave up, confirmed the instructions again. And so, food, was it? Yeah, he looks hungry. The tent has a barrier, so he probably can't escape by himself, but put him to sleep if you need to. The barrier? It will last for another hour. The shortest reply required for confirming the details. Got it. Then, just as Victor wanted to leave, the captain added on as if he recalled. Oh, yeah, that kid. He's like a cat that has its kitten taken away currently. Careful. Though I don't think that's needed for you. A troublesome one again, I see. With an expression that looked like sighing, Victor left the captain behind. Then, the captain continued walking down the path lined up with tents, going to his destination in a straight line, while greeting the other mercenaries that he come by. He arrived at a place with female mercenaries, and entered the tent after calling out, I'm entering. How is she? Ah, Captain. There was a young girl sleeping in the tent. Another young woman beside her noticed the captain and turned around. She's better now. The fever has gone down and her face color looks calmer. She might wake up tomorrow. While hearing what she said, the captain bent over and looked at the sleeping girl's face. After looking for a while, the captain, as if thought of something, said, She looks thin now, but she looks pretty well born. The woman agreed as well. I agree. Her hair and hands, both looks like they were well taken care of before. Leaving aside her clothing, her undergarments are high grade. Couldn't she be a nobility young miss somewhere? The captain frowned. Leaving aside if they just taken care of her for a bit, getting the nobles in town involved will be troublesome. Did her group get attacked, her escorts annihilated, and she got lost? Although a town protected by walls might be safe, the moment they step out of it, their position and wealth are all useless. In the territory where only violence is law, losing her escorts meant death. But of course, something like that is common knowledge, and bringing many escorts when going out is a common sense. But no matter how many escorts they have, Being unlucky is enough to be wiped out. Getting attacked by a pack of beasts, encountering strong foes, just one or two more escorts mean nothing. Her injuries? Several small ones. There were some areas that are carefully treated. Some medicine-looking thing is also smeared there. I see. Any poor people would have only washed off the blood and wrapped their wounds in some cloth. Rubbing medicine is something only children of wealthy family would do. The captain thought. Either way, 2 children in the wilderness. The woman with a painful expression combed the girl's hair. But well, didn't they get lucky too? Because they were in the wasteland, there were no beasts to eat them, and luckily we passed by. In the sandy wasteland, there's only at most some insects. There were no hostile monsters anywhere there. Although the environment is harsh, it's a land that at the very least doesn't have the threat of being attacked by wild beasts. On top of that, their timing was good. The mercenary band that had just finished their work was moving to the next town, and it's lucky that they coincidentally got near to the place where they were setting up tents. If even the 2 children or the mercenary band's timing were off by a day, the girl would have not survived. With her weakened state, the boy is still young. From her age, he would be the girl's attendant, or maybe the last surviving escort. No, maybe an apprentice. A servant is plausible too. However, either way, his protectiveness over the girl isn't fake. He didn't choose to abandon the girl in the harsh environment, and even chose to fight against the group as a last-ditch effort. The captain thought that part was likable. If they have somewhere to return, the captain thought to escort them with some mercenaries. Needless to say, he's expecting some compensation. Joining the band is also a valid option. If they don't want either, then he would just drop them off at the nearest town and leave them alone. As expected, even the captain is not benevolent enough to be feeding children that can only be useful as baggage. The captain has his duties as a captain, protecting the member's life. The duty of making sure they won't starve. If they become a member, then he wouldn't mind protecting them, but, if not, they are just a stranger. Even sending them to a safe place is already considered very much friendly for a mercenary band. The woman asked the captain, who was deep in his thoughts. What about the kid? He already woke up just now. He's noisy about meeting this girl, so, for the time being, Victor is handling him. Hearing that name, the woman looked very worried. Victor? Won't there be a problem? It's fine. He's a good caretaker despite this and that. Certainly doesn't seem so to me. The captain defended Victor while the woman had a dubious expression. He's just shy and can't reveal his kindness in front of others. Captain 2, Victor 2, this mercenary band is full of difficult men. Don't say that, as the woman shrugged with a bitter smile. The captain stood up. I will ask Iska to take over later. Please take care of her until then. No problem. Iska and I know how to pay back our debts. That's why, rest easy, and we will take care of her. She won't say that explicitly. The woman and Iska both are his acquaintance for more than 10 years. Even without speaking, there's a sturdy and trustworthy relationship between them. Tell me when she wakes up. If I don't let that kid know soon, he's going to explode. Then why not let him meet her now? If he met her now, I bet he would take her and run. Hearing the captain's words, the woman sighed tiredly. So he's the same type as Captain, huh? Don't be stupid, I'm not that reckless. The woman did not hide her dubious gaze towards the arguing captain. Who knows? With an expression mixed with awkwardness and displeasure, the woman stepped down with whatever. I will let you know when she wakes up. Thanks. Perhaps he felt a little uncomfortable. The captain left the tent in a hurry while leaving those words behind. Chapter 279. Chapter 279. It was after 2 days that he finally had a chance to confirm the girl's safety. During that time, he tried to escape the tent multiple times, but his attempts would be stopped by a man named Victor every time. Although there are no chains on him, he's as good as under a house arrest. Their treatment aren't bad in any way. The food were very much for human instead of the strange tasting paste in the facility, and despite not being a warm place, they still provided a tent shielded from the weather to sleep. Thanks to that, his body is regaining its strength. The pain in his abdomen and back is because he gets struck down every time he tried to escape. In other words, it's entirely his own fault. The captain finally gave his approval. You can meet her after your meal. Being told so by Victor, who brought his food here, he suddenly lunged out. Really? As if I would lie about something like that. Go ahead with your meal if you understand. Food can wait, let me meet her first. Listen here. You are fine with it, but they're eating too. A pestering man will be hated, being scolded and forced to stay. Having no choice, he stuffed the bread and plain soup into his stomach. He had come to understand that Victor isn't an easy person to go against. In the past 2 days. After finishing his meal and staring at him, Victor with a tired face brought him out of the tent. It was the first time he saw outside the tent. He had expected it from the sound he'd heard and the temperature he felt on his skin inside the tent. There were several similar tents lined up. Between the tents, there were armed adults coming and going. He frowned at the place that had more people than expected. Occasionally, he would get interested gazes directed towards him. She's this way, follow me. Entering the tent guided by Victor, the one standing there was the girl that he'd brought out from the facility without mistake. Other than her, there's another two-person. One of them is a woman that he'd never seen before, but the other one is someone he met before. The face of the man he saw last before he lost consciousness trying to cut him, and also the man that he first saw after waking up. The muscular body full of ferocious vitality in perfect balance, his presence alone dominated the area. With a slight smile, his olive-colored eyes were looking at him. Even after noticing his gaze, he ignored them purposefully and ran to the girl, putting both his hands on her shoulders and confirmed her safety. Are you all right? Did they do anything to you? For him, the girl comes first than himself. If he had come this far and can't protect the girl, then for what purpose has he escaped the facility? An excuse to escape from the reality where he might not be a human being, or maybe he was a human before, to save the girl at the very least in place of himself not being saved. Either ways, he is now persistent to the girl. Hey Captain, looks like we're people that would do something to a weakened girl. The heck? Are we bandits or something? It was the man called as the captain by the woman that showed a fed-up expression after looking at him. Isn't it because of your normal conduct and speech? Victor said so with a cool face. After looking up and down several times, confirming that the girl was all right, he turned around and hid her behind himself, shielding her from the three people. Say Victor, ain't he still taking us as enemies? Since he doesn't know us, isn't his guard justifiable? And you did nothing to explain her. That's not related to my job after all. TCH, getting lazy on me. Yes, Captain and Victor too, leave that for later. Look, the kid is glowering. The woman stopped the Captain and Victor from their meaningless bicker. You heard her, Captain. It's your job now. Victor said so, leaving the Captain with a bitter expression behind and getting out of the tent. He's a good caretaker, you say? The woman seeing him leave sent a meaningful gaze to the Captain. What? Nope, nothing. After their exchange that he didn't understand, the Captain scratched his head and then said, seriously. In any case, if he's so on guard, there's no use in speaking. Don't glare like that, kid. It's not like we're going to eat you or anything. If we were planning to do that, we would have restrained you when you're asleep, right? Then, the girl's whisper from behind reached him while he still stared at the suspicious Captain. Nay, I think they're good people. I'm happy that you're worrying about me, but that person had been taking care of me for the whole time. Hearing what the girl said, even the Captain's expression started to loosen up. Yeah right, the little missy that do understand well. Isn't it just because Captain and Victor's treatment towards the kid harsh? Taking good care of someone is too much to ask from men living as mercenary, you know. As she thought about it, the woman pointed out. Leaving that aside, isn't it better we introduce ourselves first? Yeah. Prompted by the woman, the displeased atmosphere disappeared, and the Captain faced to them again. I said it just now, but it's not like we're going to do anything to you two. We are the mercenary band, Wisteria. Well, it's a gathering of mercenaries that participates in battles by getting hired. Since we had free time until our next job, we're camping here for 7 days and are training. Going back to town now will just get us sent out immediately after all. The Captain added on. I am the captain of this mercenary band. She's Lexi. The guy just now is Victor. I don't know who you two are, and we aren't on any duty currently. We're not your enemy as long as you don't pull anything dodgy. That I can guarantee. Mercenary band? That's right. When we were training, there's one guy that found a mana reaction from a wasteland that should have nothing. And so we went there to check just in case, and found you two. That's about the story. We don't know who you two are, and at the very least, not intending to do anything by capturing you two. So there's no need to be so alert. After hearing the explanation from the strength in his shoulders finally loosened. After that, the explanation regarding the mercenary band continued for a while, After he had gotten a certain degree of understanding over the situation, it's Groot's turn to prompt him to talk. And so, that's what we are. Now it's your turn to explain yourself, right? It's not possible right now because we have an upcoming job, but we can send you to some nearby town. If your family can pay for it, we can say that it's just an escort job. Well, as long as it's not a town too far away anyways. There's no ill intentions in Groot's words and attitude. It's one thing that they had taken care of the girl till today without harming her, judging that at the very least this mercenary band is unrelated to their pursuers. He started a detailed story about themselves. Though it's only a story of a few days, he is hazy to what had happened before he regained his ego, and there's nothing but uncertain memories. He didn't know whether they are his own memories, or memories from someone who is not himself. Phew, so you woke up locked away inside a room of a building when you noticed, huh? And the girl there was brought from her hometown somewhere and don't know where this is. What do you think, Lexi? Isn't it the Principality's territory across the wasteland? The buildings will be defending U's fortress, but then their defenses are too weak, and in the first place, they are bringing children even by means of kidnapping, right? Isn't it just some bandits using an abandoned fortress as their hideout? Well, those matters can be left for later. For the time being, it's what these two want to do next. But the little missy don't know where her hometown is, and the kid don't have any memories. No one to rely on, and no money too. No food, no place to go. And so well, it's not like I can leave them like that. You've decided anyways, right? Isn't it fine to skip making excuses for this and that to them? Lexi pointed out with a tired face, and Groot looked to the sky with a wronged expression. So what are we going to do now? The girl asked as she did not understand the meaning of what they said. In other words, you can just stay with us until you've decided what to do. I mean, we're a mercenary band, so it's not like it's safer than being in a town, but it's a lot better than two children loitering around with nowhere to go, right? Well, that's the case. At the very least, if you stay here, we can provide some food and safety. Of course, we expect work from you. How is it? You can leave now if you want, or follow us. Decide that by yourselves. He thought silently for a while. It's none other than himself who most understands his lack of power to protect the girl. He doesn't have the knowledge to judge anything, nor any financial resources to buy food. Not just that. He'd never seen a piece of coin. On top of all, he didn't have the most basic element of them all, the strength to protect the girl from harm. Considering the girl's safety, his offer is a saving boat for him. He asked the girl with only his gaze, and the girl just nodded silently. Eventually, he with a bitter face raised the white flag. Please, let us stay here. Despite the person saying that looking reluctant, the person that received it certainly didn't. Good. It's decided then. First, prioritize regaining your health, though before that, we haven't even heard your names. Name? Asked by Groot casually, he muttered bitterly in his heart. Something like that, I don't know. He didn't know who himself is. Naturally, there's no name for himself in his memories. Don't know. Not remembering it. Then you? Groot turned away from him, and asked the girl. Rue? No, I too. The girl wanted to say something, but immediately stopped herself. Seeing both of them like that, despite looking a little surprised, Groot didn't peer further. Well, it's not like I'm forcing you to tell me. There's only people with reasons in a mercenary band. Though, not having a name is inconvenient, so should I give you some nicknames now? After thinking for a while with his hand on his chin, Groot got their names and told them. Little Missy will be Ryu. How about Lucille? And the kid Ardis, I guess. Fu, N. They are good names despite coming from Captain Ha. Lexi commented beside Groot. Despite, that is one word extra. Ahahaha, sorry. Lexi laughed at Groot, who didn't find it amusing. Looking at the two conversing without any fakery, the unrest within his heart lessened a little. Alright. Then Ardis and Lucille, you two are now members of our Wisteria mercenary band. Don't worry. You two won't be fighting yet. That's until both of you have trained hard. His alert against the man grew loosened just by a little, seeing him laughingly announced so. Chapter 280. Chapter 280. Anyways, I'm quite busy too. Taking over Groot, who left the tent after saying so, Lexi brought the two out of the tent. Come with me. He and the girl who only just got the names, Ardis and Lucille respectively, panically chased after Lexi, who already went ahead. We're now made of about 300 members. I think our scale as a mercenary band is big, but, well, they say there's always something greater. Just like what Captain said just now, we're currently camping out until the next job. Those there are old-fashioned eccentric old men, and there are the newcomers that just joined us. The tent we were at are for the women. The captain is usually with the older members, so find them if you got any business. While looking back occasionally to confirm that Ardis and Lucille are following properly, Lexi showed them around the place. Though, there's nothing but lines of tents to see. Showing their faces to the members are probably the main objective of the walk. There he is. Victor. Lexi brought them to one end of the camp. Seeing how multiple mercenaries are hitting each other with weapons, it seems like they are undergoing training. Finding Victor among them, Lexi yelled, "What is it?" The wheat-colored hair followed as Victor turned around. Victor himself was probably training like the other mercenaries. There's sweat on his forehead. Even while sweating, his standing appearance is clearly different from other mercenaries. Although not really standing out, he's not blending in either. Ardis got such impression from him. Work, huh? With an uninterested expression, Victor glanced at Ardis and Lucille for a bit. I can guess what it is, but let me confirm. Teach these kids how to hold a sword, the captain said. Why do I have to do something so troublesome? Just as I thought. Victor had such an expression on his bitter face. Then why not go with the captain? If Victor attend the meeting, won't those old men be happy too? No thanks. Spare me from dictating who will live and die. I can only take care of myself with my capability. If you don't want to attend the meeting, then at least do this much to help the new members. In the first place, asking me to attend is strange. Isn't it natural to have someone smart to do so? That's only if the person wants it though. That's what they call a disagreement. What a shame. Lexi spread her arms and shrugged purposely. Their normal exchanges are probably similar. Victor as well didn't seem to complain any further, and just sighed before affirming. There's no choice. For the both of them, I will take care of Lucille. Victor can take care of the kid. Lucille? Right. The captain gave them names. Seems like both of them don't know their own names. Don't know, huh? Well, anyway is fine. This girl is Lucille. The kid is Ardis. Lucille and Ardis. Despite looking like that, the captain is quite the romanticist. Romanticist? Lexi tilted her head at Victor's muttering. Yes. Lucille is the name of a precious stone of a certain fairy tale. Precious stone? A deep blue precious stone with a slight purple tinge. The incarnation of a spirit that leads the soul of the main protagonist traveler back to his hometown. Of course, it's just a fairy tale. Well, anyways, it's not a bad name for a girl. What about Ardis? It's also something from the same story. It's a special stone that never shatters no matter how hard you try to break it. Moreover, it gets stronger the more you try. It's a name of a mineral that's used to make equipment. Isn't it a perfect fit for him? Victor laughed a little. Even his smile was picture perfect. Not expecting such an origin story for their own names, Ardis renewed his impression for the easygoing captain. Blue precious stone together. The girl, Lucille muttered after hearing the story. Her voice was very soft, likely that no one other than Ardis heard. Since she didn't seem like she was speaking to someone but rather muttered in monologue, Ardis decided to ignore it. I see. As expected, a learned man is different. Although it sounded ironic, Lexi's tone and facial expression certainly didn't feel malicious, only impressed. It's just that I've more chances for such things when I was still a child. Isn't it exactly that reason that the captain wants you to attend the meeting? Oh my, it was a trick question, I see. Anyways, you look after the kid. There's not much time left after all. Alright. Fine. Lucille, who heard their conversation thus far, spoke in fear. You am holding a sword. Me too? That's right. If not, I wouldn't have brought you along here. Why are you even asking? Lexi, who answered in such fashion, made Lucille's face turn blue. I can't. In a fight. Her frightened voice disappeared in the motivated yells of the mercenaries. Even Ardis, who was just beside her, only heard a few parts. She can't fight. I will fight enough to cover for her portion too. After being on the run for several days, he understands the girl a bit more. Her weak stamina that can't even handle a mountain walk, knowledge as much as Ardis, and her hands without a single blemish. Her appearance showed that she hadn't experienced any hard life prior. It's easy to imagine that she has lived a life without any struggles. A little reckless to hope for someone like her to hold a sword now. That's why he offered that he will fight more even for her portion. It doesn't work like that. Didn't we already explain that we are a mercenary band? Ardis nodded silently and Victor continued. We are not always living in a safe town. Rather, living in a safe place is not how we spend the majority of our time. A mercenary band's work is for war. In other words, we are always in a battlefield to kill or be killed. Certainly, the captain intends to protect you too. But it's not like he meant to protect you too unconditionally. Going to a battlefield naturally means that our business is to fight, and not to protect you too. Lexi from the side interjected and added, of course, the captain doesn't intend to just throw you two out in the battlefield. But still, no matter stationed how near, the enemies might still come regardless. At that time, being defenseless or having the ability to resist with a weapon makes the difference in surviving or dying. No matter a chef or a carrier, in here, everyone knows how to fight. Even if fighting is not their job, they must prepare themselves for a fight to protect themselves. That's what being a member of a mercenary band means. You must learn to fight at the very least. It's for protecting ourselves. Victor replied yes to the asking Lucille. Even if the two of you intends to leave the band and head to some town, it will be after our next job at the very least. The captain will put you guys at the safest place, but being on a battlefield means that there is no absolute safety. Ardis, who doesn't have the appropriate knowledge, can't judge whether what Victor and Lexi said is the truth. But still, their words didn't smell like any lie. Lucille probably thought the same. Eventually, she came to a decision and faced Lexi. I understand. If it's to protect ourselves. Lexi, who nodded satisfactorily, turned to Ardis next. So, the kid? I intended to from the start. No matter staying in the mercenary band or leaving with Lucille. He thought from the start that he needs to learn how to fight. For Ardis, there's no reason to refuse their offer. Sending her to a safe place somewhere. It's fine that he think what happens afterwards when he done that. After all, being someone with no place to return, not just that, Ardis, who didn't know if he's a human or not, stopped thinking about it. I see. Then, he's yours, Victor. Lucille, come with me. Lexi said so and took some distance together with Lucille. Victor then called out to Ardis, who was looking at them. Now then, although I'm reluctant, we should start as well. A training sword suit for you. Well, this will do. Grabbing a small air sword from the pile nearby, Victor handed it over to Ardis. Ever held a sword? Probably not. Probably, huh? Ardis had only ever used the small knives he found in the facility ever since he regained his ego. Whether he had held a sword prior to that is not what Ardis knows. The sword that he held probably for the first time was unexpectedly heavy. However, Ardis, who had recovered significantly now, can easily handle it. That's fine. Then show me how you move first. I will only be defending and dodging. Just come at me as you fit. Are you sure? The blade is not dull. Although shabby, Ardis still held a real sword in his hands now. It's not a training sword with a dulled blade. Foo-foo. To think that you would think you can hit me with that? A taunt is not quite right. Victor was only saying nothing more than the truth. Then, I will really swing my hardest. Of course, Ardis knows Victor is strong too. After all, he hadn't succeeded in getting out of the tent once when Victor is there. Sure. There's no meaning if you're not trying your hardest. Is that so? Seeing how Victor was still easygoing, Ardis stepped in and swung with no precursor. Victor was standing near Ardis in the first place. His sword can reach with just one step. Holding the sword in both hands, his momentum swung in vertically downwards. The blade drew an arc and approached Victor. However, it lost its target just before landing. Try slashing harder. By the time he noticed, Victor was already behind him. And by the time he turned around and swung his sword, Victor had already retreated 3 steps backwards. He stepped further forward for a slash, but as expected, it was dodged again easily. He knew it already. Although his memories being vague, he still felt like he had fought with beasts and human before. However, it didn't feel like his own, but some other person's experience. Moreover, he didn't have any memories of holding a real weapon like a sword. His opponent is an active mercenary that can easily subdue Ardis even without any weapon. He was bested in age, physique and experience. Managing to hit him frontally is difficult. If so, How? Thinking is important, but enemies won't be waiting for you to finish thinking. Even I won't be so free to wait for you. While thinking how to hit Victor, Ardis, who was deep in his thoughts, did not notice Victor's advance. He tried to hit Victor with his sword while sorting his thoughts, but they are all only simple sword swinging. No matter how many times he swung it, it has no base. All of them didn't reach. That day, Ardis continued trying until his arms can no longer support the sword, but in the end, his blade never did touch Victor once. Chapter 281. Chapter 281. Half a month had passed since Ardis and Lucille were picked up by the mercenary band. According to the captain, the Wisteria mercenary band will camp for a few days before heading for their next job. Since it was a schedule with plenty of room, their distance covered each day was not much. Moving when the sun is out, preparing the camp when the sun is overhead, and the remaining time is used on training. The days repeated so. The unfamiliar lifestyle was a little confusing at first, but, at the very least, Ardis appreciates that there is no need to worry about shelter and food. Ardis had a prejudice that mercenary bands would be like a clique, but it seems like his precognition was broken in both good and bad ways. Ooh, the newbies that Captain mentioned? So small. They're still growing. Ain't it normal to be like that? But that's still too thin. There's no meat at all. You're a bother to our training. Quickly go that way already if you have no other business. What's that attitude? Isn't Victor only here to trouble the newbies? That's my line. Do you think I'm a person to bully children? Of course not with that crafty personality. Though, it seems like you like to do that unknowingly. How noisy. Then shall I knowingly help you train too? Oops. Spare me from that. The mercenaries came to peek on Ardis and Lucille occasionally with various reasoning, though it seems like they are just purely being curious, and did not come with any special intents. Both Victor and Lexi had been chasing away the interested gazes that had been directed to them. There were no exclusion of the newbies. Many of them just talked with Ardis and tapped on Ardis's head before going their ways. Although being treated like a child peeved Ardis a little, he felt a lifestyle of not worrying pursuers is more precious than that. Having obtained a safe shelter, Lucille's expression turned brighter as well. Wisteria has more females than other mercenary bands, including Lexi. There are about 20 female mercenaries. Having people of the same gender by her side probably helped her a lot in getting used to the environment. Not only during training, the female mercenaries would gather and chat even after meals and before sleep as long as they have time. Lucille at first, who was pulled into their circle, was nervous and only managed to observe them, but eventually, the ice was broken, and her expression softened. Good work, Ardis. How about some water? There was a black-haired girl looking at Ardis who was on the ground after getting wrung by Victor. Nodding instead of reply as he couldn't even utter a word while gasping for air, Lucille offered a wooden cup. She had probably brought water for Ardis specially. Getting back up with his heavy body, he grabbed and drank all of it in one breath. Thanks. You're welcome. Ardis managed to squeeze out his appreciation, and Lucille replied with a smile. Since their instructors are different, as well as their tent, the time Ardis and Lucille spend together is much shorter than before. Of course, the time before was only when they were escaping from their pursuers. Compared to spending all day together, their current situation can be considered more normal. At first, Lucille was afraid of the unfamiliar and tough-looking men that is the majority, but, luckily there were quite a few women in the band too. Thanks to them looking after her, she was able to learn to socialize with the others after a while. She can now totally hit it off with the other female mercenaries, and can even converse with the captain and Victor fairly well. She's the complete opposite of Ardis, who only replies to mercenaries that talks to him. Lucille sat down beside Ardis. His training looks really harsh. Not stopping until you're all beaten up. You're receiving training from Lexi too, right? I think it's the same though. Although finally calming his breath down, Ardis gave up trying to make water like he did in the wasteland. It needs considerable concentration, but currently, his body is too tired that he felt instinctively that he can't do it. Lexi-san and Victor-san are different. What Victor doing is not even an introduction, but actually a drill. That's what Lexi-san said. Not something that new mercenaries can handle apparently. TCH. No wonder. He had thought that Victor's introduction's difficulty is quite harsh, but he finally understood. After that, Ardis and Lucille continued their idle chatter for a while. Although there are various grinning and cold gazes from the surrounding training mercenaries, For Ardis, it's definitely not a period he considers wasted. The reason why Ardis, who has an atmosphere of isolating himself from others, hasn't been excluded from the mercenary band, for better or for worse, is probably thanks to Lucille establishing a position in the band herself. "See you later." Lucille, who stood up, said so with a smile before leaving. Then, there are voices left and right calling out to her. Currently, Lucille has a greater presence within the band compared to Ardis. Perhaps most members think Ardis as merely an accessory to Lucille. Escaping from the facility, running in the mountains, crossing the wasteland, Ardis was a lifeline for Lucille. After all, Lucille at that time was powerless and had nothing to rely on. However, now that she had been accepted into the group, Ardis is no longer an essential existence for her. If she can be well with other humans, then it can be said as his role is over. Ardis thought it as so. Although he felt a little lonely, it's not all that bad if he thought about his accomplishment as a meaning to his existence. If the mercenary band can be a place for her, then that's fine. But if that's not the case, he can just help her until she gets a place to settle down in a town. Thinking until there, Ardis smiled bitterly at himself. It's like, I'm wishing to be together with her or something. He stared at his own feelings that he hadn't been aware of until then. The pain of getting left behind. In the end, he felt miserable at himself of a pathetic man striving to pretend as a human by immersing in self-satisfaction. The days continued sticking to a dull attitude, to not let Lucille realize his feelings. Few days later, the band arrived at their destination, a battlefield. You two are not an official member yet. That's why you will be stationed at the safest place. But, the day before participating in the war, the captain summoned Ardis and Lucille and said, there's no absolute safe place in a battlefield. Getting found by enemy scouts or flanking soldiers are not impossible. Remember this. There are also non-combatants in the band. Official workers, cooks, or other specialists are in the band too. However, they are familiar with holding a weapon to a certain extent, and even participated in training sometimes. Even as non-combatants, they can at least hold a weapon and fight if they need to. However, as their strength can't possibly match someone who lives by fighting, they are normally stationed furthest from the front line and only focus on protecting themselves. Ardis and Lucille are both young, and aren't official members yet, and so both of them are stationed in the back. As the majority of the members headed into the battlefield to fight, the remaining moved to the mountains to minimize the risk of getting involved. Anxious. Well, I can't guarantee that it's gonna be fine without any grounds, but I don't think there's any problem if we are this far from the main front line. Of course, being alert is still important. It seems like Ardis's unrest for the first experience showed on his face, as a thin-looking member assured him. A former merchant before he joined the band as a supplely procurer, as Ardis recalled what Lexi said. On his waist hung a sword that is mass-produced similarly to Ardis. Just pull it out whenever you feel it's needed. Hesitating will only get you killed quicker. While saying so, the thin man tapped on the sword by his waist. Although he didn't have a physique that's worth flattering, it's the same for everyone here. The mercenary band's 300 people. 27 of them, about 10% of them are here. Victor said, people like them that would join a mercenary band despite not fighting is normally very rare. Procuring supplies, interpreters, most mercenary bands assign these roles to the fighters that are moderately experienced with them. Leaving aside an army, it's quite rare to have a mercenary band like Wisteria to have specialists in them. Matching the fact that there's quite a few women, this mercenary band is different from the normal standard. That's what Ardis understood in the past few days. At the front line, the war must be going on intensely. Despite far away, the yelling and clashing of their weapons were carried in the wind and can still be heard. There's no knowing when Ardis and the others will be dragged into the fight. That's why they have to minimize the chance of getting discovered by enemies. Not using fire to cook, they were even covering light with cloth to minimize leakage. A bonfire to keep warm is obviously out of question. Warm food will only be after this. No, just having food is good enough. The procurer man that handed over a meat jerky said apologetically, but Ardis shook his head. Comparing to the paste food in the facility, even a cold meal is much more delicious, and comparing to the wasteland where there's not even any food, just having some is good enough. Even though far from the front line, There's nothing guaranteeing the enemies won't put their eyes here. Ardis can understand avoiding the risk of getting discovered by enemies, although the mercenaries in the battlefield are capable enough to fend off an attack even if it's a surprise attack in the night. Ardis and the others won't even be able to hold out if an attack came. Getting discovered by enemies would mean that all 27 people here are sentenced to death. While feeling unrest like when he was escaping from the pursuers, Ardis went into sleep. While shrouded in such feeling, the second day passed. Sensing the invisible pressure closing in, they welcomed the third night. The mountains that was quiet in the morning. In the silence, suddenly the ending announcement came. Enemy Ata. Jaya. With the warning not even finished, a painful shriek came. Ardis, who woke up, immediately put his hand on his sword. When he tried to get out of the tent, the man that was sleeping beside him stopped him. Idiot! Don't get out from there. The others used their swords to cut open the back of the tent, and exited through the seam. Ardis as well followed them. Ardis, who exited, immediately saw one of their own dropped on the ground making a pool of blood. A battle started with the enemies under only the moonlight, which, for Ardis that has only just entered the mercenary band, he hasn't recognized enough faces to tell enemies and friend apart. On top of that, they never had any light in fear of getting discovered by enemies, and so telling them apart is already difficult enough in the dim surroundings. He can't tell who is who. Ardis hesitated for a moment after drawing his sword, but he immediately turned his gaze to another tent. There's only one person that Ardis knows well here. If he can't tell who is who, at the very least, he can protect who he knows for sure is a friend. Logically and emotionally, both of them matched Ardis's purpose. Knowing what he should do, the only thing left is to execute it. Finding the appearance of the person he should protect, Ardis called out her name. Lucille. Chapter 282. Chapter 282. Lucille. One girl reacted to Ardis's voice. Like Ardis, her hand was holding on a sword, but it was obvious that it was only a pose. Two men started closing their distance, sandwiching Lucille. Even they can probably tell that the praise in front of them are amateurs in fighting. Me first. Yeah, I know. Not understanding what they were saying, they were cornering Lucille with a disgusting smile. Ardis felt incomprehensible disgust at their expression, and slashed at one of the enemies from the back. Jaya. They probably didn't notice Ardis coming behind them. The sword he finally got familiar with in the past few days ripped apart the enemy's defenseless back. Fatal damage. The other man finally noticed Ardis, but it was already too late. Noticing Ardis's presence and turning around costed him a short moment. A short moment is enough to warrant death depending on the situation. Ardis is not an experienced mercenary. However, despite not taught by anyone, his instincts told him that he must take this opportunity no matter what. With the momentum after dumping the first enemy, closing the distance while the remaining enemy was turning around, with the sword back to his waist, holding it down by the handle with one hand and the other pushing on the pommel. Quicker than the enemy could swing his sword, Ardis's stab ripped straight through the enemy's throat. Along with the sound of air getting cut, fresh blood of the enemy spewed from the enemy's mouth, and bloody foam rose from the throat. Seeing two people dying in front of him, Lucille gasped. Ignoring the two falling down while making a pool of blood, Ardis approached and called out to Lucille. Are you hurt? You are. Seemingly didn't hear what Ardis said. Lucille was on her foot, throwing up into the ground. It might be her first experience seeing someone getting killed. Then she can't be blamed. Ardis thought about his first time but immediately stopped. He can't recall such events. Even after killing someone, his emotions did not falter. All of it passed as if not concerning him. Did it get vague, or was it an event too far in the past? He didn't have the method to know, nor did he want to know. Lucille, you are sorry. Calling her name beside her, there was a weak apology. No need to apologize. We're running. Although it might be cruel, there's no time to wait for her to calm down. Run? We must escape now. Although she knows how to protect herself to a certain degree, only non-combatants are here in the first place. Although not knowing who is the enemy, at the very least, it is clear that the enemy has a larger force. There's no one more powerless than themselves that can only hide themselves in a battlefield. Pulling Lucille up forcefully, Ardis dashed towards the woods while pulling her arm. The others? Don't know. Ardis answered Lucille, who was concerned while running. Half was the truth, and half was lying. A surprise attack in the night when they were sleeping. Naturally, Ardis as well hasn't grasped the entire situation. Not knowing how many enemies there are nor their aim, even though a battle is certainly undergoing, he can't even tell if they are at a disadvantage or if it's a fight they can push through. However, the reason he chose to escape nonetheless is that he is confident that they will be annihilated if they continued to fight. It's not like he knows escaping will work or not, but still, their chances to survive will be higher than staying there. Conversely, it's not hard to imagine the fate of the people who remain there. That's why Ardis escaped from Lucille's question by feigning ignorance. They ran there. A woman's there. Nearby voices chasing after Ardis and Lucille. It seems like the enemies don't intend to let them escape. They're already coming after us. Turning around, ascertaining the direction of the voices while they continued running. Although not sighting the pursuers, he could tell there were 4 different voices at the very least. It's too reckless to intercept them considering they had only received introduction to sword lessons for the past few days. Luckily, unlike when they escaped the pursuers before, there's no worrying about food, sleep and stamina. On top of that, thanks to the training they had, Lucille as well has better stamina now. If they can disperse the pursuers and hide, it's possible to wait until Griff and the others to return. As long as they can buy enough time, it's their win. While running, Ardis glanced over the surroundings. Finding an empty space around the roots of a tree big enough to hide a person, he pushed Lucille there. Lucille, hide there for a moment. What about Ardis? Grabbing nearby leaves and branches on the ground, he quickly scattered it on top of the hole to hide her. I will be a decoy and lead them to another direction. Why only me? Because there's no way this can fit both of us. It's barely big enough to hide Lucille only. On top of that, in the limited time, it's hard to completely conceal themselves. However, if Ardis became a decoy and ran, they would never bother to search there. A night forest only illuminated by the moonlight. Unless their eyes are really good, they will never find Lucille in the hole. If I don't return within a day, assume I died. Lucille's eyes widened at the words as if he's not concerned about himself. Griff and the others will come back eventually. Don't move too much until then. Lucille's voice was trembling after hearing Ardis's calm voice. Ardis is always like this. Her eyes looked a little angry. Is it because I'm a girl? That's why you're saving those that has a place to return is better. Letting those that has value to survive is better. It's only that. Nothing to do with girl or not. Ardis's answer was unexpected, making the black pupils looking at him confused. Keep quiet now. Not waiting a response from Lucille, saying that much, Ardis moved away from the tree. Stepping out towards the voice of the pursuers, he started walking. After adjusting to a good angle that would not expose the hole where Lucille is hiding at, shouting voices can be heard from behind. There he is. Confirming that the pursuers saw him properly, Ardis pretended to be panicking and started running. Don't stop. As if calling out to someone else there, Ardis shouted to a direction a little right of himself. There's one. The two split into 2 groups. The pursuers that fell to Ardis's bad acting split into 2 groups, with half of them chasing after him, and the other going deeper in the forest after no one. There were 3 people chasing after Ardis. Similarly, 3 headed towards the forest after no one. After judging that he had secured Lucille's safety at the very least, Ardis started running through the forest. Now that he's in perfect condition, shaking off 3 pursuers should not be a problem. However, Ardis will soon be forced to understand that he was arrogant. To kite the pursuers away from Lucille, Ardis, who had been purposefully keeping a set distance between himself and the pursuers, suddenly found an earthen wall in front of him. Wow! As he had no time to even slow down, Ardis slammed into the wall at full speed. Just as he was whipping his own painful body to get up immediately, an impact like a hammer suddenly hit at his side. Gag! Floating up from the ground for a moment, then blown to the side. An intense sense of pain spread out through Ardis's entire body. Before he could catch a breath, before he could stand up, the enemies already caught up. Tch, it's just a brat. The girl is on the other side. Unlucky. Let's finish up quickly and go there then. Enduring the pulsating pain, Ardis, who looked up, was greeted with men holding swords and daggers. His arms couldn't move. His whole body was numb to the point of unable to move as he wants. The sword that was in his hand was nowhere to be found, and anything that can be a weapon is not within his sight. Shit. The regret of not being able to drag even one of them down if he had a sword swelled up. On the other hand, there was also a mysterious satisfaction, at the very least. He had dragged the pursuers along quite some distance. Even if he meets his end here, it doesn't change the fact that Lucille escaped the pursuers. Either ways, when Griff and the other returns, a small-scale group like them can't stand a chance. If all goes well, they should be able to protect Lucille. Thinking like that, he thought even his meaningless life should have gained a little value. Suddenly, Ardis's expression loosened. The heck? Did he go crazy or something? Who cares? Quickly finish it already. The pain calmed down a little, although it might only be his senses numbing, but for Ardis, it didn't matter, as long as he can move his body even by force. One of the pursuers raised his sword. Ardis piled up sand by the ground, then assembling his plans in his head, rolling away from the sword, throwing the sand at his face, then immediately a kick to his groin. It will be a death match afterwards. If he can get a sword in the chaos, then he will kill one of them. Although he don't think he can win against two armed men in his state, he will be sure to at least injure one of them even by biting. Thinking until then, Ardis glared at the enemy. It was at that time, the sword that was about to slash at Ardis was suddenly blew away with a high-pitched ring. It was not only Ardis that can't follow what happened. After all, the person holding the sword as well looked stupefied towards where the sword went. While Ardis was still confused, blood spewed out from the neck of the man. Then it was at that time Ardis saw there was a sword floating behind the beheaded man that had no user. Enemy? The remaining two were on alert, but there was not even a shadow. Look out, it's a flying sword. There's no knowing where it's coming from. One man intercepted the sword in the air flying towards him while warning his comrades. The sword in his hand locked with the sword without a user. The second and the third attack, all of them similarly clashed against each other. The sword in the man's hand was clashing against the flying sword. Ardis was getting an illusion as if there's someone transparent holding the sword fighting. Just one flying sword was enough to keep the man busy. Naturally, it's obvious what will happen if there's another. Go whack. Not able to withstand the numbers, the pursuer were impaled by the flying swords. TCH. The last enemy was facing another sword. The man thought to be a dagger user was grabbing on the air, and then an earthen wall appeared in the empty space ahead of him. Then as the flying sword got stuck in the wall trying to slash him, rocks flew towards it. Having directly hit by the mass of rock, one flying sword bent and fell on the ground. The dagger user tried to retaliate, but there were already several more flying swords surrounding him. As expected, facing against so many flying swords is impossible, and the dagger user fell to the ground after being sliced up quickly. Flying swords? Having escaped from the threatening situation, the energy in Ardis escaped. While gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he was glaring at the flying swords still in the surroundings. You fine, Ardis? When did he get so close? A person bent over beside Ardis and peeked at his face. You're hit with arts, huh? Oi, someone treat this guy. Then, several people appeared beside by the time he noticed. Although not knowing their names, at the very least, they are familiar faces within the mercenary band. The main unit probably returned. Lucille, is it a hole near a tree? Hole near a tree? Got it. I will get some people to look for her. Just sit tight and rest for now. Ardis nodded slightly while feeling a mysterious secureness from Griff's words. Griff stood up and left Ardis's treatment to others, and then started giving out orders to the other members. Dawat, head to the camp with 30 men, quickly. Joan and I will sweep the area and look for the others. There might be mages ambushing. Make sure to stay in a group of 3. Griff's distancing voice was heard between the boundary of reality and dream. While praying for the safety of Lucille, Ardis's grip on his consciousness slipped. Chapter 283. Chapter 283. By the time Ardis regained his consciousness, the dawn already broke. The enemy group that attacked in the night had been annihilated by the main unit, and Lucille, who was hidden, was also secured safely in the day. Though most of the non-combatants were killed in the fight, only a total of 5 people, even when including Ardis, survived. The incident of losing more than 20 people was great damage to the Wisteria, especially with Lucille. It seems like she's more passionate in training after the attack. There were mercenaries watching such a Lucille warmly, and their distance shrunk more than before. Of course, Ardis is also painfully aware of his own powerlessness. If Griff had not returned at that time, without mistake Ardis would have died. He's not clinging on to life, but, at the very least, he wanted his death to have some meaning. Billie Eilish says wearing baggy clothes to hide her body didn't work. If so, He mustn't be a person that easy to go down, although he thinks his life is something that doesn't matter. He was confused at his feelings of not wanting his death be meaningless. His grip on the sword continued as if to swing away the confusion. "Aren't you trying hard, kid?" How much time has it passed since he started swinging the sword? Having called, Ardis finally noticed that he's drenched in sweat. "Trying so hard even when Instructor Victor isn't around. No one will praise you though." The owner of the voice is a mercenary with the name, Dawat. One of the most capable mercenaries in Wisteria. It seems like he's like an assistant for Dawat, who has a large scar on his cheek, made a teasing look. "It's not like I'm doing it to get praised." I can see that, of course. "Then is there a reason to ask?" Ardis, who wanted to say that, instead swallowed and continued to swing his sword. Unlike that girl, I'm not getting any attention, huh?" Although he doesn't know what Dawat's business is, at the very least, he's being an annoyance to Ardis currently. Not having even the slightest intention to attend to him, Ardis ignored him and continued focus on his sword. "Well, I guess whether you are sociable or not, the one who dies will die, and those who won't can't die for some reason." Not knowing what he is intending to convey, Ardis continued swinging his sword without bothering. Watching such Ardis, Dawat suddenly mentioned, "Your footing is bad." "Huh?" "Spread your legs about 2 feet apart." At that position, it's easier to connect to another move. Dawat pushed apart Ardis's legs with his own foot. In an actual fight, there's no way you are swinging a sword stationary. Not just swinging, think about what happens before and after you swing. However, Victor said hammer swinging a sword into your head first. Of course, that's not a mistake. It's better to temper it with time. However, we're mercenaries and this is a mercenary band. Where we are heading are battlefields. It's likely a battle can happen at any time. His goofy expression changed into a serious one. Hearing Dawat's seriousness in his voice, Ardis accepted the advice obediently. "Thanks." However, it seems like he's at the age of getting shy when expressing gratitude over anything. "No problemo. Having a kid die on me is depressing after all." Dawat was violently ruffling Ardis's head, with his sweaty hair made into a mess. At that moment, Ardis's forehead was visible. "The heck are these scars?" "Looks like characters to me." Seeing the numbers carved on Ardis's forehead, Dawat tilted his head. As if hiding from his gaze, Ardis faced away and muttered, "It's just a scar." Ardis, who replied simply, immediately left the place as if escaping from Dawat. Heading to a small river near the camp, he washed away the sweat on his head. Raising his wet hair, staring into the calm water surface, there was a familiar face on the verge of crying. The number on his forehead. It's as if to remind that he's not a human. Despite getting cut will bleed, hunger will come when time passes, and sleepiness will come at night. He felt himself was something like a human but not a human. Even though he knows he's there, his mind was still anxious as if it might all just be a realistic dream. While feeling nauseous in his thoughts, soft footsteps interrupted him. "Ardis." A familiar voice called his name. "Did you finish for the day?" "Yeah." Ardis stood back up, and replied shortly, facing away from Lucille, who was beside him. "Why won't you look at me?" Lucille circled to the other side and peeked at Ardis. "No, it's nothing." Ardis immediately covered his forehead. His forehead that is normally covered by his bangs are now exposed because of the water. Even though it looks like a scar to someone else, Ardis himself knows that it's a brand. It didn't feel right showing it to someone else. "The number, you don't want it to be seen?" Ardis, who faced the other way to escape from Lucille's gaze, reflexively turned around hearing those words. "You can read it? Isn't it the number 8? Even though it looked like a character, there was no one in the mercenary band that recognized it as a digit till now. Lucille for some reason could tell it is a digit. But Ardis, who received a considerable impact, can only squeeze out meaningless words. "Is that so?" At the same time, it confirmed his own suspicions. Since there's not a mirror anywhere, Ardis could only see a distorted reflection on the swaying water surface. This chapter is scrapped from readlightnovel.org. Moreover, he couldn't be sure since all he could see by himself is a mirrored image. However, Lucille's words now confirmed it. The digit 8 carved on his forehead. All his other selves had different digits, and there were also some digits missing. One of the missing digits was 8, and that digit is on himself. Now that it has been proven, in other words, Ardis is the 8th unit of mass production. Even though knowing it already, he was once again reminded that he's nothing but a serially numbered laboratory animal. That fact alone had gouged more than expected at Ardis's spirit. However, Lucille never knew Ardis's circumstances. Ardis. Overdoing is not good, okay? She changed the topic as if it wasn't significant. I'm not overdoing. Lucille's voice suddenly became louder, getting Ardis's reply. You are swinging a sword all day even after Victor Sands' training is over. Even back then, she probably meant the event where the non-combatants were attacked in the night. Escaping into the mountains with Lucille, to protect her, Ardis became a decoy to lure the enemies away. Nay, why did you purposefully show yourself to the pursuers? There's no meaning in being a decoy if the enemies doesn't come right. Ardis, who was only stating the obvious, made Lucille's brows go up. But then it would be too dangerous for you. I even heard that if Grithsan didn't return, it would have been disastrous. Rather than both of us getting captured, isn't securing even one the most logical move? Even I was taught how to fight by Lexi-san. I mean, it was the first time I saw someone killed, so that putting up a proper fight is hard. But recalling how she threw up seeing someone getting killed, Lucille's words lost momentum. I wasn't really bothered, but it's apparently normal to be like that. Was Ardis different? Who knows? Although there were several similar scenes in his vague memories, he can't even discern which of them are the earliest. In the first place, he didn't think he is human enough to be upset and vomiting when seeing someone getting killed. The thought of being a numbered laboratory animal stopped all of those thoughts. In a sense, that's probably an excuse to himself. Because he's not a human, there's no need to think about the future. Because he's not a human, there's no need to wish for anything. Because he's not a human, there's no reason to reject death. That's why in an impulse and with an unbothered attitude, he enjoyed being like a human, playing house and protecting the girl. He's empty. Since he realized that he's empty, Ardis had been averting his eyes from that truth. While averting his eyes and having the great excuse of protecting Lucille, there will be no time for him to despair if he dies doing so. I can only be baggage now, but I will put in effort so I can protect myself. But the person herself didn't allow it. That's why, don't rush into danger by yourself. Please. Lucille tries to stop Ardis's pretentious spirit. The black eyes that only conveyed sincerity shook Ardis, thinking that he's only an imitation product, a consumable for experiments. The identity he made up with such excuses shook easily. I don't matter anyways. Not knowing what to do, Ardis, who replied in monotone, only invited Lucille's anger. It totally matters. It doesn't. Upset, confusion, repulsion, shame, impatient, all kinds of feelings mixed together. Ardis, who couldn't process all of it, muttered something. After all, I'm not a human. Chapter 284. Chapter 284. Not a human. What? It was likely something she never expected to hear. Lucille's threatening attitude previously disappeared as if it was a lie. Ardis, who regretted his impulsive blunder, gave up keeping it a secret and revealed everything. It was before they met in the facility. When he woke up, there were numerous people with the same appearance as himself, and all of them had similarly digits carved on their forehead, including himself. None of them had the concept of ego. Shailene Woodley makes sure all her sex scenes are comfortable. Injured countless times within his vague memories, self-inflicting when told, dying in suffering, becoming familiar with killing, without any suspicions, the days of living in that environment without thinking anything, gaining sentience completely by chance, absorbing the other people, finally becoming him today. The story that he never even told Griff and the others. Ardis revealed it for the first time. Something like that. Lucille shook her head as if not believing it, but the reason why she can't outright deny it is probably because she has an idea. The first time when he found Lucille, she was tied on a bed with leather belt. Seeing how she was afraid seeing Ardis with a white cloak, I really did what they said. From her words, it's obvious that she had interaction with the people in the facility before. Luckily, she seems to have memories prior to being brought into the facility. Although she pretended to have not known her own name in front of Griff, it's likely everyone there saw through her lies. On one hand, there was Lucille, who was brought out of the facility retaining her human self, and on the other, Ardis, who lost his human self. Although in the same place and circumstances, there was a distinctive difference. Unlike Lucille, I don't have any memories of the past, no family of the same blood. That's expected since I'm not a human after all. Although Lucille had an expression wanting to say something, Ardis continued ignoring that. Lucille has a place to return to, right? If there's one, returning to those who waits for your return is natural. Survival is the utmost priority. For that sake, people who have a place to return, people who have a daily life to return have the value to survive. But I don't have any of that. Born with the purpose of only imitating a human, no one will be concerned even if I disappeared. Then it's obvious whose life should be prioritized. That's why Ardis extended his hands to Lucille. Although it was only an impulse at first, she became a reason of existence for the human imitation. After knowing his own truth, Ardis's spirit was kept in balance thanks to the purpose of protecting Lucille. Before the balance is broken, he wanted to bring Lucille back to a safe place, or welcomes a meaningful death protecting her. Ardis, who decided either one of those paths, was rejected by Lucille outright. There's no way it's like that. Lucille yelled strongly like never before, and then, as if bothered by it, her voice became softer as she denied it while looking downwards. Don't say something like that, please. The paining expression as if she was the one who got hurt, while facing down. Her fists were tight. Ardis is a human, not an imitation. Isn't it Ardis who brought me out of that place? Isn't it that hand that pulled me out? Isn't it you that shared your food even at your own cost for me when I was shivering? Isn't it you that kept me warm throughout the night? Lucille faced towards Ardis. Light glimmered within the black eyes. Is that not enough to make you a human? Isn't it a human to care for another? If Ardis is really a human imitation, then something like that must be impossible. If Ardis is not a human, then who would be? I don't know. While her eyes were red, gritting her lips close, the words filled with emotions unable to be suppressed conveyed. That's wrong. Definitely a human. If not for Ardis, I'm sure I won't be here. Because of Ardis I'm able to be myself here. Ardis is the person that offered me a hand there. My greatest benefactor that I cannot be more grateful to. That's why. Don't say something so sad like that. Don't speak ill of yourself. Lucille was glaring at Ardis. Tears that cannot be suppressed spilled further. However, the reason behind it is not entirely sadness. Even if it's Ardis, I won't forgive anyone condemning my benefactor. Inside Lucille's eyes, there was some sadness, but everything else is anger. She is fuming, towards Ardis who depreciates himself. Towards Ardis who spoke ill of her most important person. Unable to accept those emotions from the front, Ardis chose to escape from her gaze. But he couldn't. He felt like taking Lucille's anger lightly would be the greatest sin for himself more than dying. In a situation where anger was directed towards himself for himself, Ardis, who was stuck with words, could only utter, "Sorry." The words that finally managed to come out sought forgiveness. Lucille's expression loosened, her fist loosened, and then both her hands wrapped around Ardis's hand. Her tremble came through Ardis's hand. Even if anyone say otherwise, it doesn't matter. For me, Ardis had always been a human, a person. Only I can confidently say that Ardis is a human. That's why, don't forget it, Ardis. At the very least, I will be sad if you died. So, please don't treat yourself badly. I won't forgive you if you do that. If I ever hear things like "I don't matter anyways," I'll be slapping you mercilessly. This chapter is scrapped from readlightnovel.org. Still a little angry, Lucille made sure to let Ardis know. Seeing her face, Ardis for the first time felt like his legs is on the ground. Regaining his ego, the uncertainty and anxiety after recognizing himself as himself. The question that wouldn't yield a question no matter how, who is himself? All of them melted away like snow under the summer sun. I understand. I won't ever throw myself down. It's a promise. Yeah, I promise. The comfortable silence filled Ardis. The sun in the sky, the sound of the shallow stream hadn't changed from before. Ardis and Lucille were the only ones there. However, Ardis felt like he entered a completely different world than before. It was Lucille who broke off that silence. Ah, right. As if remembering something, she searched in her pocket, and took out a piece of cloth. I made it. I'm not good at sewing, and there isn't any good fabric around, so it might be awkward in some places, but Lucille handed Ardis a piece of violet cloth that's slightly larger than his palm. Picking it up, Ardis notices it is in a band form. If you're bothered with your forehead being seen, then how about hiding it with this? The creator, Lucille, explained that it's a headband for Ardis. It seems like she knew Ardis is very bothered about the digit on his forehead already. Although it's normally hidden by his bangs, it had been exposed in some circumstances. Lucille had probably noticed Ardis's unnatural movements to cover it up every time it happened. See, it's the same as mine. Turning sideways, Lucille showed her hair. The long black hair was neatly tucked in a big ribbon to tie up her hair. The color is the same violet of the headband Ardis received. While alternating between the headband on his hand and the ribbon on Lucy Eel, Ardis felt something warming deep in his chest. Being needed, being important to someone. The life of an imitation that had no value seemed to gain something meaningful. I'll have you know that I'm someone who will definitely repay a favor. I don't like being told ungrateful, and this much is not enough. Be prepared for more. As Lucille smiles in a pressing manner, Ardis's expression naturally loosened. Thank you. Replying the challenging words with appreciation, Ardis put the headband on himself. The digit on his forehead is completely covered by the cloth. Something that much was enough to fill Ardis with satisfaction. The plain and ordinary violet headband not only covered his engraved forehead, he felt like it also wrapped up the anguish and loneliness lurking in the depths of himself. Chapter 285. Chapter 285. A beast reminiscent of a larger cat jumped at Ardis. Shit. While dodging a heavy blow from the enemy's front limbs, Ardis slashed at it. Psha. If its expression can be understood, it sure is laughing at Ardis now. The best slash he did was blocked with a hard sound, deflected by the physical barrier deployed by the beast. Billie Eilish says wearing baggy clothes to hide her body didn't work. The beast with the dark blue fur is called a Negilo. It is a beast known for its high fertility, residing in all kinds of places throughout every country. While supporting its body that is over twice the size of an average human, the 6 legs are always finding the best position. The Negilo that seemed to be underestimating Ardis slowly closed the distance. Shea, releasing an intimidating sound, with a low posture. The Negilo attacked from the ground. Ardis deflected the claws coming his way the second time. However, its attacks doesn't stop there. One of its middle limbs went for another attack. Judging that there's not enough time to guard with his sword, Ardis leaned his body in a falling posture and kicked against the ground, retreating to the side. Quicker than Ardis, who is rolling on the ground with momentum, could get up. The Negilo had already caught up with its third attack. However, it's within Ardis's prediction. Easily reading the Negilo's jumping trajectory, Ardis pushed his sword out as he was getting up. Suddenly, the Negilo's route in the air changed unnaturally. Kicking against an invisible foothold made from mana, it had dodged Ardis's counterattack. And just like that, the Negilo landed about 10 feet away from Ardis. Having a distance between themselves, both sides glared at each other. Ardis was already in ragged breathing, a state that is very much worse than the Negilo looking in perfect condition. That's something probably the Negilo realizes too. Although it's an inferior species that can't be said to have intelligence, it's known that they have a personality that likes to play with a weaker prey. With Ardis obviously being the worse one, it's a play rather than a fight for the Negilo. Before Ardis's breath can calm, it already moved. Again, the two closed. Attacks and defenses clashed repeatedly between swords and claws. Ardis's sword wasn't able to catch the Negilo even a single time. Speed, count, weight. All the essential elements of his offense couldn't best the Negilo, and on top of all, Ardis was tortured by its excellent use of footholds. Compared to Ardis, who can't yet make a foothold of his own, despite not able to use it consecutively, the Negilo that can even make one has many more possible movements. If he can't match in speed, then the best he can do is predict its movement and strike first, but Ardis didn't have the experience nor room for that now. Pshua! The unstable balance started to tip. Ardis's fatigued sword couldn't catch up to the Negilo's movements. On the other hand, its claws is starting to near Ardis. Eventually, its front limbs caught Ardis. The sharp claws gouged Ardis's shoulder. Despite his face distorting in pain, Ardis made his best effort to not get hit by its middle limb. Although weaker, there's paralyzing poison in its middle limb. Taking a dose of that when he is already at a disadvantage would basically mean defeat. The fight between Ardis and the Negilo continued. Not able to deal a critical hit, Ardis was surviving the attacks from the playing Negilo barely. However, it's obvious that his standing is bad. Despite not injured heavily, Ardis was accumulating small wounds on his body. On the other hand, the Negilo was full of composure. It probably thinks lightly of Ardis as a weak prey. He's getting played with, for sure. A little distance from the battle between Ardis and the Negilo, Dawat, who was spectating, was disappointed. Is it alright to not stop him? Looking beside him, he asked. It's still fine, but Captain, The child is nearing his limits. This time, Lexi, who was on the other side, rebuked Gr. Ardis's eyes aren't dead yet. While still having his eyes locked on the battle, Gr said. A small sigh came from both sides at the same time. That's the case, but Gr, isn't your favoritism for him quite obvious? It's true that his sense is good for his age, but he's still a kid, right? Captain, you will grieve if anything happened to that child. Even other apprentices will only do this after 2-3 years of training. Why did you let that child take the promotion test so early? That's of course because he asked for it. Gr answered the too difficult question breezily. Don't worry, he's fine. Victor gave his approval this time as well. He's learned enough to win against one Nebulo in this half year. He hasn't even shown his hand yet. Ardis had been fighting against the Nebulo with only a sword till now. It was the choice of luring the Nebulo into carelessness, and the result are steadily showing. In fact, the Nebulo didn't even recognize Ardis as a threat and only treated him as a plaything, and it has no intelligence to realize that it was being tricked to think so. In fact, despite experienced mercenaries watching from a distance, it didn't realize being too focused on Ardis. It is the best proof of its carelessness. If it was intelligent enough, it would be aware of Gr and the others, and even if it isn't, if its threat sensing is capable enough, it would have chosen to escape already. Limited intelligence, dull threat senses. Exactly because of that, Nebulo is occupying the lowest tier of the food chain. For people that aim to live by fighting, it's the first hurdle to clear. A person that can't even handle a Nebulo on his own has no place in a battlefield. Winning against a Nebulo is the proof of being a warrior, and it's the promotion test used by Wisteria to determine whether an apprentice can promote to a real mercenary. Half a year since the Wisteria mercenary band picked up Ardis and Lucille. In the end, the both that had no destination accompanied the mercenary band and crossed various battlefields. Though the two that were not skillful enough were never allowed proper mercenary work. Being errand runners while undergoing their training, they had continued tempering their skills to become a real mercenary. Ardis, who had been training himself for the past half year, had grown considerably, and is now challenging against a Nebulo after only a short period of training, incomparable to the others. Well, just look closely. Although it's normal for Darwat and Lexi to be questioning him, it's a challenge after Ardis himself had wished so, and both Gr and Victor had judged that he has the capability. The Nebulo had misjudged Ardis's strength. Ardis's winning condition was there. That's why, no matter what Darwat and Lexi says, Gr continued to overlook his fight. And amidst that, a change visited the battlefield in their eyes. Was it tired with playing? The Nebulo's movements changed clearly. It probably moved intending to deliver the final blow to the weakened Ardis. Shea, the dark blue 6-foot, kicked against the ground defenselessly. Now, Gr muttered. Although there's no way he could have heard it, Ardis's movement sharpened in response. Saving his hand, Ardis had endured dodging from critical hits to make the Nebulo drop its guard. To change that one moment into a victory, Ardis held his sword in one hand, and the other hand stretched towards the Nebulo. The Nebulo that didn't even take Ardis as a serious opponent opened its jaw wide, fully intending to bite off Ardis's arm. Just as the sharp teeth was about to chomp his arm, Ardis's arts activated. A big boulder suddenly smashed into the Nebulo's opened mouth. Fuga? It was not for the purpose of dealing damage, he purely manifested it there only. It was just the right size to block the Nebulo's opened jaws. Ardis's arts that he has saved until now is still unrefined. It would never hit the Nebulo if he used it carelessly. This chapter is scrapped from readlightnovel.org. That's why Ardis saved it as a hidden card for the right moment. A boulder suddenly smashed between its jaws. The Nebulo was struggling to get it out at all cost. However, it seems like because the boulder was wedged into its jaws perfectly, it couldn't put any strength and can't just bite it to pieces, and spitting it out seems difficult as well as its jaws can't widen further. A short moment when the Nebulo was occupied with the boulder. However, it's more than enough time for Ardis. He immediately circled to its side and cut off one of its legs. In a state that its jaw is stuck and can't even cry anything, it didn't have the chance to deploy a barrier against Ardis. Did it not expect the opponent it thought was an easy prey to be a threat? It didn't even try to escape but was shaking its head to get the boulder out. While it was still doing that, Ardis had already gotten the time to cut off the third leg. No matter if it has 6 legs, Losing half of them would decrease its mobility significantly. The tables had completely turned at this point. Circling to the Nebulo's back that lost its agility, Ardis stabbed his sword deeply. It was a fatal strike. With its jaws blocked, it can't even cry out anything before falling on its side. Verifying that the Nebulo had stopped living, as if his strings of nervosity were cut, Ardis collapsed on the ground on his back. All right, hooray! Beside Dawat and Lexi were both excited and ran towards Ardis. Following behind them, Gruth walked slowly. When Gruth reached Ardis, Lexi was already giving first aid to Ardis. While receiving the first aid, Dawat violently ruffled Ardis's head while laughing. I guess the kid is not just a kid now, huh? If he's not just a kid now, then how about not calling him that? Oh? Yeah, that's right, Ardis. Did he finally get conscious of calling Ardis a kid? Dawat finally changed how he addressed Ardis with a grin, as Ardis replied with a smile. Although Nebulo is one of the weakest carnivorous beasts, it's still a formidable foe that requires human to train considerably in order to defeat. As he had successfully subjugated a Nebulo on his own, Ardis had graduated from an apprentice kid to a real warrior, and should be treated appropriately as one. Conversely speaking, from today onwards, Ardis would be expected to be a force of the mercenary band. In a battlefield, he would have to step forward, and he will be forced to change position from being protected to become the one who protects. Ardis, Gruth called out while walking to the three, not talking to the young man he picked up by coincidence, but as a comrade, and as his own subordinate, to Ardis. From today onwards, you are a mercenary of our mercenary band, Wisteria. As expected, since he's now officially a member of the band, he would not be treated the same way as before. Being ordered to kill enemies, or being dragged to the grave will be the future. Although he's a little reluctant on bringing a kid to fight, it was Ardis who made the decision. You will be at the front from the next battle onwards. Wake up from your sweet treatment till now. Well, seeing how you won against a Nebulo, you won't be dying easily. That's why Ardis had a complicated expression hearing Gruth, who pointed out the obvious. What's that face? Are you not happy? Wasn't it you that pestered me and Victor to let you advance quickly? Don't tell me you're saying fighting is scary now, right? But was it because Gruth's words were hard to hear? Ardis with a moody expression was finding words. But I couldn't win with just a sword. Suddenly hearing that Ardis was intending to win against the Nebulo with just a sword, Gruth's expression broke apart. Ha ha ha. You still have a long way to go. 10 years too early to be dwelling on how to achieve victory. Even Dawat and Lexi were induced to laugh by Gruth's laughter. It's only Ardis who had an unconvinced face. While smiling bitterly at such Ardis, Gruth consoled, there's no need to be hung over stuff like that now. We are mercenaries. Before dwelling on the method to win, focus on winning first. There's not many that fights only with a sword even in our band. You can use arts. You won by utilizing your own capabilities. That's all. Even arts is one of your powers. While tapping on Ardis's head, Gruth continued. Well, it doesn't mean that you can just rely on arts too much though. You are more suited for swordsmanship anyways. Like just now, saving magic as a hidden hand and fight with only a sword is not a bad choice. It's probably more effective than bombarding with magic anyways. Though it also doesn't mean that you should hesitate on using it so much that you would lose as the result. Remember this no matter what. There's no one who knows Ardis's true age when he himself doesn't even remember his past. From his growth alone, he's in the early 10s. Gruth probably can only see a 14 or 15 years old figure in him. Of course, children of that age fighting on a battlefield is not rare. However, unlike the Wisteria mercenary band, other children that steps on a battlefield are likely amateurs that received no training at all. As the result, 90% of them would die in their first fight. Rather, it's stranger for a mercenary band like Wisteria to be raising children to become a fighter before letting them on the battlefield in this world. It's only Gruth that is strange enough to be willing to feed children that can't do much in a mercenary band. Most of the children that wanted to become a mercenary, or had no choice but to become one, are mostly in a situation to choose between death or being a mercenary. That's why, in most mercenary bands, children are at most used as disposable shields. And among them, the small number of children that managed to survive an actual fight would become adult mercenaries, and only a small portion of them would ever manage to defeat a Nebulo. From that standpoint, It's not easy for Ardis's age to be winning against an Edgilo. Wondering how bright the rough stone in front of his eyes will shine if polished further, Gruth was intrigued with his future. Chapter 286. Chapter 286. Editor. Silence. Angry cries of battle could be heard, as well as the sounds of metal colliding, blood splattering everywhere, and severed arms flying into the air. The mercenaries who roamed around for the sake of killing or being killed turned a town into a battleground. 2 months had passed since Ardis, who had nowhere to go, joined Wisteria officially. Being recognized as a proper mercenary, Ardis together with the others crossed many battlefields in various places. A mercenary's job is to fight. Jamie Lynn Spears breaks silence on Brittany's conservatorship testimony. They fought their enemies, whether recruited by a country, a feudal ruler, or sometimes a millionaire, or religious group. There were various sizes of battlefields, as well as good and bad jobs. The honorable battles, such as the recapture of ground taken by the enemy, are normally left to the regular army. But, despite it being the furthest thing from a mercenary's mind, there are exceptions sometimes. Cases where the regular army cannot be repositioned for strategic reasons, or when the size of the area to be reclaimed is insufficient to justify deploying the regular army. Currently, Wisteria is responsible for the latter. In a previous feudal lord war, the enemy lord had managed to conquer a town with the help of mercenaries, and it is their goal this time. Because the friendly army is headed for a full-scale war with the enemy, they had no soldiers to spare and could only recruit Wisteria to repel the enemy mercenaries. They were recruited to repel hostile mercenaries, not to recover the country. This is how nobility generally approached the mercenaries. Even if the land is regained, it would take a considerably long time before the residents could return because it has been entirely pillaged by enemy mercenaries. There's no incentive to rush to recapture the town that was taken, either because it was not strategically crucial land. It wasn't so much a practical motive to recapture the land as it was a question of the feudal lord's face and honor. Even if they used their regular army, their opponents are mercenaries. Even if they catch the mercenaries, there's no ransom, and since it's their own territory, they can't even pillage the land. If so, the feudal lord may have decided that employing mercenaries to drive away the enemy mercenaries was a better option than moving the regular army. Even if the friendly mercenaries made a mess in the town, it can be written off as something that the mercenaries did without his knowledge. The feudal lord would bear none of the consequences. Ardis gripped his sword with a bitter emotion after hearing such a story from a fellow mercenary. The current him can only maintain his position through battling. Whatever the feudal lord's intentions were, Ardis needed to eliminate the enemies in front of him. After all, if he doesn't, he'll be the one to die. TCH, purple. One of the mercenaries with ragged equipment charged at Ardis, with his right hand wielding a heavy-looking double-sided axe. The mercenary's right arm swelled in response up as he raised the heavy axe against gravity. However, it was too late. Ardis analyzed his moves in an instant and leapt forward instantly. Compared to the other mercenaries Ardis often spared with, there were 1 or 2 more unnecessary steps in the mercenary's movements. Nowhere near comparable to Gruth or Victor. What? In response, the mercenary panicked and attempted to defend himself. He was trying to block Ardis somehow with the shield on his left hand. However, Ardis created a rock with arts and smashed it into the enemy's armored left foot as he jumped in, with a fist-sized rock smashing into it. He can't get by safely, even if he's wearing tall boots reinforced with metal plates. Quack! Ardis didn't let the enemy mercenary who was staggered and showing an opening get away with his toe, distributing his weight crushed. His sword drove into the enemy's body as he dodged the shield that came down reflexively. This brat! From the side, another attacker attempted to slash at him. Ardis swiftly pulled his sword that was stuck, bending his upper body to avoid it. The blades collided and lightly scratched against one another. When the tip of his blade collided with the enemy's handle, the enemy lost 2 fingers in the process. Fingers. My fingers. Ardis's sword tore apart the throat of the vulnerable mercenary holding his hand with missing fingers. Ardis's uniform darkened as blood spurted out like a fountain. However, Ardis, who was breathing through his shoulders, had no time to rest. Another attacker with a spear was rushing towards Ardis right away, parrying the incoming spear tip upwards. When he swung his sword back down, he took the enemy's arm with him. But then, Ardis, who tried to deal the finishing blow, was forced to stop. A kid? The enemy that lost one of his arms had a face of youth. With a slender body undergoing growth on the ground, his eyes were looking at him fearfully. His age looked to be around 12. He was possibly even much younger than Ardis, who among the mercenary band is still treated like a child. Was it from pain, or from fear? His remaining hand was pressing on the spot where his lost arm used to be, while his sobbing eyes were glaring at Ardis. Enemy. In front of his eyes, he's an enemy mercenary. He's not a person that can't put up a fight. He's an enemy that aimed for Ardis's life with a weapon in his hand. That's why, even if Ardis cut him down here, no one could blame Ardis's actions. However, even though he was on a battlefield, facing a younger opponent who had lost an arm and his weapon, Ardis hesitated. Even if he understood logically, Ardis couldn't do it truthlessly. After a while of hesitation, Ardis eventually decided to let the child go. Averting his gaze, turning his head round, and finally his whole body following suit to leave the scene. It was at that time, "Careful, Ardis." A warning came from his comrade. With no room to be surprised at what happened, Ardis immediately bent his body. At his side, something hot passed through. No, it wasn't something hot that passed. At that moment, Ardis saw a lump of ice created from Arts. The heat felt was the secondary effect of the pain. His skin was split away by the ice lump that grazed his arm. Ardis faced the enemy, towards the child who had lost his weapon and one of his arms, while shielding his damaged left arm. The child was stretching his palm towards Ardis while still crying. "Is it you?" Rather than a reply, Ardis got another Arts on the child's hand. A piece of sharp arrow-shaped ice emerged, and this time it was aimed at Ardis' neck. As expected, having seen it coming, dodging it is easy. This time, Ardis dodged it with plenty of room and closed the distance. Before the child could activate his Arts for the third time, Ardis's sword stabbed through his chest. The discomforting sensation passed through the sword and to Ardis's hand. What a blunder! Ardis, on a battlefield, showing unnecessary mercy only leads to self-destruction. A familiar man appeared in Ardis' vision as he turned around. They are desperate as well. It's still 10 years too early for you to be thinking that you can judge someone to be harmless and spare them out of mercy. Gruth approached him, grievingly looking at the youngster who had died. Even if it's a little girl, a person that hasn't lost their will can still easily get your life. While biting his lips at his own mistakes, Ardis's eyes widened at what Gruth said. "Girl? What? You didn't notice?" Gruth added on. Ardis turned around and stared at the child that had lost the light in her eyes. A girl and even this young to be on a battlefield. I mean, it's probably because she can use Arts. Just as you saw, even if they are children, they can still be a reckonable force. After all, they might even be able to take a naive good man to the grave if they're lucky, and I'm sure that's how most mercenary bands think. Well, don't get too comfortable just yet. This is a war, you just have to perform your duties. Ardis bit on his lips. If she would have just run away, even though he instinctively killed her to protect himself, Ardis was planning to leave the scene behind in the first place. If she hadn't started attacking using Arts, then she wouldn't have had to die. Ardis certainly didn't have any personal hatred towards her. He couldn't comprehend why she'd risk her own life to keep fighting. While Ardis was contemplating, Gruth said something unexpected. This girl herself might have been tired of living. Tired? Hear this, Ardis. You might not know this since you only know us, but normal mercenary bands consider children as mere disposables. They'd be thrown into battlefields without any proper equipment, and even if they managed to survive, the loop would continue. On top of that, for a girl like her, the night is probably hell too. Night? Ardis inquired because he couldn't understand Gruth's meaning. This chapter is scrapped from readlightnovel.org. A girl like her age is usable enough. She was most likely purchased for that reason included. Even if she managed to stay alive on the battlefield, the night is another kind of hell. If that's the case, it's simple to see how she'd become depressed and desire for death. Gruth's vague explanation finally helped Ardis catch on to what he meant. Day and night were a living hell for the girl as long as she lived, used as a throwaway shield during the day and as a reliever at night. Ardis's rage grew steadily, but then he recognized that he didn't have the right to be enraged in the first place. After all, even if the girl's bad days continued, as long as she lived, there was still a future. It might have been possible for her to escape from her hellish days, and grasp her own happiness. Such a possibility was still there. However, it was none other than himself who killed the girl and robbed her of her future. Ardis, who had shut off her only feasible future, had no right to be angry for her. His heart was pierced by a thorn that would never go away. That was Ardis's impression. In a sense, You saved her from that hell. Even you don't believe it, just think like that. Gruth consoled Ardis with a convenient logic. However, Ardis couldn't bring himself to accept that easily. Something so arbitrary like that. It's impossible to continue as a mercenary if your mind isn't strong enough. It's helpful advice from your senior. You don't have to understand everything right now. Just keep it in your head. Be stronger if you can't stomach it. If you get strong enough that your enemies appear to you as harmless children, there may be a way to avoid killing. Sparing someone when you can't overpower them is a mentality that will lead to your death. Ardis wordlessly nodded. Gruth placed his palm on his head while he looked at Ardis's immobile arm. The bleeding on your cheeks isn't as serious, huh? Go to the back and get treated. No, I can still fight. Don't be stupid. With you in that state, fighting will only be a bother to the others. The fight is almost over already, and the enemy mercenaries are starting to retreat. It's not like one less person will cause anything to happen. Like Gruth said, the fight is calming down. Realizing their disadvantage, the enemy mercenaries are moving to retreat. Don't worry, there's still mountain loads of stuff to do. Go calm your head down first. Don't forget to get treated as well. Got it. Replying hesitatingly, Ardis neared the girl he killed and pulled his sword out. Warm blood spilled out of her corpse. What he saw fueled more regret in his mind. Ardis bent down and shut her eyes. Gruth, let this girl be. He wanted her to be buried at the very least. Without even speaking, Ardis's thoughts were probably obvious. There are still mountains of things to do before that. We don't have time. After scolding him sternly, he then muttered softly, you do it after everything is over. Yeah. When Ardis returned from his treatment at the bank, the opposing mercenaries had already left the battlefield, leaving just the aftermath. Even though Wisteria had only agreed to repel the mercenaries invading the town, that doesn't imply that they can leave and go on their own once the task is completed. There's no guarantee that the enemy mercenaries won't return, and it's possible that the enemy will send another group. Wisteria had no choice but to stay in town because no new orders had arrived from the employer, yet staying in a dysfunctional town will be difficult. Although not used to it, Ardis and the others were helping the residents in restoration work. In any case, this is a little. Those people, making a mess out of everything. Beside Ardis, who was tired for words at the town's miserable state, Lexi had a tired expression. The town is in a horrible state thanks to the enemy mercenaries. Ardis and Lexi and about 20 more others were trying to rescue any survivors, but the ones they found were all dead bodies. Charred corpses left in burned down houses. And were they resisting against the mercenaries? There were bodies of men killed and hung upside down on the streets as a show. Go look in that house. I will be going through this one. All right. Receiving Lexi's instructions, Ardis headed to a house where he found traces of people. A corner of the room had numerous woolen blankets, half-eaten bread, and a knocked-over cup with remnants of alcohol on the table. One group of the enemy mercenaries most likely used the house. The house's illegal occupants were no longer present. Either they've died or they've escaped and won't be seen again. The room in the back. Suddenly, Ardis noticed presences in one of the rooms deep in the house. Remnants? He considered calling for the others, but the war had already concluded with the invaders fleeing. If the people inside are skillful, they would have already escaped long ago. Ardis drew his blade and approached the room. His footsteps muffled, after becoming convinced he could handle it on his own. Nearing the door, he tried to listen. No sound. Ardis stood beside the door and silently turned the knob. However, it seems like it was locked. Although there is most likely a key for the door someplace in the home, this is not the time to look for it. Ardis kicked open the door after destroying the keyhole with arts he was still inexperienced in. Hey! Several women screamed from the room at the same time. While on alert, Ardis looked inside. There were several people inside. However, seeing their figures, Ardis was immediately assaulted with displeasure. All of them there were young women, exposing skin without a single clothing, and many new bruises were still visible. The obscene smell that filled the room stimulated Ardis's nose. The women retreated further into the room, afraid of Ardis's appearance and with fearful looks. A house where the enemy mercenaries stayed in. Young women that were stripped of their clothing had been found locked in one of the rooms. Ardis could only guess what type of treatment they endured after seeing their terror of man, and his rage, which had nowhere else to go, erupted once more. We are from the Wisteria mercenary band, hired by your feudal lord to repel the enemy mercenaries that occupied the town. They are no longer here. Ardis couldn't think of anything more to say to them, so he just gave them the truth and walked away. As a man, Ardis would only scare them further. Suppressing the feeling of wanting to hit something, Ardis stepped outside to call for Lexi. Chapter 287. Chapter 287. Editor. Silence. Despite his inability to persuade himself, Ardis continued to fight as a mercenary across multiple battlefields. While combat is a vital part of a mercenary's job, rest is also essential. There are various occasions when they stop by large towns while moving between battlefields. It's also thanks to what we manage to accumulate that we can walk in towns like this openly. Accumulate. Paul Walker's Fast and Furious Toyota Supra fetches $550,000 in auction. Ardis inquired after hearing the man with the eye patch say, "It's all about trust. Our captain, after all, does not tolerate violence. He's particularly well known among the ladies as a non-scary mercenary. However, because of this, he is despised by the other mercenaries." "Isn't that bad?" Lucille inquired as he walked alongside Ardis. "Even though it is undesirable, it is unlikely that bothering with it will do anything. We are paid the proper amount in exchange for not looting on the battlefield. If other mercenary bands want to make a statement, they should learn our example first." Dawat answered in place of the man with the eye patch. Ardis and Lucille, as well as a few other mercenaries such as Victor and the eye patch man, are currently walking in town. Since a whole mercenary band wandering through the streets would scare the locals, Gru instructed them to rest in groups and in rotation. That is the distinction between Wisteria and the other mercenary bands, who are concerned with such matters. The other mercenary bands would most likely storm into town together and cause chaos. "If they think we're being an eyesore, won't there be troubles if we fight together?" Although Ardis's thoughts make sense, either way, mercenary bands might become enemies the next day. Even when on the same side, making use of the other party best is the norm, and small obstructions and harassment are as common as meals. Yeah, when things truly happen, all we have to do is show them how weak they are. After all, we have the strength to accomplish that. Continuing Victor's words, the eye patch said so casually. Sighing a little, Victor condemned him for his choice of words. "Joan, you are also one of us. Considering such a violent response is unseemly." "What? If they don't stay still, strength is the only way to silence them, right? If we were a weak group, we would have disbanded long ago." The man with the eye patch, Joan replied in displeasure. "Even if that is the case, it is not a reason to disregard other options." My bad. "Unlike you, I'm not that learned." "I'm not talking about learning here." Victor and Joan weren't wrong in their assessments. It's true that, while self-discipline isn't ideal for a mercenary band, it has helped Wisteria's reputation, and it's also true that strength is required to keep troublesome issues away. All right, Victor-san, and Joan-san too. It's our rest day, so let's take it easy. Trying to stop the atmosphere from getting darker, Lucille interjected with a brighter tone. "I suppose, Lucille is right. We would be the same as the other mercenary bands if we make a scene here. Since it'll damage Wisteria's reputation, let's put an end to the topic." "Sorry, Lucille, a holiday is the to enjoy, right?" The four renewed their spirits and strolled around the bustling streets as they enjoyed their brief break. Buying food from the stalls and watching the streets, enjoying the performance of the street performers. Here, a magnificent pink strand. Believe it or not, a ribbon with an ego that chooses its owner. Furthermore, it only favors beautiful women who appeal to its aesthetic sensibilities. Well then, will there be somebody here today who attracts its attention? As the street performer spoke loudly, the pink ribbon on his palm began to move by itself. It depicted an action of glancing at the assembled observers by raising one end in a snake-like fashion. It's really moving. Eventually, it left the performer's hand, and flew to the air by itself. It's now floating. It's like it's dancing, fluttering left and right, and after some twisting and comical movements, the ribbon flew towards a woman from the spectators. Seems like our ribbon has chosen this fine lady today. There's no need to fear it, please stand still. The performer called out to the confused woman. The ribbon delicately prodded the woman's arm, as if it were a small animal scared of people. It eventually curled around the woman's wrist and formed a butterfly knot on its own, as if it had made up its mind. Whoa, amazing. The ribbon really chose someone. How enviable. The impressed spectators applauded. Congratulations, miss. The ribbon will be yours to keep. Please take care of it. Why yes. The person chosen by the ribbon reflexively answered, but realizing that she was getting the spotlight, she showed a bright smile. Walking down the street, Lucille talked about the performance just now. That performance right now was incredible. It's kind of cute how the ribbon moved around like it was alive. That was also arts, right? Yes, that it was arts. As Ardis posed a question that was very different from Lucille's, Victor admitted that it was indeed the situation. Hearing it, Lucille began to see stars in her eyes. Will I be able to do that too if I train hard enough? This chapter is scrapped from readlightnovel.org. Who knows? If it's that easy to imitate, then it wouldn't have been a performance, right? It's possible. Shall I demonstrate? Victor masked Ardis's negative remarks, saying it so breezily. Victor bought a violet-colored ribbon from a nearby booth and placed it on his palm. While Ardis and the others looked on, the ribbon moved as it had earlier in the performance, curling around Lucille's fingers and tying itself into a knot before stopping. Amazing. It's exactly the same. It's the same theory with the captain's flying swords, but there are a lot more finer details to keep track of, and the time between each movement is crucial. Don't listen to him, Lucille and Ardis. Only because the sky is Victor is it easy to duplicate that performance just by looking. Normal individuals can't possibly succeed on their first attempt. Even if it's essentially the same as flying swords, I'm not confident, and even the captain is unlikely to succeed on the first time. That's only because your control is shoddy. Noisy. Having his lack of skill pointed out, Joan reflexively complained. Ardis can empathize with what Joan stated. After all, Victor was the one who taught him the basics when he first joined the mercenary band. Now that he's officially a member though, Ardis trains together more with the other mercenaries, and has less chances to cross swords with Victor directly. Ardis could see that Victor's strength was an insurmountable wall compared to the others after training with the other members and seeing a genuine battlefield. Despite knowing that his own strength still has a long way to go, he can't deny that the gentleman-looking Victor is out of the ordinary. Lucille seemed as though she shared Ardis' thoughts, as she questioned as if she could read Ardis' mind. Isn't it true, though, that Victor-san can accomplish anything? Isn't it he as great as the captain, whether it's with the sword or with the arts? And he's unneedly learned. What unneeded? The one thing that is definitely unneeded, is the unnecessary things you usually say. Victor gave Joan, who was riding on Lucille's words, a cold gaze. A genius must be like Victor-san. Lucille's voice muttered with admiration and flattery, as well as a trace of jealousy. Victor's face frowned. I'm certainly not a genius. But it's true that I can do most things just by seeing them once. If that's not a genius, then what is? Joan's merciless retort was ignored, and Victor continued. Whether it's martial arts or magical arts, I'm proficient because I've been educated since I was a child. And I'm more knowledgeable than most people because I've had the opportunity to study a lot of books. Then shouldn't all those noble sons and daughters be geniuses if according to your logic? How so, Joan-san? It was not Victor that reacted to what Joan said but Lucille. You geese didn't know? Victor here is originally a noble's son. Noble? The startling revelation caused Lucille's volume to rise, and Ardis' attention to fix on Victor's face. It's an old story. Why a noble in a mercenary band? Hey, Ardis. He might have his own problems too. Digging too deeply is. Tugging Ardis, who asked out of curiosity, by his clothes, Lucille whispered to him. Well, it's not a secret or anything. It's something everyone in the mercenary band knew. Since it's a good occasion, I suppose talking about it is fine. Victor chose to tell his own story, disregarding Lucille's consideration. He walked to a neighboring street corner and sat on a random pile of junk. While hesitating, Ardis and Lucille took a seat beside Victor, and Victor began talking about his birth in a tone that suggested he was used to telling stories. Chapter 288. Chapter 288. Editor, silence. While looking at the crowds going across the streets, Victor started. I was born as the second son of a certain noble family, but unfortunately, as the son of a concubine. Considering the legal wife gave birth to the eldest heir, my mother's position and even the order of birth, I didn't stand a chance to succeed the house. However, it appears that the legal wife was still uncomfortable with it. After all, my brother and I were born within a year of each other. That means... Yes, you got it. I thought to gloss over that part if you didn't. Isa Gonzalez is the new face of Bulgari. Lucille's mutter made Victor smile bitterly. Anyways, That's the case. My father laid his hands on my mother when the legal wife was pregnant with my brother. It was the worst, to say the least, as a husband and father, an act that would be considered a disgrace for an aristocrat. He let it out while expressing his disapproval of his father. The legal wife may have been tolerant enough to take a concubine, but there's no way she would remain silent when there's a possibility that her child's position as heir could be jeopardized. Moreover, the concubine's child was not even a year apart in age and is similarly a male. To the legal wife's eyes, it was plain at that time that mother and I were clear enemies. It's all because of father, who made a move on mother before the legal wife could give birth. He explained that with concubines, there are unspoken rules. At the very least, nobles should refrain from putting a hand on concubines until the legal wife has an heir and at least 5 other children. If the legal wife's child is a girl and the concubine's child is a boy, or if the legal wife's child dies and the concubine's child becomes the only child, the order of succession will become clouded very quickly. The fact that the legal wife's child and the concubine's child isn't even a year apart meant that it was an act completely void of such concerns. Was it when I was 6 years old that the situation took a turn for the worse? At the time, I was still young, and I had no idea how my actions and performance were seen by those around me. Mother was pleased, and I was pleased to receive compliments from the servants, and so, I gave it my all without reserve. Simply put, I was far superior to my brother in every way. Even though my brother was not incompetent in any manner, whether in swordsmanship, arts, horseback riding, lingual, conversations, or artistic abilities, all of the home tutors awarded me a higher score. That's natural, the 3 other people thought, and that was what made the legal wife's family anxious. Not willing to let the child of a concubine with unknown background to steal the seat of heir, they started pulling strings from the back. At first, it was tiny harassments, but it soon escalated, till the point their poisonous fangs aimed for mother. Poisonous fangs meaning they killed her? Victor nodded at Ardis's question. I was a fool as well, even though holding back a little and letting them have a peace of mind was an option. I was insistent on not losing to their harassments, and because of that, I lost my mother. That's why you left the house? Lucille asked with a pained expression. Not yet. If that were the case, I would have remained a nobleman's son till today. It was because of my father's statements that I had decided to leave the house. After mother's passing, father summoned the legal wife's parents. Their house is a peerage lower than father's, so the difference in standing allowed him to summon them forcefully. In the guest room that were void of all others, father declared to them, "Don't touch my son until the 3rd is born. I won't be merciful if you do." That's. Ardis lost his words. Hearing a portion of it, it appeared as if it were the words of a parent protecting his child. However, with the condition of "until the 3rd is born," the meaning was completely different. In a sense, his words equated to when the 3rd son is born, there's no use for the 2nd. I snuck into the adjoining room and eavesdropped. At the time, I wanted to know a little more about who was responsible for my mother's death. In the end, not only did I learn the truth, but I also learned something I didn't want to know, that my father only saw me as a spare for the eldest. Victor had a scoffing smile on his face, as if he was laughing at himself, yet he tries to put a period on the story lightly. Everything seemed ridiculous to me at that moment. After running away on the next month and wandering aimlessly, I found Wisteria. That's the end of the story. Not expecting Victor, who seemed to be always carefree, to have such a past, Ardis and Lucille both lost their words to silence. However, it seems like the person himself wasn't really bothered, as the two were lightly hit on the top of their head, and told to learn from his own failures in a kind tone. Listen, Ardis, Lucille. It's natural to try your best in living, but holding back in something that may cost your life is what a foolish person would do. Trying your hardest in a situation where it isn't required, on the other hand, may not be the ideal way to live either. When it doesn't matter to be taken lightly or underestimated, it's more important to hide your own capabilities. It's one of the best tactics to bring your opponent's guard down. Make sure to remember it. Yeah, got it. Joan, who had been waiting silent for so long, blew away the heaviness of the atmosphere with his loud voice. All right, since the talk is over, let's go grab something to eat and continue walking. I suppose enjoying a delicious meal and a good night's sleep in the inn will be the best for today. Oh right, before that, Ardis. Victor, who agreed with Joan's suggestion, called to Ardis. What is it? Victor's gaze was drawn to Lucille for some reason as Ardis, who had just risen, replied. Victor then untied Lucille's wrist ribbon and handed it to Ardis. This ribbon, I will let you buy it for 10 California. Huh? Why me? Ardis's brows frowned as the unexpected offer hit him. What an unperceptive child. Listen here, Ardis. Victor's arm circled around Ardis' neck and drew him closer. After saying so, in a soft voice that Lucille couldn't hear, he explained why. It's pathetic for a man to remain silent after watching another man gifting something to your important person. Rather, it's up to a man to demonstrate his resourcefulness by gifting something else with which to fight back. This chapter is scrapped from readlightnovel.org. The heck's that? Another one of nobility's quirks? It's the same for nobles and commoners alike. Simply take it as advice from your senior in life. In the first place, why is it 10 cal? You bought it for 3 cal just now, right? 7 cal is your tuition fee. Don't be so naive to think that my precious advice is free of charge. Ha! Alright. Ardis hesitantly removes coins from his pocket, having given up because he didn't know how to rebuke. What is it? Whispering between yourselves. Of course there's nothing. Dismissing Lucille, who was suspicious at the two, Victor stretched his hand out to Ardis. Ardis put a piece of coin on that hand. Your 10 California. I have certainly received it, and the ribbon is yours now. Please handle it as you wish. Ardis accepted the ribbon from Victor with a skeptical expression, and Lucille, who seemed to notice something, now stared at him with a somewhat expectant gaze. While receiving strange focus from the others, Ardis eventually managed to open his mouth after hesitating on what to say in front of Lucille. You, Lucille. Yes, Lucille, whose voice seemed to be on the edge of bursting with laughter, responded. Unsure of what to say, Ardis just offered the ribbon he had just bought, with no explanation. If you need this, you will give it to me. As if reading a predetermined line from a script and reading his intentions, Lucille tilts her head slightly. Ardis didn't have any control over the initiative. It's I can't use it anyways. Idiot, that's not it. A critique came from Joan from behind, directed towards his excusing words. Ardis sang a groove for the person who was saying whatever he wanted from the back seat. Having zero experience in such things, Ardis could not think of any smooth lines. Moreover, it was suddenly brought forward by Victor like a surprise attack, and his escape route was completely sealed away. It makes sense to feel confused. Although Ardis desperately searched for words since he knew he had to say something, Lucille accepted the ribbon without saying anything further. The ribbon that had escaped Lucille's grasp for a moment had returned to her. The piece of ordinary cloth that was purchased for 3 cal from a random stall was still the exact same piece of cloth from before. However, the mundane violet ribbon in her hands had now taken on a new meaning following the brief exchange. Thank you. I will treasure it. Why yeah. Faced with Lucille's blooming smile, Ardis's unbearable shyness averted his gaze. At that pathetic action, 2 large sighs came from behind. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again thank you Clan.